Cumpărați produse de înfrumusețare de pe Notino, acum cu livrare gratuită. Notino.
All right, in this session, we're going to talk about how to draw some new geometry in ArcGIS. So if you already have a existing
Said he tried to phone me, but I never have time. He said that I never listen, but I don't even try. I got a new place in Cali, but I'm gone every night. So I fill it with strangers, so they keep on the line. She said she told you she knows me, but the face isn't right. She asked if I recognized her, and I told her I might. See, everywhere I go, I got a million different people trying to kick it, but I'm still alone in my mind. I know you're dying to meet me, but I can just tell you this, baby, as soon as you meet me, you'll wish that you never did.
Look, I'm a rare individual. I'm in the physical and the metaphysical. I know you need your alone time, that's critical. But I need some of your time, is that hypocritical? Damn, you know I relate to you more than fam. So I won't sit around and let you sink in quicksand. Look, I know you got me. Build a brand, live a life on high demand. Swerving big B's, your bag got little G's. Gucci down to the sock like Biggie and Little C's. Let's hit the Maldives and hide behind palm trees. Little red wine, weed, and a calm breeze. Cause baby, you been living life inside a bubble. When the last time you had somebody? When the last time you had somebody love you? Hold up. When the last time you loved someone who loved you?
Everywhere I go, I got a million different people trying to kick it, but I'm still alone in my mind. I know you're dying to meet me, but I can just tell you this, baby, as soon as you meet me, you'll wish that you never did.
Stay open on me all night and I rock. You know, send me have the wickedest talk. You always tell me, send me full of attitude. And you don't like me friend cause she road. Still pull up in the Benz with the whole gold thing. Window down, cause you have to see me with my king. What you sipping, boy, I'm dipping. I ain't tripping off a fling. I be clipping off your wing. Ta-da.
See, everywhere I go, I got a million different people trying to hit it, but I'm still alone in my mind. I know you're dying to meet me, but I can just tell you this, baby.
2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 10. 10. 10. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Trimite în zoom. Trimite în zoom. 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, trimit în stereo. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2 și nu mai trimit în Unu, doi, 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 trei, 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 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Zece, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, se duce și se streaming, 1, 2, 3. Și ăsta, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, ăsta este zoom-ul care ajunge aici. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, deci eu ar trebui să aud aici. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Unu, doi. Unu, doi. Deci 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Ăsta. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 1, 2, 3. Bună ziua! Unu, doi.
Sunt 3 online?
Da, atât. Nu știu, hai să vedem. Stai că am dat eu streaming aici. 3, da. Dacă zici că e da? O să trimite o prezentare, am următorul să streamuiesc sau ceva pe...
Uite cum ceapă asta.
Prezentarea VFX, da? Nu pe aici.
Ah, îți spun eu asta când... Ok, hai să nu te ocup asta că îmi iau cafeluță și...
1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, bună ziua! 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 3. Auxiliar 2, 3. Auxiliarele 2, 3. Unu, doi. Unu, doi. Doi. Unu. Unu, doi, trei. Trei, trei, trei. Trei, trei. Unu, doi, trei. 10. 1-2. 1-2. 1-2. 1-2. 1-2. 1-2. 1-2. 1-2. Unu. 1-2. 1-2.
Vorbesc, iar. Ok. Eu n-am un clicker sau ceva. Da. O să încep așa, cu niște conversații light. Sunt gata. Așa. Sergiu, eu nu știu ce limbă trebuie să vorbim pentru conferința asta. Auzi? Mike, îl vezi pe Sergiu pe acolo, să-l chemi? Haideți că facem crowdsourcing pe întrebarea asta. E cineva de aici care nu vorbește română? Fantastic. Okay, perfect. So then we switch to English. Hello and good morning. Welcome to this year's edition of Banking 4.0. There's a lot of people that are still moving around the crowds. So we'll keep this opening quite soft. There's a slight delay on behalf of the minister, so we're waiting for him to join. I was supposed to give a 5-minute welcome speech, and I'll be honest to everyone, I didn't prepare anything in particular. So I thought I'd begin with a confession. As of the past, I think, 2 months, I've become what I think could genuinely, clinically be defined as addicted to AI. I'm curious if there's anyone else that feels that they have this, that they suffer from the same thing as well. Has anyone, oh, by the way, yeah, I'm just gonna say this now to get everyone's attention. I do a lot of interactive stuff. I'm gonna be emceeing throughout the day. You can try to ignore me all you want. It's not gonna go really well. I don't mind, and I don't mind interrupting you and trying to get you engaged. So, I'll rehash on my initial question. Is there anyone else here who feels that they've become properly addicted to AI in any way? Is there any tool that you can't stop using, anything like this? I know it's a blockchain conference. I'll speak to that as well in a second. But just curious to hear. So no one. Okay, cool. I definitely advise you to give it a shot. I'll speak a little bit about myself, obviously. It's one of my favorite subjects. So my name is Stefan Gergely. I will be hosting you today. The reason why I'm hosting you is because I have a background in the cryptocurrency industry. I was definitely one of the first players to join the scene from the Romanian market in the crypto space. And now I'm not. I left the crypto space for good. Currently, I'm the head of growth of a company that's called Veridian. It's a Romanian big data startup. We work with a lot of AI. We build a lot of AI. And basically what we do is we maintain a database on a lot of companies from around the world. I'll tell you very briefly about what we do because I'm going to be using this over. Can we switch to the presentation? let's all stare at him. Deci nu e pe prezentare. Yeah, I'm going to be using aspects of my work to provide interesting prompts to you throughout the day. So the company that I work for is called Viridian. We do something that's quite interesting to think about. We have a shitload of servers, and we process the entire internet basically on a weekly basis. We gather data, we parse through 700 billion web pages every week, and we take all of that unstructured data and we pass it through a series of machine learning models that are trained to understand the business environments of the world. And their objective is to output a clean and structured database that's always kept updated on companies from around the world. So we care about all the business aspects of business entities from around the world. We definitely have one of the biggest coverages in this space because we get all our data from what is currently being used as the medium for everything, which is the internet. We offer our solutions in, this is really not important, I'm not trying to do a sales pitch here. We offer our solutions in 2 APIs to help our clients find data on companies. And we also build a lot of interesting things. We build a lot of interesting things, I think, on a weekly basis, especially since AI has appeared. We were curious as of like a week and a half ago, what would happen if you combine certain large language model capabilities that have recently appeared with an incredibly overpowered database. For the sake of simplicity, we don't actually even know the extent of the power of a tool like this, which is why we put it into a really simple chat interface to kind of see what deductions could a large language model make when he's put in front of an incredibly large data set. I ran a small instance of this exact program on you guys, basically. I put in all the companies that are attending Banking 4.0, or what I think are all the companies attending Banking 4.0, and I asked it all sorts of different questions. This is really early stage for us, so literally I think this might be version 0.1, and I'm trying to think of all sorts of questions to make it crack, basically. And as a product guy, I've been a product guy all my life, and now I'm going to be pitching AI to you. What I've learned recently in terms of the paradigm shift of what AI is enabling, strictly from the perspective of product design, is that it's completely different. I'm going to be circling through these. You can just read some stuff off there if you want. But we're now building a lot of products that outsource logic to large language models. And by outsourcing logic, I don't mean to get too technical, as in to try to overcomplicate kind of what's that sounding like. But I'll give you a really simple example. Obviously, in order to find companies in our database, you have to make a query, which is a structured piece of code that has to respect the conditions basically that are required by the database. Now, these queries, because of how much data we have, they tend to be incredibly complex. And while we sell our data to enterprise clients from across the world, and they're specialized in data processing, there's still a learning curve that has to be done in terms of understanding how to build these sorts of queries to find the data that you want, to find the companies that you want. And we were thinking if we could train a large language model to build these queries for them. So to take a natural language structured search, so just any sort of company profile that you could be looking for. I want to find web development agencies that specialize in web, but that don't have a design department, or I want to make sure that they're small, or I want to make sure that they work with a certain company. And literally, because of large language models, the sky's the limit. And we were amazed to see how good it achieves this, how good it turns these requests into understanding the business logic behind the user's actual request. So this turned into a product for us that's not the one that you're looking at on the screen, but it's the one that exemplifies the paradigm shift that I'm talking about really well. We take a natural language request from a user and we pass it to a large language model, and his objective is to turn it into a structured JSON query. Now, there's a lot of analysis that gets done behind this seemingly simple process. It's simple for us to understand because we've had intelligence for millions of years. But if you look at it from a business logic standpoint and from the deductions that need to be made, think about it this way. you can use this API to search for any company across the board. Any company across the board encompasses all the business complexities that this world has to offer. If you're looking for certain particular manufacturers of certain high-end metals in certain manufacturing processes with certain ISO certifications, that looks vastly different from trying to look for clients for your marketing agency, right? And it looks vastly different in terms of how you need to understand that request. And these things do that. And although we've been playing with them for a very short amount of time, these things do that incredibly well. And the beautiful thing is, they do it at the equivalent of $0.002 per 700 words. Yeah, I spoke in money terms now, everyone's listening. $0.002 per the equivalent of 700 words is a number that should be intriguing, to say the least, to all of us. And it's the last ball I'm going to drop at the introduction of this. I'm really happy that it got your attention. I'm really happy that we're all engaged. So the organizers have told me that our next speaker is almost here. Cum mă ducem cu 3 minute? Ah, right. Sorry, I need to speak for 3 more minutes. I'll take questions. I've run out of creative material. Does anyone have any curiosities? Trust me, if you're the kind of person that attends conferences and doesn't like to talk, I will do my best towards the end of the day to get you to not be that anymore. There we go. Yes. Yeah. Oh, no, nothing public yet. This is actually what I showed here was very much behind the scenes. We've been, and it will be behind the scenes for a while, but we have a lot of the technology that that sits behind it. I'll be happy to talk to you over a coffee or a cigarette outside. Cool. Any other questions? Yes, all right, yes, I guess crypto. Look, I haven't been in the crypto space for a while. I understand it really, really well, and I'm curious to see what things people will be talking about. Oh, we're ready? Oh, cool. Jesus. All right. So I'm curious to see what... Thank you, I appreciate that so much. I don't want to discourage you. All right, cool. Let's give a round of applause to Mr. Sebastian Burduja. Nice to see you again, mister.
Good morning.
Maybe somebody can, okay, it's working. Good morning, Minister. How are you? I'm fine. How are you doing today?
Excellent.
Excellent. Okay, I mean, if I look at the Romanian political environment, that's a bold statement, but good for you. Okay, we're not here to discuss politics today.
Thank God. I do that way too much.
Yeah, that's brilliant. We're here to discuss technology, and in particular, had a brief exchange of ideas with the minister here before the meeting today about what should we talk about. And we decided to go on the broader spectrum, so not just blockchain, but the topic of regulating emerging technologies. And on that note, just as a warm-up, if I may, I mean, there are various options when regulating new technologies. If you'd be to, we don't live in a binary world. Yeah, but if you'd be to take a binary position, what should we focus more on, regulating to innovate or regulating to protect?
Thank you for the question. Full disclosure, I've known this guy for many years, but I have no clue what he's going to ask me. And it's not an easy question, but if you give me that choice, I would say innovation above all, innovation above regulation. And I'm the innovation minister, so I believe in that role, and I believe that we cannot afford to slow down innovation in the global geopolitical competition. And somebody recently told me, so I'll just quote him, but don't quote me quoting him. And he said, regulate innovation or regulate AI and have your kids learn Chinese, or don't. And protect Europe's opportunity and the free world's opportunity to thrive in this competition. So I think there's a lot of truth in that, and I would always err on the side of deregulation, nurturing innovation, just letting the human spirit produce what it can. I think that's part of the future.
Okay, so we want to regulate to innovate, if I may put it like that, whether that means lighter regulation or simply regulation supporting innovation. But then in terms of technology, things move very fast. Yeah, actually, some of the people in this industry even have as a motto, move fast and break things, right? When the technology moves so fast, whether it's AI, blockchain, Internet of Things, you name it, yeah? You have two options, I think, as a legislator. One is to look what other people, do in terms of legislating. The other option is that you try to make a first move and issue legislation to give comfort to the ecosystem and so on. What is best when it comes to technology? To try to position yourself as a pioneer. I'm talking as a state now because, for the researchers and startups, it's obvious. They have to be pioneers, they want to be first. But in terms of the state, is it best to try to position yourself as a leader in terms of promoting legislation to support innovation, or to take a more prudent approach and see what others are doing?
I think we should be among the first movers. I think that's smart policy because that means attracting capital. It means being a leader. It means looking ahead. And what we've tried to do at the Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digitalization is to not have any kind of restrictions in terms of looking ahead. So I'll give you an example on cloud services. We had to essentially create a law to regulate the private government cloud, but we went way beyond that. And now the law in Romania is one of the most modern pieces of cloud legislation in the world. It includes the marketplace, which is essentially an app store for government to pull apps that they need, provided both by the public and the private sector. It includes an element of notifying citizens when the government accesses their data, and that's enshrined in law, and it's quite unique to Romania. It includes a cloud-first policy. And one key message that I want to lay out for this event, and I congratulate you for setting the scene and having it, is that we can only do this in a very close partnership with the private sector. One, because innovation belongs in the private sector. I don't expect the public sector to innovate more or better than the private sector. And secondly, because frankly, we can only do it together. This is what we've done for the most complex laws that we've had to write over the past year. The law on cloud, the law on cybersecurity and cyber defense, soon to have a national strategy on AI, soon to have a national strategy on quantum computing. All these topics, I mean, in all honesty, we don't have the resources, we don't have the know-how, we don't have the expertise in the public sector, and we cannot pay people enough to be able to compete with the private market. So we essentially co-wrote all this legislation with the private sector in a very transparent and inclusive way. And that's how we managed to pass it, and to pass the test by the Constitutional Court a few times. So I think that's the way to do it.
But Minister, I mean, it's easy to pick on politicians speaking about AI. Why? Because AI is associated with potential loss of jobs, yeah, social tensions, and so on. Yeah. Now, this has been forever a debate and a fear of human mankind when dealing with technology, and we all know technology, for good or for worse, is unstoppable. Yeah. Human nature, we want to adopt technology, and sooner or later we do that. Yeah. Now, from that perspective, I'm coming back to the idea of how do we position Romania in relation to the emerging technologies, whether it's AI or blockchain or any other things. I don't think we have a big enough debate in Romania currently about the potential impact of these emerging technologies. Yeah? Should we try to steer more discussions about that, involve more the stakeholders, or should we just, because that's also possible, I'm not serving you the answer, yeah, because it's also possible the reverse, to say, now we looked into how other nations have done it, yeah, and we know that industrial revolution, flourish in countries which are open to adopt it, and we take it as a national strategy to be a place, a country which is welcoming these technologies and brings investments here.
I think we're way too used to following others, but we have everything we need to lead. First and foremost, the talent. The Romanian IT and C sector is filled with exceptional talent at the top level in the world. We need to recognize that. And technology can do something that no other factor can do to a country, which is it can help any country leap forward and catch up and move ahead. And that's exactly what Romania needs. We cannot afford to go step by step through the entire process that the West has taken. By adopting the latest technologies, we essentially leapfrog into the future and catch up. And indeed, I can tell you from multiple delegations and discussions with advanced democracies, advanced systems in the West, after they heard what we've done, they were starting to take notes. And looking at what Romania has done and following it as a good example. And I'm biting my tongue, but I can't help mention our AI project, Yuan, which...
You're taking some risk here.
I know.
Bringing that up.
And that's fine. I love risk. And, last week the Financial Times had almost a full-page article on Yuan, and it was highly appreciative. It's a research experiment. It's not perfect. And it has received, especially here in Romania, a lot of criticism, and that's fine. It's part of innovating, it's part of iterations, and I think we did succeed in starting a conversation around new technologies. What can they do? Are they useful? What are their limits? What are our expectations of them? Happy to discuss more on that, but the point of the project, which was proposed by the private sector, supported by academia, and the government just ensured a launching pad, essentially, and we're happy to do it for any other initiative that is as bold. I mean, you can see Yuan in public places, in the metro station and in high schools and in the Ministry of Research last week and in TV shows, and people can interact with this technology, and it's essentially a technology that asks them questions. It does not answer questions. It's meant to take answers from citizens and boil it down to decision makers for them to make better decisions. But as NVIDIA put it, hey, you guys are the first nation in the world to use AI to strengthen democracy. Hats off, or at least to try. Maybe you won't succeed, but at least you tried. And I think that's the spirit we need to have. I think that's the spirit that many people in this room have, or they would not be here. I think that's the spirit that this nation needs to rediscover.
Minister, we discuss here about the usefulness of states positioning themselves, in supporting development of technology. Yeah. Now, a principle that I found in a Deloitte study about how do you regulate emerging technologies says that the regulation should be adaptive. What does that mean? Is that because of the super fast pace at which technology and technology applications evolve, the regulators must be flexible. You can no longer issue a law and sit on it for the next 20 years. And also, you cannot wait 20 years to issue a new law, because meanwhile, the changes are tremendous. We in Romania have waited 3 years, because I have to zoom in a bit on the topic of today, the blockchain. We have waited 3 years to come up publicly. Finally, it happened 10 days ago, yeah, with a proposed legislation, giving clarity to the crypto market in Romania in terms of how they can get a license. Yeah? And licenses are useful because they put you into a compliance framework, they give you credibility, and they give trust to the other market participants. So for 3 years, we had an AML directive transposed. We didn't have the norms, okay? Romanian state was not hurried to issue that, was not in a hurry to issue that legislation. Maybe, do you think it is possible that in the future we also take this adaptive approach, so rather than wait, yeah, in terms of legislating, maybe legislate, improve. Legislate, improve.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we need to do. I think you know well that as a member of parliament, last year I initiated a working group on regulating the blockchain, and we had a draft, a full draft of a proposed law. Some of the people in this room are part of that working group. That has moved forward. We are very close to approving a government decision on regulating exchanges of cryptocurrencies in Romania, and that's perhaps improvable, but at least it's moving forward, and we can then adapt based on market feedback. And we're very close to a draft law that you know very well on regulating these technologies. So I think that's exactly what we need to do, and that's what we're doing. And you have my commitment to move forward. And I don't mind controversies. I don't mind debates. I think that's exactly what we need to do. But I do need to run, so sorry.
Many thanks, Minister. Yeah, and look forward to future controversies, but also achievements.
Let's switch. Let's go to the next. All right. So, interesting, nice fires chat to get the morning started. Coming up next is a panel. It's our first panel of the day in markets and crypto assets regulation. Obviously, we're talking about Mika. You're going to be hearing Mika a lot today. One of the members of the stage is going to be remaining on here as a moderator, Mr. Andrei Pinzaru. He's a partner at Deloitte Legal in Romania and at Ref Associates. And we'd like to welcome to the stage Elisaveta. I'm going to get some names wrong, sorry. I really am. How would you pronounce your name? Elisaveta Palaznik. I thought I could try. All right, please, come on. Ludmila Andreeva Paskov, who's not here, might be online. Oh yeah, sorry, she's online. Sorry, it's my bad. I'm not a full-time MC, so yeah, you know. Raluca Micu, who's the head of Payments Oversight Division at the National Bank of Romania, who's not online. Hello. All right. Mr. Tudor Doman from ASFE. He's the head of strategy at the Financial Supervisory Authority. There we go. Thank you. Alex Stănescu, a good friend of mine, partner at SLV Legal. And that's it. You have the stage, and I took your microphone.
Thank you. Just trying to figure out the logistics in terms of our online panelists. Yeah. So I'm just asking Ludmila, do you hear us? Yeah, we're not hearing Ludmila. Okay, good. Until this is fixed, let me just say that I'm actually super thrilled to have a panel which is diverse, but which also includes not just advisors. A number of us here on the stage are advisors. Okay, but we also have, which is crucial, representatives of the regulators. Yeah, I mean the discussions about crypto have been for too long. I would say for really too long. A matter of hardcore bleeding libertarians and crypto-punks and so on. Yeah? It's super interesting to me that it started from there. Yeah? I think there is a lot in that ethos that we would have a benefit by not losing it. Yeah? Because it is actually balancing the quite fragile, often fragile balance between the state power and individual freedoms. Yeah? So that spirit is important. But on the other hand, when you're talking big numbers, and the crypto space reached the big numbers status, you need to have the institutions working together with the private sector. And this is super important. Lyudmila, do you hear us?
Hi, hello, morning. Do you hear me? Do you see me?
Excellent.
Perfect. I see you and I hear you, but distantly.
Okay.
Hope you hear me better.
That's good. We also see you. It would be great if our technical support would raise the volume a bit up for Lyudmila so that we hear her even better. Yeah. Okay, so we start the discussion today about MiCA. Some people call it MiCA, but I think the dominant pronunciation is MiCA. It comes from Marketing Crypto Assets Regulation. And to me, it's a validation of one of the saying that you may have heard in the crypto space years ago, which I think is an adaptation of a quote attributed to various people. So I don't know the original source, but it essentially says, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, and then you win. Okay. I think internet says that to Mahatma Gandhi. Yeah? Now, crypto went through the stage of being ignored. The big players, the institutions, the regulators simply ignored it for a long period of time, actually. Then it was dismissed. So it was no longer ignored, but it was viewed as something minor, with no potential to impact the society. No risk of contamination with the financial sector, So it was more of a laughable thing, Then it entered into a phase where it was no longer ignored, no longer laughable, It started to be, I would say, feared. And you've heard a number of, high-level institutions, including at European level, expressing concerns about crypto. What if contaminates the TradFi, the traditional financial institutions? What if creates too much danger for the consumers who may, lose all their money and so on? So it started to become a bit of a fear environment. Remember, moving from being ignored, laughed at, and then feared, or at least looked with concern. Maybe fear is not the right word, but definitely looked with concern, with preoccupation. And then out of that, it emerged, some people would say fight. I don't think it's really a fight between the state and the crypto space. In my view, if there would be really a fight, I'm one of those guys who believe that the states could obliterate the crypto space if they wish. And there are various ways to do that. Not wipe it out entirely, but could really reduce it to irrelevance. So I don't think it's a fight. I think we are more in the regulate phase. Where the state is not really fighting the crypto space, at least in Europe. It is regulating it. Some people say that in US, the state is fighting the crypto space. But even there, the positions are diverse. Not all the regulators take the same views on crypto in US either. In Europe, however, we have something that is considered by many, including in US, as a great standard of regulating crypto. Comprehensive legislation applicable across the entire, European space. Quite amazing, in a standardized fashion with a decent transitioning period. So it's not going to come in place and be mandatory day one. But again, super broad. I mean, we're used with European regulations and directives. They have hundreds of pages. That's why we have here this panel of specialists, because when you have hundreds of pages of regulations, it is worthwhile to discuss a bit about them. And because I spoke a lot about institutions, I would rather start with the European Commission's position on MiCA.
Yes, hello. Do you hear me now?
Yes, if the volume can be even louder, or if you can speak a bit louder, it's still great.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Good morning. Just to start by saying that I'm honored and delighted to speak at today's conference, and thanking the organizers for this opportunity to present the Commission's agenda on the digital finance, and more specifically on MiCA. And I'm really sorry I'm not with you today in Bucharest. It would be really probably better to exchange in live, but still I would start a bit by just presenting what we are doing and what we are doing in the digital area of the digital finance, but also in MiCA. Uh, as you said, the issues discussed today are very topical for all the European citizens and businesses. And our objective for digital finance is for the European financial sector to fully embrace and drive for this digital revolution in finance with strong European market players, not only the American, but strong European market players in the lead. One of the main ones being also the Romanian companies and fintechs. As you know, digital finance creates a number of opportunities. Embracing digital finance would unleash innovation, create opportunities to develop better financial products for consumers, including for people currently unable to access financial services. It also unblocks new ways of channeling EU funding to EU businesses, in particular to the SMEs. As digital finance, however, cuts across borders, it also leads to potential to enhance financial market integration in the banking union and the capital markets union, and therefore strengthening the Europe's economic and monetary union. So that's why the European Commission adopted the digital finance package, as you know, in September 2020, with the main objective to achieve a competitive EU financial sector with access to innovative financial products, while at the same time ensuring consumer protection and financial stability. So we believe that the financial regulation and the supervision must ensure that all risks are properly covered along, as we say, the same activity, same risk, and same rules principle. So with the digital finance agenda, we have the 4 strategic priorities: to overcome fragmentation, to boost digital innovation, to promote data-driven finance, and to tackle challenges linked to the digital transformation, such as the cyber risks. Back to 2020, the strategy included 2 regulations. One was on the crypto assets, and one on distributed, and the one on the digital resilience, as well as distributed ledger technology, the DLT pilot regime, which is already operational. So the market in crypto assets, MiCA, was agreed by the EU legislators last June. As you know, MiCA is a comprehensive legal framework for the supervision of stable coins, asset referred tokens, and e-money tokens in the EU terminology, of other types of crypto assets, as well as of crypto asset service providers. The publication of MiCA is expected before the summer, after the approval of the European Parliament in April last month, and the entry into application is foreseen 12 months. It's foreseen in 12 months, the stablecoin rules, and 18 months for other parts after the publication. Very briefly on our other projects, the EU Digital Operational Resilience Regulation, the DORA, establishes an oversight framework for critical ICT third-party providers, and will strengthen financial firms' ability to withstand problems with the technology upon which they increasingly rely. DORA, on the other hand, will start applying as of January 2025, after the European supervisory authorities have delivered the 13 draft technical standards as mandated by the regulation, DORA. The Commission is also working on a European financial sector data space and intends to propose,
the stage of being ignored. The big players, the institutions, the regulators simply ignored it for a long period of time, actually. Then it was dismissed. So it was no longer ignored, but it was viewed as something minor.
Is on its way. With the digital finance platform, we want to improve the ability for innovative business models to scale up across the EU, and this is also a project that we are moving forward it's very high on our agenda. Finally, the Commission cooperates with the European Central Bank on the possible introduction of a digital euro to provide citizens and businesses with a safe, secure, innovative, and competitive means of making their daily payments. Whilst the decision to introduce a digital euro or not belongs to the European Central Bank, the Commission will propose the legislation necessary to accompany a digital euro later this year. We are working now on this very actively. Now, very, very short on MiCA. As already mentioned, EU co-legislators agreed on an EU regulation on markets on MiCA on the 13th June last year, which is a big milestone in delivering on our digital finance package of September 2020. MiCA will protect consumers, the market integrity, financial stability, and we proposed actually MiCA because existing EU law did not adequately regulated these products. And regulators had fragmented information on these markets, and there was no enough consumer protection. The MiCA framework covers the issuance of crypto assets, the requirement for crypto asset service providers, and the supervision of issuers and service providers. MiCA is seeking to provide legal certainty for innovators to allow them to navigate financial legislation and scale across the EU. But beyond this, focuses on three main principles. The first one is the market integrity, and then the consumer and the protection, and the financial stability, if and when crypto assets acquire a market presence where they might trigger stability issues. MiCA will apply to issuers of crypto assets and crypto asset service providers. It also has specific rules in place for issuers of the stable coins, as these have a higher likelihood of being used for payments and would therefore become systemic, requiring appropriate safeguards to be in place. I don't know whether I should enter more into details or
I would say not at this moment.
Yeah, if there are some questions further on in discussion, to let the other panelists take the floor.
I would rather go with the flow, and thanks a lot, Ludmila. To me, the biggest question, I don't know, if it appeared in public positions of European Commission officials or not, is whether, if you'd be to weigh two type of reasons why MiCA came into place, which one do you think weighted more? Because, it could be that MiCA appeared because there was concern over potential, financial instability, contamination of the traditional financial system, consumer protection, and so on. So that's like a defensive type of legislation, yeah? But could be also a different type of reasoning if we look at how Europe is positioning in terms of technology. I think European Union is trying to position itself as a leader in terms of how we legislate technological developments, yeah? So that is offense, yeah? What if you can share with us, what is your feeling? Is MiCA more of a defense type of legislation or offense?
I fully agree that indeed there are many reasons behind the MiCA, but I wouldn't probably go too much into a war terminology because at the end our aim is to really protect our consumers and to propose the best possible products that we can have. And we saw what happened with the recent crypto asset market turmoil, which also shows how important the introduction of MiCA was. I would say the aim was really to promote the soundness of the entire crypto asset market by rooting out the bad actors also, and providing this consumer and investor protection, while at the same time setting the whole organizational, operational, prudential requirements for these crypto asset providers, and also very importantly to prevent the market abuse that would in turn limit the risks to consumers.
Thank you. I
the
think
market impact. But indeed, maybe both. The answer will be both.
My reading, if I would be to phrase it, is that actually what happened here is we as Europeans played offense by putting our defense in order. Yeah, but that's my reading of it. Zooming in now, so we had the perspective from the European Commission, which I think it was worthwhile to dedicate time, because I really think the European Commission is the hero of these days in terms of putting together MiCA. Yeah, that's not a small task, and like as I said, US is still far away from that. Yeah, they are still in the phase where they are, so to say, regulating by enforcement. Yeah, which is very criticized manner to regulate. Yeah, so I'm now zooming in and coming, I would say, in a logical fashion from the European Commission level to our local regulators and supervisors. And Raluca, I'm looking at you in terms of, you're the head of oversight in the National Bank of Romania of payments. I would be very curious to hear your perspective over this regulation that is soon to come into place, but which is in reality regulating an existing reality. Okay, we live in a world where under MiCA, stable coins would have to be issued only by banks and e-money institutions, which are players already monitored and supervised by National Bank of Romania based on a European legal framework. But we also live in a world where, I think it was 2 weeks ago, when a SocGen subsidiary in France announced the launch of a euro stablecoin based on a public blockchain, which is Ethereum. Yeah, so interesting times. How do you perceive them from being in the role you are in National Bank of Romania?
Yeah, indeed, MiCA, it's very welcome also by the NBR. We took part of the negotiation. It took a long to actually have this final version of the act. But we are actually very glad that this happens. We think that the actual structure addresses the principal risks that are in the market today. I think that MiCA is also an element showing innovation-friendly approach by the EU authorities and by the national authorities. So not only feeling fear about something that is very strange, let's say very new in this ecosystem, which actually it is, it's very new. And yeah, indeed, in maybe some years ago, regulators had this approach to regulate by blocking innovation if they don't understand. I think that in the last years, NBR showed that we are changing our approach. We are actually trying to understand innovation, to enable and support innovation. You know that we have a FinTech Innovation Hub at NBR. We have some projects on regulatory sandbox also. So yeah, MiCA, it's very welcome. We, let's say, from our point of view, having in mind financial stability, monetary policy, the main roles of the NBR, of course, for EMTs, the central bank, we will be responsible. They will be issued by credit institution, by money institution. They will have the same, let's say, or similar characteristic as e-money, as we understand e-money today. we will support and we will have these competencies in licensing and supervising them. We already participate in EBA in order to write the the regulatory technical standards for this type of transaction and also for the reporting, which is not actually easy. Yeah, it felt like actually negotiating MiCA was the tough job, but right now we are feeling that the tough job it's coming. It's not about regulating; it's about supervising and
because MiCA is more about the principles, the core principles of how these entities will operate, but the details, yeah, of the reporting and so on.
Coming. The details are coming, and we had some experience with PSD2 when the actually technical requirements, let's say, put some constraints on the market and some obstacles, and this is something that we will not to have again in the market. We still, let's say, don't have a final position about how the MiCA competencies will be split between authorities. It's something that, yeah, indeed, it's under discussion.
Notably, the regulation is not pushing into one direction or another.
Yeah.
But I would say indirectly, you know, when MiCA is indicating to us that, you know, certain type of tokens, stable coins would only be issued by credit institutions and e-money institution, I think the competent authority is pretty much obvious, right?
That's why for us it's clear that EMTs will be under our powers, under MBR jurisdiction, and we will be involved in supervising and licensing these entities. We look also on other type of, let's say, cryptos, but still it's very, very soon to say how this will split between us and other authorities. I think for the moment it's important to have this in mind, that we are open. We want to support innovation. We want to understand the technologies. We are not trying to block the innovation in the Romanian market. I think what happened in the last 10 years showed that also the authorities understood that they have to support and enable the innovation. That's why crypto assets market wasn't regulated since the beginning. You know, if you look back in times, you will see that the first risk that it was addressed, it was the IML risk. Yeah, putting some obligation in order to actually increase transparency from this point of view. Right now, yeah, because indeed crypto assets market, it's evolved a lot in the last years. It's important to address other risks as investors risk, transparency and financial stability, market integrity. That's why today we have MiCA. So it's something that it's needed, and I think also that players, from stakeholders from this market, need these rules.
And most of them want to have a clear framework, because it's only helping them, I say, to interact with the other well-established institutions like banks. I mean, you know, I'm not going to ask you for a point of view, but it is known in the Romanian market that it's kind of difficult for players from the crypto space to actually, you know, find a bank to serve their needs. I mean, you know, just to pay their taxes and so on, you need to have a bank account for that. And many of the players are saying, okay, now that the regulation is coming, we will be able to get a license, and this should hopefully give comfort to the banks to operate with us.
Exactly, but I have to say that it's not in the Romanian market, this issue, it's in the whole Europe. Because, you know, banks, yeah, indeed, they have to look at the AML risk. And it's very difficult for them to have a relation with a client which actually is not regulated, and it's posing some of the risk.
And it is crucial for the players in this market to understand that in order to be able to interact with the banks, they need to comply with the AML, KYC, whatever other rules applicable to them. Yeah.
Exactly, and I think that actually the local authorities will have an important role in actually supporting the new players to understand the rules, because yeah, it's something that you write the rules, you have the rules, but other thing is actually understanding and complying with the rules. So this
which are also ever evolving, yeah? I mean,
exactly.
Let's also say that.
Yeah.
I think FATF updated twice its guidelines on crypto, but it's good that we have them. And now we have AML Directive 6, which is actually broaden the spectrum of entities which become reporting entities, you know, from the cryptos. Basically align it with MiCA. Yeah.
Yeah, but this will bring legal certainty for this type of institution and actually supporting them to evolve more in the market.
And then Ludmila mentioned also DORA, the Digital Operational Resilience Act, also applies to crypto participants,
Yes.
notably.
So today we are seeing that crypto assets, stakeholders, and also traditional players deciding to enter into this world are actually trying to be supported but also regulated in the same way as the traditional one. If you want to have the same big important role as a credit institution, you have to understand that you have also the rules and the requirements to comply with. So
not being a BNR representative, I can be a bit more poetic. If you want to reinvent money, you have to expect yourself to be treated like people who issue or deal with money. Yeah, and in a way, decentralized finance. I mean, that's the base idea of 10 years ago. Like, let's reinvent the financial system. This is what attracted me, to be honest, being a banking lawyer forever. Yeah, but when you have this claim, when you put in public the claim that we are reinventing the financial system, then you should not be shocked that the states are expecting you and the regulators are expecting you to apply the same rules.
And to behave in some very regulated manner.
So thank you, Raluca. Thanks a lot. I think there's a word of cautiousness addressed to the market participants. There's a huge wave of regulation coming over the entire crypto space, and I'm saying huge. That means tens of thousands of pages. Yeah, MiCA alone has hundreds of pages, but then you have DORA, you have AML directives, you have a lot of you'll have the RTSs that are going to come out. So it's a huge wave of regulation, which means everybody will have to strengthen their compliance, yeah. But it's also about helping the crypto normalizing a bit the discussion, yeah. Because until recently, the discussion about crypto was viewed as something rogue, more like is it even legal? Can you even do that? Yeah. Now we enter into the zone of more legal clarity and so on. And just one last remark on what you said. You spoke about innovation, Raluca. And I think in payments, in central banks, you are probably one of the most, the payments departments are probably one of the most accustomed with the word innovation. Because when PSD, the Payment Services Directive, came out, something unimaginable happened. Yeah? Payments were always one of the activities reserved for banks, were a monopoly of the banks. And suddenly we have, many years ago, PSD, and then years later, PSD2, which come and say, well, other entities than banks can also do payments. Wow. I was like, how come? That's interesting. Yeah. And then under PSD2, it came and says, we can also have PISPs, Payment Information Service Providers, and Account Information Service Providers. So entities which are not banks, are not even payment institutions, not e-money issuers, but they can have access and they can initiate payments into the bank accounts. So the innovation, I would say, in the payments is probably the area with the highest pace of growth, of innovation in the banking system, right? So I think MiCA is just continuing that trend.
We are feeling this.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. I think there are plenty of licensing files with National Bank of Romania for payment institutions. Good. I think it's very natural from the National Bank of Romania, yeah, to move to the other suspect of choice. Yeah, I'm saying suspect of choice because MiCA is not prescriptive in terms of who should be the regulators. Yeah, so but we are looking and we're saying, okay, it looks a bit like e-money legislation, so maybe it's National Bank of Romania, but it also looks a bit like capital markets legislation because it speaks about white papers, which sound a bit like prospectus. It speaks about market abuse, which sounds like capital markets. It speaks about intermediation, transmission of orders. They all look like a bit like MiFID type of things, yeah. So obviously, Romanian Securities Commission is a suspect of choice. I mean, Tudor, what's your view? How is ASF, how is our Romanian Supervisory Financial Authority, yeah, looking at MiCA?
Well, first of all, we're very glad MiCA was adopted by the Parliament. It will bring clarity and transparency to this market. And it's very good also for the people investing in crypto, not just the people developing crypto, let's put it this way. In terms of, attributions, We at ASF currently we're like dealing with supervising and regulating financial instruments. MiCA is totally the opposite of this. Actually, even at the beginning, when you start to issue a white paper or something, you have to make a statement that whatever you're issuing is not a financial instrument. So as my colleague said, it's an area we're still looking into it. We're going to have some attributions. We have to see how we split the attributions between different authorities. There is also the technical part that you have to look at, not just the policy and the regulation and supervision and so on. So there are a lot of aspects that you have to look at this. For us, it's very important, as I said, the part at the beginning, let's put it of MiCA, when you have to split between financial instruments and crypto assets of other types. As I said, this is the thing that we're seeing actually at this point in the market that there are ideas where people come with some of, let's say, assets, crypto assets, which tend to be financial instruments, but on a tokenized form. So yeah, there has to be...
I'm kind of glad you're saying that because it happens to us that we interact with clients, yeah? And we tell to some of them, guys, you know, what you're here, you know, I mean, is not per se mentioned in the law that is a financial instrument, but, you know, it kind of, if it looks like a duck, if it walks like a duck, you know?
Yes, this is a big issue. Currently there is an RTS or a guide actually developed by the ESMA on this topic. So we're looking forward to it. Everybody's working on it. But yes, we need the clarity also in this region. As you said, we're looking at them. But in general, yeah, if it has the characteristics of a financial instrument, most probably it will be a financial instrument. And yes, and then you have to switch to the financial instrument legislation.
Because MiCA basically says, look, if it's financial instrument, go to MiFID, go to the whole capital markets legislation. Don't, you know, stop reading MiCA and go there. Yeah. But I would really appreciate, I think it could be of interest for the audience, yeah, generally, broadly speaking. So if you have, let's say, a company, a startup who is considering to implement a token-based business model, yeah, so they are going to issue a token, yeah. They maybe go to a lawyer and, you know, one lawyer says, gives them a legal opinion to them, says this is not a financial instrument. They go to another lawyer who says, I think this could be a financial instrument. So they're a bit puzzled, you know. Can they come and knock at the door of the regulator and, you know, have an informed discussion?
Well, we encourage them. This is why even set up, we have a fintech hub for 5 years almost already. We encourage them to come in an early stage so they can have clarity with as regards to this aspect, so not to waste time and money going in a wrong direction. Maybe they're not ready to be regulated, fully regulated, because, as I said, financial instruments come with a very strong regulation, let's put it, and incumbents are not ready at this point. But yes, we engage in talks with them, we discuss, we try to understand their business models, and we're trying to explain them exactly where their ideas interfere with the, let's say, current regulation and where it can be areas that they need to be more attentive to it, pay more attention to it, and then maybe they can rethink their idea or they can join us on an official channel and be a financial instrument.
Yes, I think this is very important, and you know, I think it's our job in a way to raise the awareness of the market that people should look into that, because some of the innovators may not be aware that, but the potential sanctions, if you know, in certain circumstances, if you issue financial instruments without a prospectus, yeah, the sanctions could be really, really bad. Yes. They could range from, you know, getting a warning, getting a fine. A fine could be small or very large, but you could also have the transaction dismantled. That would be the extreme risk, yeah. And you know, it's obviously much better that you discuss early, you engage early in the discussions with the regulator.
Yes,
yeah.
We encourage them. That's why we have this, as I said, fintech hub set up. We already had some talks with companies on subjects similar to this, and explain them how their ideas actually interfere with the current regulation and how this would imply for them in the future.
So thank you for that. The topic today is indeed MiCA, but I wouldn't forgive myself if I would have a panel with a representative of the Securities Commission well, I keep calling it Securities Commission because between 97 and 2000 I was a stockbroker, and at the time it was called Securities Commission. Now it's the Financial Supervisory Authority. But I would really not forgive myself if I wouldn't ask you to discuss a bit about the DLT pilot regime. Yeah, because they somehow, they're not the same thing. MiCA is dealing with crypto assets. The DLT pilot regime is more about market infrastructure, and it's not necessarily blockchain. It could be blockchain, but it's broadly speaking distributed ledger technology. But we are actually seeing people in the market who would be interested, let's say, to set up a secondary market in let's say, token-based securities. Yeah. So then you kind of need a DLT infrastructure for that, because the current, settlement system, which is, banking-based, would not really help you. So how are you as capital markets regulator looking at this DLT pilot regime, and, do we have any experiments in Romania? Are any people interested in experimenting with it?
Well, at this point, we haven't received any official notice that they are interested in applying for this regime. Even from the early stages it was adopted, I think it was last year in March, and we started talks with different associations. We tried to present it and discuss, tell them about the opportunities, how we see it, and most important that we are open to discussions, because it's something new both for them as well for us. So we have to be more open and more understanding, let's put it this way, especially in the early stages. Basically, you can see this DLT pilot regime as a European regulatory sandbox for market infrastructures based on DLT. Yes, and it applies to 3 types of financial instruments. They keep it more simple, let's say, shares, bonds, and units. And there are some thresholds for them. This is an aspect that we're looking at, because we can set the thresholds at national level. We have this opportunity. We are in a process of coming out with a regulation to present these thresholds. So we encourage everybody, when this will come, to send their opinion. As I said, we are open to discussions. And yeah.
Many thanks. A joint question before we move to the advisors' angles. Yeah, I would say a joint question from my end for both, supervisory authorities here, National Bank of Romania and Financial Supervisory Authority. We have this, a massive body of regulation regulating the market in crypto assets coming. How ready are, National Bank of Romania, Financial Supervisory Authority, in terms of, institutional capacity, with dealing with these new regulations?
Okay. Yeah. Let's say that for the time being, we don't have an answer. We had to admit that it's something that is very new, with a lot of challenges for us as authorities. It depends on how actually the competencies will split at the end. But we are trying, we already started a discussion with our colleagues, so we are trying to move very fast in order to see how things will look into the Romanian market and to adapt. But for sure this will, it will be very challenging for us as authority. You know that also the EBA stated publicly that they have some challenges in actually finding the proper stuff to
I think it was
deal
1 or 2 years ago.
yeah,
to such a statement.
dealing with crypto assets world. So it's something that indeed is very, very new, and we are already seeing this at the working groups, writing regulatory standards about something that is very abstract from the point of view of the regulators. It's very hard. And also the discussion are trying to be open, not to put, as I said before, obligation in order to block or to add additional obstacles for the players, but also to have some information, because it's something about reporting and this type, in order to understand the ecosystem and to see the risk, to identify the risk. Yeah, because this is our job. You know, the regulators are not supposed to be best friend with stakeholders, but still we are trying to support innovation, but we have to look at the risk to protect people who are investing in these assets, but also this is our job not only in relation with crypto assets. Yeah, so we are not actually being more tough about this subject. We have the same approach also with other institutions, let's say also traditional institutions as banks. So it's the same approach actually. We are treating them the same. Is no difference from this point of view. But this will be a very, very challenging task for the central bank.
Thank you, Raluca. Tudor?
Yes, I have to say it's also a very challenging task for us also. And as you said, it's not just MiCA, which is a huge regulation, but the thing is the RTSs that come with it, and you have to develop them, understand them, put them into application, and so on. And yes, besides also the traditional activities that we do, as you said, as you mentioned in the beginning, there's also the technical part of the whole innovation process, and we have to deal with it. And for example, even this DLT pilot regime comes with a lot of technicalities that, let's say, will make us develop faster. But yes, it's a continuous process. We're trying to get as many people involved in the authority to read MiCA, understand it, and grow with it.
So I would say it's probably safe to say that at this moment, both National Bank but also the Financial Supervisory Authority, they continue to build up the capacities, right? It is a topic, it is monitored. You are, looking into it and participating in the, regulatory drafting discussions and so on.
Exactly.
And in my mind, it also will depend on the market. Yeah, I mean, if we will have significant players, whether from traditional finance, I gave the example of a large, massive European bank who came up with a stable coin. Yeah, so if we will have players either from the TradFi or from the new ecosystem, I think that will probably stimulate the regulators too. Yeah. If there's not going to be that much local activity, I guess the regulators can also focus on other priorities, right? Thanks a lot. So we went from zoom out and we zoomed in, and now we continue with to zoom in. And Elisaveta, you are focusing your entire activity on MiCA as a consultant, yeah. And you have looked into this ecosystem across Europe, yeah. So I think it would be of interest to share with us some thoughts in terms of how is this perceived in various European countries, but also what do you think will be the interaction between MiCA and the national existing legislation? Yeah. Are we going to have a conflict of laws? Are we going to have a synergy?
Yes.
What's going to happen?
Yes, very relevant question, and the question you asked just before was also very good, because we have this whole regulation that is there, that is more than 500 pages, and we have the regulators working on it, we have the actors, stakeholders, and we are putting this pressure on them to ask them, are you ready for MiCA, are you compliant, etc. But like you said, are the regulators ready? And this is one of the most important one, because we have all these rules, all these new concepts that needs to be understood and grasped by them in order to regulate what will happen. So this is one thing. The stakeholder, they come to me, they ask me, okay, we have this regulation, what do we do now to be compliant? So we are lawyers, consultants, we are in between, trying to bridge the gap between what regulators want and how things need to be in order for stakeholders, service providers to be compliant to it. Right now I'm from Brussels, so it's very interesting because I'm in between everyone. I'm in between the regulators, I'm in between lawyers starting to work on this, consultant, and also the service providers who are coming to me asking me, okay, MiCA is entering into force very, very soon. How will this year and a half, how it will look like? And this is, even though MiCA can seem clear, it is clear for sure, but we are still, as consultant, lawyers and professionals in the field, in between. We don't have enough clarity yet because we need the RTS, but at the same time, we need also to help our clients solve their issues, help them, advise them the best we can. So here we have two conflicted, I would say, scenarios, which is the first one, MiCA is the passporting of all, across all European Union, meaning when you have the MiCA license, you can offer your services across all member states. Then you have, like you mentioned, the national also jurisdiction about crypto assets. So how they will communicate between them, it will depend on each country. That's why for me it's very interesting to come to Romania, to come to Luxembourg, to Italy, to understand the regulator's position as well, because what I advise to my client is to go in jurisdiction where they are crypto friendly, they embrace crypto, and they also have experience with licensing, which is very important because, like I said, people will come. We have, I think, to this day, 1,500, 2,000 VASP licensing across Europe.
Just for the audience, so VASP stands for Virtual Asset Service Providers. The other acronym used, they are not entirely identical, but I would say 80% identical. CASPs, which is Crypto Asset Service Providers.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, thank you for precising. And so you have all those entities who are already licensing and the ones who are not. So the question is, okay, now we have this regulation. How is it working in practice? What can we do to be compliant? Because they want to be compliant. So you have many, they have this will to be compliant. What do we do now? Do we go to a national jurisdiction and we comply to it, meaning we remove the opportunity to offer services across all other member states? So we choose, for instance, Romania or France or Malta, or we kind of just see what's going on. We start to be compliant to MiCA without applying for national license, and that's way when MiCA came into application, then we are almost ready. I would say we're 70% ready, and then when we have the RTS, we can be more compliant. So it's a huge challenge.
Elizabeth, I would actually be thrilled to have a debate about that, because I have a bit of contrarian views on some of the points, in the sense that there is an article in MiCA, I think 130 something, which speaks about transitioning from national licensing regime to MiCA regime, and I personally see an advantage in terms of getting a license under national law. Why? Because it's going to be clear that you can prevail yourself for the grandfathering provisions, so you can continue your activity, while if you operate in a country where you didn't have a license, you just operated, I think it's debatable whether you can avail of the transitioning period. And also, if the licensing is in a jurisdiction which has a law which is similar to MiCA, I think it's going to be much easier for those players to get a MiCA license.
Yes, you're totally right. I think it depends.
Once MiCA is in place, I fully agree with you. Everybody will need to have the MiCA license and passport it.
But you're right, you're totally right, and I think it will depend on national jurisdiction already putting into place. If you have some country, they already have this smooth transition already into place, a good thing. So then you can go apply for the national license and then go to MiCA, to the general one. However, not all the 27 member states have this national jurisdiction. No. So that's what I mean. So it will depend, I would say, on the business model of the crypto asset service provider, the goal where the target audience is. So, for instance, if they have customer in Romania, of course, I will advise them, okay, go then to have the national license here. But if they don't, it's debatable, because if
they don't have here, then they're not really subject
I would say start to do your compliance. And I would say the role of regulators is not to punish those who are starting this process. Even though they don't have a national license, they will not go after those service providers who are actually making the effort and just wait for MiCA to come into application. So I think it will depend, and the clients I have, it's always about what is your business model, where is your audience is, what are your goals in the next few years, and then we kind of brainstorm, and then that's why for me it's important to be in many countries in Europe to understand what for you will work best. But there is no one big answer for what's the best jurisdiction. It's really depending on each business model.
And also I would say, this idea that we can just do forum shopping, jurisdiction shopping has its own limits, because in reality, I may set up a business in Liechtenstein or wherever else, but if I do my business in Romania, that's going to be an interesting discussion with the Romanian regulators, where I would be saying, no, I'm from Liechtenstein. Well, your actual place of management is here, your clients are here, you render services here, so we need to have a talk. Thank you very much. Alex, As a lawyer focused on this area, I'm sure you have a lot of insights, and you know, as Elisaveta mentioned, we have 500 pages of MiCA, so trying to select any topic is a challenging task. But you know, in my mind, clearly one topic of interest is like with where do capital markets start from? Well, from a company issuing securities, whether it's shares or bonds. That's where the capital market starts from. Yeah. Similarly, you know, where do crypto assets start from? Well, you need to have somebody issuing the tokens. We leave aside Bitcoin because we all have the full mystery discussion about Satoshi Nakamoto. But under MiCA, yeah, I mean, what would be your advice to, you know, an entrepreneur who is looking to issue tokens?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Andrei. Basically, we are dealing now with the paradigm shift. You all mentioned about the European Commission and how it helped evolving the legislation. I should start by saying that, you know, this is what is called the so-called Brussels effect. So MiCA really is bringing to the table across the world some new principles which are, you know, good from the point of the token issuers as well. As we know, in the world of crypto, it was a wild, wild west until recently. So, you know, we are trying to, I mean, the regulators are trying to tame this new world by bringing MiCA into perspective. And just to very briefly to touch upon the topic that you raised with Lisa, is the fact that I would perceive a sort of a differentiation between token issuers. So token issuers are the creators of the crypto market. Without token issuers and consumers, we wouldn't talk about MiCA today. So, you know, they are the most relevant because innovation stems from projects which are brought to the market. And then you have crypto asset service providers, or so-called CASPs. So for token issuers, during this transitional period, some of the advisors, and I'm one of them, is like, as long as you follow the consumer protection regulation, AML regulation in your home jurisdiction where you launch the token, go ahead. Once MiCA comes into force after the 18 months, then you should be definitely, you know, super MiCA compliant. Another advice is that try to do your white papers a la MiCA. Even if you're going to launch the token now, it might provide you benefits for the future. It brings clarity. It also brings a clear perspective of the rights that you're giving to the consumer. So the person who's buying your token knows the rights because you need to put it in the white paper. While before that, you know, it was all about, you know, let's just create a community, we'll find I don't know, we'll develop a software.
We'll do something.
We'll do something, yeah, you know. And if you're not like us, you're not a crypto bro and stuff like that. So things are changing now.
And I think the comment you made, like, you know, people should try to observe the criteria in the white paper according to MiCA by now. I would say, especially since they are, if you read them, they are quite common sense. Is nothing outrageous there. Is really things that any decent person asking other people to give him or her money to do something with them should be able to explain to the other people.
That's correct. That's correct. And that's the typical question that us lawyers working on projects like this is, after, you know, a startup presents you a complicated structure, then it boils down to what rights are you giving to the consumer via that token. So that's important. On the CASPs, you're right. I mean, Romania, unfortunately, will not have most probably a clear licensing path until the MiCA comes into force. Let's see. Maybe for crypto exchanges, we'll have something with the new government ordinance. But even there, just, you know, to make a quick point on there specifically. In order to get licensing as a crypto exchange in Romania, you'll need to have a bank account prior to going to the authority. While on the other hand, if you go to the banks, they say, wow, it's great, we have a licensing regime. So once you get authorization, you can come to us and we will open a bank account. So it's the chicken and egg issue. So that's, I'm really curious how this will unfold in the next couple of months, because that's you know, it's a deep issue for most of the CAS providers. 3 points I would want to make on how MiCA will change the landscape for the token issuers. So just to be clear, issuance means offering the token, but also the marketing of the token. And in terms of discipline, also the advisory services, marketing services are now regulating under MiCA. It was not like, yeah, you know, I just like the product, so I advertise it to my 1 million database of users, consumers, but I don't have anything to do with the project. This is changing with MiCA, so we'll have more, you know, responsibility also from all stakeholders who are dealing with issuance of the tokens. So maybe one of the most important parts is the fact that we have some clear obligations and rights for the token issuers in the MiCA. It starts from transparency. It starts from, and it's not a simple word. I mean, it's not an empty word. It's writing a good white paper. The white paper needs to be clear, because unless it's clear, you have some cause of action for liability stemming from MiCA. So if you are writing or omitting information which is fundamental or relevant, you can be, as a manager, but also as a, you know, as the company who's issuing the tokens, or the management body of the company has strict liability there. So that's very important. Then, even if we mention that maybe ASFE will not be involved in MiCA, there will be the need to have a legal opinion of whether the token is a financial instrument or not, whether it's e-money or not, or if this token is a sort of a deposit scheme. So another thing which is changing now, which personally I like it, but I dislike it at the same time, is that token issuers will need to heavily rely on lawyers as well, because only in the for the white paper notification you need at least like 3 legal opinions. You can bundling in, you know, maybe in 1 legal opinion or in 3, but definitely, you know, compliance, it's a very important matter. Last point here, so liability, we mentioned it. We mentioned that you cannot do market abuses, as you know, the crypto world have seen a lot in the recent years, and the new concept of the best interest of the holder. So companies token issuers will need to be very careful and cautious on how they want to structure their business model in order to ensure consumer protection, which is not covered. DeFi is not covered. DAOs are not covered. We will need legal entities in order to operate as token insurance. So DAOs will need to think about legal wrapping, and the right of withdrawal, which again is from an operational standpoint might be quite tricky.
Many thanks. Many thanks. Maybe just one last remark in my end by reference to what you said. Yes, DeFi, which again for the non-crypto people in the audience stands for decentralized finance, is not covered per se in MiCA, provided that is fully decentralized. What exactly means fully decentralized, MiCA doesn't say, and there are a number of people who thought about that, and my personal view is that a lot of so-called DEXs, decentralized exchanges, may fail the test of being fully decentralized, but life will show. And another thing, just as a closing remark, after having, you know, National Bank, Securities Commission here, but also the advisors and lawyers, for the people in the crypto space, the things that MiCA mentioned might look new, weird, appropriate, exaggerated, depending on with which eyes they look into. I have to say that for me, after 25 years in banking and capital markets, most of them are natural to be there. The content of a white paper is actually a fraction from what you have to put into a prospectus when you issue securities, yeah? So to be honest, the regulator was quite light on the white paper, and it clearly shows to me that they understand that the industry has to evolve, to take on board knowledge and to develop, yeah? The regulations about stable coins and capital adequacy requirements for intermediaries, for issuers, you know, go and check the e-money legislation, go and check the banking legislation, go and check the securities intermediaries legislations. You know, you'll find those things there. Actually, you'll find maybe even more. Yeah? Yeah. So in reality, what we have is the legacy financial system, banking and capital markets, which looked into a new thing, a new phenomenon, yeah, acknowledged is new, which is interesting because again, in US at least, you know, the securities regulator does not seem to acknowledge this is a new phenomenon. It's continuing to trying to apply legislation from the 1930s, and you know, that's their view, and they have a lot of court cases, and by the way, they win a lot, yeah, so we should acknowledge that, yeah. But European regulators said, no, this is new, but it looks like banking, it looks like e-money, it looks like payments, and it looks like capital markets, so we're going to legislate it in a similar manner, yeah. On that note, I want to thank very much, first of all, to the organizer for putting this together, but Ludmila, many thanks. I'm sorry because, you know, being remote, let's say the interaction was not as maybe as frequent as with the other panelists, but much appreciated to hear the perspective from, you know, from where the MICA was elaborated by, let's put it this way. Yeah? And I really liked you put it in the context of the digital package, yeah, the European digital package, yeah, because MICA is not an isolated piece of legislation. Many thanks, Raluca, for bringing us the National Bank's perspective. Many thanks, Tudor, for bringing the Securities Commission perspective, you know, key players in normalizing the discussion about this ecosystem. And many thanks, Elisabetta and Alex, for bringing the advisor and lawyer's perspective. On that note, thank you for your patience with us. Hope it was interesting, and we pass the floor to the next panel.
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Yoav Sofer, so it wasn't such a terrible pronunciation. Actually passed the bar for me. Happy to speak to you this morning. I wish I could be there. I've visited Romania as a tourist, never on a professional basis, and would have been great to meet the very vibrant fintech ecosystem up there. Maybe some other time, I guess. So happy to speak about Project Icebreaker today. So maybe without further ado, I'll just try and share my presentation. See if I can do it correctly. Okay. So just to make sure this is okay, this is my opening slide. Please, if you can let me know if you can see that I am switching slides. Can anyone give me an indication on that? Okay, I'll just hope we are okay.
It's perfect.
Okay, thank you. So, so I will speak about Project Icebreaker. Just before that, maybe to give you a bit of very brief overview about the reasons we're thinking about the CBDC over here in Israel. So actually, we have published a report within our project by now about 2 years ago, where we had stated 6 possible motivations for why Israel may want to issue a CBDC. The first one is competition against existing and perhaps also future means of payments in the digital era. The second is innovation. CBDC could support innovation in payments. The third is redundancy and resilience of the payment system in Israel. Another one is privacy. There's this whole discussion regarding how CBDCs may actually be able to support the end users' ability to pay with a bit of a higher level of privacy than we have in existing digital payments today. And in Israel, we also have this motivation to support the government's policy to struggle with the underground of the illicit economy. Last but not least, very important motivation that we had is to support efficient and inexpensive infrastructure for cross-border payments for Israel. Israelis travel a lot, buy a lot online. We're a very open economy, and cross-border payments are very important for us. So I may speak about some of these motivations in the panel after this talk, but let me try and focus for a few minutes on this issue of cross-border payments and how CBDCs could be used with them. Since this is one of our motivations, so within our project, we're actually looking for partners to explore this topic, and we're very happy to find partners for this issue within Project Icebreaker. By the way, the report regarding the project was published just a few weeks ago, so if you prefer reading the report and taking a coffee break right now instead of listening to me, that's fine with me. Project Icebreaker is a joint web project for ourselves within the Innovation Hub of the Bank of International Settlements and the central banks of Norway and Sweden. By the way, it is not for any reason to think that that Israel, Norway, and Sweden may have more cross-border transactions than other countries. These were just three central banks for whom it was realistic at this point of our CBDC explorations to join forces in this project. It could have been any number of countries within around the world who could have joined forces in the project. And hopefully, if the format or the model that we have developed within this project will come to reality, it could include theoretically all countries in the world, or at least all countries that will decide to issue retail CBDCs. So let's quickly go to the problem. Why did we even do this? Why do we even here in Israel have cross-border payments as a motivation within our CBDC project? So as we all know, while domestic payments have in the last several years become relatively cheap, easy, straightforward in many countries, cross-border payments remain relatively complicated and expensive. The World Bank, for example, records that follows the cost of making a remittance transfer. So like if you want to send $200 from one country to the other, so we can see the cost has decreased significantly over the last 20 years or so, from around 10% to around 7%. But hey, this is still a very, very high figure, right? If someone is making a living in one country and they want to send their salary to their family in the other country, losing 7% of your salary just for making the cross-border payment is a lot. And even if we talk about e-commerce and tourism and credit cards, fees are not insignificant. There are several reasons for why cross-border payments are relatively complicated. First of all, the domestic systems have developed separately, and there are different technical systems. There are different regulations in each country that actually impose hurdles on how can you make the transaction between countries. For example, different AML regulations. There are different working hours. In Israel, for example, we work Sunday through Thursday. In East Asia, they may work, of course, Monday through Friday, like in many other parts of the world. And then if you're sending a transaction in Israel Thursday afternoon, it may only reach, the office hours in the other country in Monday morning, for example. This is, of course, to the extreme. And it has been documented that sometimes cross-border transactions can even take more than a week to get from one part of the world to the other. A lot of the problem actually lies within what we call the correspondent banking model. So let's assume that Alice lives in Israel, for example, and she wants to buy something from a store in Romania. So she wants to make a transfer, and she just assumes that the funds will just move directly from her bank in Israel to the e-commerce's bank in Romania. Of course, this is not the case, because usually banks in Israel and in Romania will not have direct relationships between them. So the transaction would need to go, it would not go as in this arrow, it would not go directly from one bank to the other. It would need to go through at least one correspondent bank that has a relationship with the bank in Israel, and then probably another correspondent bank that has a relationship with the bank in Romania, and only then the transaction will be completed. And it would usually take, as I said, a very long time. It could take hours, days, sometimes even weeks. And this is, by the way, the happy path. This is when all goes well. But of course, all of these banks in the middle are risky institutions because, you know, banks are institutions that bear risk. They bear a credit risk and a counterparty risk. And if, we hope not, but of course, but if something happens along the chain to one of the institutions that is involved in the transaction, then of course, there could be a much higher perceived risk. So usually it's not that the transaction would not go through, but this is a risk that we are paying for in the fees that we are paying for the cross-border transactions. So just to think about for a minute how great it would have been if we could just use cash instead of the correspondent banking model, because, you know, cash, two people can just pay it directly to each other, right? Cash has some very interesting characteristics. First of all, the transaction would be immediate. It wouldn't take weeks. It wouldn't take days. It wouldn't take minutes, okay? The money just goes from my hand to your hand and the transaction is immediate. It would require no intermediaries, okay? I don't need a bank. I don't need a PSP. All that I need in order to make a cash transaction is I need a hand and a pocket. Okay, I don't need, I do not rely on any other institution. Cash is, of course, bears no risk, assuming that you are able to, you know, recognize the security features on the banknote or in the coin. There's no risk in cash. Once you have it, you know that it's genuine. It's yours. Okay, you're not. There's no risk that you're exposed to, for example, a financial institution failing or anything like that. The transaction itself is costless. You may argue, and you would be correct, that holding cash, maintaining cash, withdrawing cash from your bank would be may have cost, but the transaction itself, moving the cash from my hand to yours, is of course costless. However, of course, we cannot use cash in cross-border payments. First of all, because they are cross-border payments, right? We are coming from other countries, and there's no way that I can just, you know, put my hand against your hand when you're in another country and give you the cash. And of course, with cross-border transactions, we also have the issue that we work in different currencies. So I may be working in shekels, you may be working in dollars and euros, or sorry, in rons, right? This is the name of the, leu, right? If I remember correctly, the name of the currency in Romania, but any other currency. So of course, we need, of course, to take care of the currency exchange, and not only of the fact that we are working within different jurisdictions or continents. So the BIS, by the way, has been studying the topic for several years, and they have laid down several kind of arrangements or models of how CBDCs could support cross-border payments. For example, in one model, you're just assuming that there are different systems, and there you find some kind of way of coordinating within them. In another extreme model, you can think of the whole world kind of building together one big CBDC systems where all of the different CBDCs are kind of traded on the same technical platform. And another model is what we call the interlinking model, where you can actually you have different CBDC systems, but you find mechanisms to where you have a technical interface that can actually interlink between the different CBDC systems in the world. This is actually the model that we chose to implement in Project Sela. So let's see how it works. This is the model. As I said, in the experiment, there were, of course, Israel, Norway, and Sweden. But as you can see, there could be any number of countries in the model of the Icebreaker project. There are two very important features in the Icebreaker model that actually make it possible. The first feature is that you have a hub, okay? And the hub, what does it do? First of all, it does all of the communications between the different CBDC systems, and it sends the messages between the users and the institutions in the different CBDC systems. And another thing that the hub does is that it gets the quotes for foreign exchange conversion from the FX providers in the different countries to whom I will relate in a second. So the hub is sort of a marketplace that absorbs all of the quotes for foreign exchange conversion from any country in the world or any country participating in this model, and actually transmits that quote to the users to see if they want to take that transaction, as I'll explain in a second. Another very important feature of the icebreaker model is that you're assuming it could be a two-tier CBDC system, as we have in the project, for example, in Israel, where you have end users being served by PSPs. It could be, for example, a one-tier CBDC system where end users are connecting directly to the system. It doesn't really matter. What matters is that in each country, you have what we call FX providers. What are FX providers? FX providers are entities or institutions that are, for one reason or the other, able and allowed to hold CBDC wallets in more than one country. So, for example, the most obvious candidates for these would be, for example, the global banks. So let's assume you have Citibank in Israel and you have Citibank in Norway, and they're active in both countries, and therefore they would be able to hold a CBDC wallet in more than one countries. And then in that occasion, so Citibank Israel, for example, or Deutsche or whoever, or HSBC Israel, may be willing to actually provide quotes to the hub and say, I'm willing to exchange digital shekels for digital kronas in Norway or for e-kronas in Sweden for one exchange rate or the other. Let's see how this would work with very short videos that I'd like to show you. I hope you can hear the sound. It should be okay. If there's no sound, please let me know. Oh, sorry. Go back to that. Here we go.
In this project, different distributed ledger technologies used by each country for their proof of concept CBDC systems were connected to the Icebreaker Hub. Let's see how this works. Say Alice in Stockholm wants to send money to Noah in Tel Aviv to pay for a camera she bought online. When she enters Noah's payment address and the amount into her mobile app, the Icebreaker Hub helps her find the best available exchange rate. This is calculated from the rates foreign exchange providers submit to the Icebreaker Hub. Alice's payment is then broken down into two payments, one in Swedish e-krona to a foreign exchange provider in Sweden, and another in Israeli digital shekels from the foreign exchange provider in Israel to Noah. These two payments are coordinated using a form of digital escrow known as a hash time locked contract, HTLC. The payment from Alice to the foreign exchange provider will only be released if the foreign exchange provider has paid Noah.
So let me pause here for a second. So here we can already understand two very important kind of features or advantages of the Icebreaker model. First is that we have this issue of the foreign exchange providers. So for example, here we can only see foreign exchange provider on the chart, but actually you could think of an ecosystem of dozens, hundreds, thousands of entities that are willing to exchange one currency against the other. They are all sending their quotes to the hub, and the hub can actually choose from the best exchange rate out there. So you are not limited to the quote that your bank or your payment institution gives you. And another even more important feature of this model is that the payment is secure. Remember the problem I showed in the correspondent banking model a few slides ago? So what happens if I send my money to the correspondent and then the correspondent fails? Okay, that's a very significant risk. The risk doesn't exist here because the money will only go from the payer to, for example, the Norwegian leg of the forex provider, of the FX provider, if the money goes from the Israeli leg of the FX provider to the payee. And if one side fails in the transaction, the other side of the transaction will not take place. So the model pretty much eliminates what we call the counterparty risk in cross-border payments. Now, one may say, for example, what are the chances that there will actually be an FX provider that is willing to exchange Norwegian kronas for Israeli shekels? Or for example, for that purpose, for example, Israeli shekels for Romanian loaves, for example. And this is, of course, a valid argument because these are not very deep and not very liquid foreign exchange markets. But the project actually solves for that as well. And let me show how.
If no foreign exchange provider can exchange Swedish e-krona for Israeli digital shekels, the Icebreaker Hub will find a bridge currency, for example, Norwegian krona, that can be exchanged for both Swedish e-krona and Israeli digital shekels, and will use that to bridge the gap. Swedish e-krona are exchanged for Norwegian krona, which is in turn exchanged for Israeli digital shekels. The hub will always choose the payment path that is cheapest for the payer.
So you see, you can kind of think of this like, you know, how the flight search engines work for us. For example, I may try to find a direct flight from Tel Aviv to Bucharest, But if the direct flight is not the cheapest flight, because there are not many flights from Tel Aviv to Bucharest, then the hub will actually tell me, listen, if you want, you can take a flight from Israel to, I don't know, Munich, and then from Munich to Bucharest, if that flight is cheaper. So the hub actually provides me all of the possible quotes in the world. So for example, there may not be a relevant quote at this time to exchange Israeli currency against Romanian currency. However, there will probably be a relevant quote to exchange Israeli currency against euros, and then euros against Romanian currency, and the hub could actually find for me the most attractive exchange rate. By the way,
in this project, different
Sorry, we saw that already. So I was actually going to say that, of course, all of this was not only theory. We actually implemented this in practice, not in real money, in experimental money, of course. We didn't really transfer real value within the project, but we actually did test that the model worked. For example, just to show you, this is my experimental digital shekel wallet that I have here in the Bank of Israel. So you can see that my initial balance here is 131 Israeli shekels. And now I want to make a cross-border transaction. So my wallet actually allows me to choose between a payment into Israel, which would be a standard domestic transaction, or I can actually choose between the different countries that participated in the Icebreaker ecosystem. So in this case, for example, let's assume that I want to make a payment into Norway. And by the way, another thing I can do is that I can choose the denomination. So I may, for example, have what we call the e-commerce use case, where I say, I need to pay 30 kronas to Norway, okay? Charge me whatever that will cost in shekel. But we can also have, for example, the remittance use case, saying, for example, I have 1,000 shekels in Israel. I want to send them to Romania. Let the payee in Romania receive whatever would be the best exchange rate. So in this demonstration, I will, for example, choose to denominate in Norwegian kronas. So I'm actually telling my CBDC wallet that I want to pay 30 Norwegian kronas worth, whatever that would be in shekels. At this point, I also need to enter the address of the payee in Norway. So, for example, I could get that via a QR code or some kind of payment message by email or whatever. And once I do that, I actually send my request to the hub. And the hub then looks at all the best transactions and tells me, okay, the best exchange rate I could get for you is for 30 Norwegian kronas to cost you 9 Israeli shekels, because the exchange rate is 1 to 0.3. And if I accept this transaction, I accept this rate, then the transaction would be completed. And you can see that my balance has been updated. I've paid 9 shekels, and the payee in Norway just received 30 Norwegian kronas. And this would only take seconds, not weeks, not days. By the way, this is the backlog of the hub. The Icebreaker hub was actually built within the project by the IT staff here at the Bank of Israel. That this was kind of our main contribution to the project. So there are several APIs that the hub actually externalizes to the CBDC systems participating in the ecosystem. So the hub, there's an API to get the quote, to actually discover and set up the payment, and then to complete the payment. And in this transaction that we demonstrated, the whole process took less than 2 minutes. And this is also because this was a transaction to Norway. And in Norway, they had kind of designed their system in a way that the payee needs to manually confirm the transaction. Of course, it could have taken much less. It could have been only a few seconds if we didn't need this manual intervention. So pretty close to complete this actually. Just to talk about maybe the benefits of the model. First of all, we do believe that the model could significantly reduce the cost that end users are exposed to in cross-border payments. First of all, because we are, in the report we wrote reducing, I'm willing to say that we're eliminating or nearly eliminating the risk, the settlement and the counterparty risk against the participating entities in the model. And this is because the use of this hash time lock smart contract that actually makes sure that the money doesn't leave my wallet if it doesn't leave the wallet on the other side of the transaction. And if something fails on the other side of the transaction, my money, I will get my money back. We also believe there's an issue of increased competition here. If you think about it, the entities that could serve as foreign exchange providers, they don't necessarily need to be banks. They could also be, for example, large importers or exporters. Hey, theoretically, there could even be individuals. Let's assume, for example, that I live and work, I live in Israel, but I work in Romania or vice versa. So maybe I'm allowed to hold CBDC wallets in more than one country. And therefore, I can actually, before I travel from one country to the other, I can actually upload to the hub and say, I am willing to change, I don't know, 3,000 shekels for 3,000 Romanian currency, and the hub would actually bring my quote into this general kind of quoting system, into this marketplace, and I, as the smallest end user, could actually compete to some of the foreign exchange market against some of these financial giants. Of course, there's speed. As I showed, the transaction could only take seconds. The system that we built actually ensures interoperability between different CBDC systems. There are only very minimal requirements for each system to be able to connect to the hub. So you don't really need to kind of build your system in advance in order for it to connect to the Icebreaker hub. There are only minimal requirements that I'll show in a minute, and therefore it is very scalable. If you build it for 3 countries, you can build it for 30 countries or for 180 countries. Any number of countries could actually, theoretically at least, technically join this model. We believe that the Icebreaker platform can also serve as a platform for innovation in cross-border payments. As you may know, in the discussions regarding CBDC, people speak, for example, about delivery versus payment use cases, about micropayment use cases. Think, for example, about, I don't know, a person in India who is uploading videos on instruction on coding, for example. Okay, I know that my son is studying computers these days. He is consuming a lot of these videos out of YouTube. So it's actually Google that's actually making the profit on the videos that this person in India is producing. So think about a Web3 environment, for example, where that person in India could actually be selling his video by the minute to my son. So we could actually be putting in place a micropayment platform where you don't even need to pay, separate dollars. You could actually pay to the very minimal of a cent or even smaller than a cent, and the transaction could be delivered cross-border for every minute of video content that's being consumed, for example, in very small denominations. So this would actually mean that if countries choose to employ these innovations domestically, the Icebreaker platform could, of course, with more work that would still be needed, actually enable the application of these innovations in a cross-border setup. There are several lessons for central banks from the Icebreaker exploration. First of all, you need to, really pretty much the only requirement that you have is that you need to be able to incorporate this conditional settlement in order to support the hash time lock contract. You need to make sure that your CBDC systems would be available with short response at 24/7, 365. Otherwise, if that person who's producing the video is in India and my son wants to pay him and the CBDC system in India is offline or something, then of course that would not be a good user experience. You need to think about the messaging and the addressing standards. So for example, if in Israel we use phone numbers, but in Norway they use national ID numbers, for example, that wouldn't be very interoperable. So you need to think of some kind of uniform messaging standard. You need to make sure that there's a liquid market for these FX providers. Okay, so you need to think that you don't limit the banks in operating in these markets, or you limit them as little as possible. And you also allow, as I said, for other sorts of entities, such as businesses and maybe even individuals, to contribute their quotes into marketplace at the hub. Of course, the work is not done. This was just the very first phase of this project, very experimental. You still need to think a lot about, for example, AML policies. We know that a lot of the problems in cross-border transactions are a result of how AML policies are being implemented. So there's a lot to discuss there. You also need to think about privacy considerations. So is it okay for us that the authorities on the other side of the transaction will know specific information about the pair from another country, or do we need to make all sorts of privacy considerations? You need to think of this hub. How would it be governed? Who would be setting it up? Would it be, for example, some kind of a public sector initiative, maybe operated by the BIS or the IMF? Would it be more appropriate for it to be managed by some kind of a private sector consolidation, for example, something like the way SWIFT is operated, and there could be considerations for each one of these alternatives. And of course, you need to make sure that this system would perform very well. So if you really wanted to support, a very large volume of transactions, you need to make sure that it's robust and resilient, and of course, as secure. I think that's it in terms of my presentation. Happy to stop sharing, hopefully maybe see a face and answer any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for that. There's been a lot of noise around this place, and I hope you remain online because you're also in the next panel.
Yes, I am.
Okay, fantastic. So with that being said, I'd like to introduce exactly the next panel. I think a couple of the speakers might be out on trying to grab a coffee real quick, and I'm thinking of the most creative way to bring them around. I'm now considering screaming. Not sure screaming is the best option. I'm still considering screaming, actually. But I'll go out there and raise their attention. I'll be back in just 1 second, sorry.
Hello guys, CBDC is coming.
Okay, so as for the speakers, you've heard from Yoav until now. He's going to be staying on the panel, basically representing the CBDC project manager at the Bank of Israel. This is Felix Krishan. I think everyone here knows Felix. I think everyone's seen his face before. He's the co-founder of Netopia. We also have Andrei Radulescu, the Director of Macroeconomic Research, and by that we mean Analysis and Forecasting at BT. This is who we're waiting for to join on stage. I think he was grabbing a coffee, but we'll skip him and I'll bring him around. And our moderator for this panel is Mr. Nick Bolaceanu. He's a board member of Rofin.tech. So, if you'll allow me for just a second, I'll bring the third member of the panel. I suggest you start talking. We're now in a very friendly context, so.
All right, thank you. So, welcome guys, the ones who remained and to listen to our panel here. It's the second panel. It will be more relaxed. We don't have any authority on the panel, which is a luck or a bad luck, I don't know yet. We'll see. And on the panel, actually, we have Felix Krishan. He's the father of blockchain in Romania.
Or the grandfather.
This is what I always think of him. And then we have academia, because the gentleman from Banca Transilvania is also a teacher, professor on macroeconomics, and that will be very helpful because CBDC has a huge impact. It's not like crypto, it's even worse, if you ask me. And then, of course, we have Yoav. Yoav is a hands-on project manager on CBDC projects. So this is key. I mean, there are countries in Romania, in the world, not in Romania, of course. We are just not a federal country. There are countries like 114 countries. They already started to think, study, or implement, do pilot projects in the world. 114. Where is Romania? Romania is still considering that. We are on the right track. For us, as a FinTech association, we do our best, and we are thinking of a CBDC laboratory, and to see exactly what we can do to handle the Romanian currency, digital Romanian currency, level digital for the Romanians, and this is great. The name of our currency is super cool, and if it will become digital, it's even better. Professor, thank you for coming.
Good morning.
Good, yes, okay.
Thank you for inviting me.
All right, so you know Yoav. As I said, he was involved in many projects, but the Icebreaker project is unbelievable and should be important for Romania. Why? Because it was about cross-border payments. And just one, to make sure that we have a huge diaspora, and our diaspora sends money home more than any diaspora in Europe. We talk about billions. And unfortunately for them and for people home, they pay about 5% on any transaction. So for about, if you think of 2.5 billion euro they send every year, our diaspora spends like 160 million euro on fees. So maybe if CBDC has a use case, cross-border is one of them. Icebreaker was just the beginning. Hopefully we'll go ahead. And by the way, Icebreaker was about different currencies, euro not included. Romania is not part of Eurozone, Norway is not, Israel is not. So this is just a good start of how we can put at use a digital currency, and how digital currency is different than crypto assets, and how digital currency is different than electronic currency, because people confuse electronic money with digital money. It's a huge, huge difference. But before going into details, I would like maybe Felix Crișan to say, if necessary, for some of you who are international, what he's doing for the last 20 years. Felix?
Yes, hello, good morning, thank you for the invitation. For the last 20 years, or at least for the last 15 years, I've done a lot of fintech-related projects, the most successful being this company called Netopia Payments, actually the service delivered by the company, it's called Netopia Payments. And I had the, I would say, the chance to be one of the early adopters of Bitcoin. And because of that, I had the time to evaluate all the pros and cons of everything that was launched, both from the technical, but also from the non-technical, maybe economic, maybe societal impact. And I will start by saying that I'm one of the maybe few, maybe I don't know how to evaluate, at least in this audience. I'm one of the few that are against CBDCs because there are not tangible benefits that I can see, which cannot be provided with whatever we had today. And if we look at the problems with the monetary system today, we see that the problem with money stems from the fact that all the money are a liability of the central bank. And as a matter of fact, I noticed Yoav's slides. There was a lot of, some of the diagrams come from the BIS. And I was looking this morning through one of these, actually more than one about Project Aurum and the other one Polaris. And what's striking is that all around these papers about this project, the word liability appears over and over. And if we want to have money that is based on distributed system, on distributed ledgers, why not we use money that are not anybody else's liabilities? Why still hang on to this by now obsolete concept of money that are liability of the central bank?
Cool. So as you can see, this is not a fireside, it's the fireplace we are in here. We have a very heavy crypto guy, but also we have a banker here, Mr. Radulescu. So
macroeconomist.
Macroeconomist. We'd like you to introduce yourself, please.
Good morning. My name is Andrei. I'm macroeconomist. I started my, let's say, studies in 1997 at... It's better now?
Yep.
I started... It's better like this? Yeah. I started to study macroeconomics in 1997. And For more than 25 years, I've delivered research forecasts both in Portugal and Romania, and I conferenced across the world in around 40 countries on macro-financial topics. Recently at Westminster City Council, at the G7 Pensions Forum, I had a presentation on G7 on Sunday morning in London. Basically, thank you very much for having me today. I am not a specialist in digitalization, but in 2019, before the pandemic, I had a presentation in Singapore on the impact of digitalization on the financing cost in the economy. And I discovered 4 years ago that China is well ahead, let's say Europe and America in terms of digitalization, and Europe is very, let's say, laggarding the digitalization process, not to talk about Romania, which has plenty of resources, of digital resources, but cannot manage to integrate these resources in the national ecosystem. It exports a lot of the digital value added. And because I talked about China, China is in front of the digital transformation. It's the fourth revolution. If we look at the weight of the digital economy in the GDP, in China is 4 times higher compared to America. This means that Asia overall, and if we look at the central bank digital currencies projects under, let's say, pilot projects at present, more than 20 countries have implemented these pilot projects, and most of these countries come from Asia. Either talk about China or Japan. So Europe, unfortunately, it's a laggard again in terms of analyzing the opportunity of implementing the central bank digital currency. And because you launched me this invitation, in the 1960s, the Nobel Prize in Economics Mandel launched for the first time the idea of having a global common currency. And I strongly believe that in the coming decades, we are going to see at the global level a global digital currency. So this is just, let's say, a step ahead, the introduction of the central bank digital currencies, which are going to be a strong revolution for the payment system everywhere across the world. Yeah. They are also going to contribute to the decline of the informal economy, especially in countries like Romania, for instance, where we continue to have a large share of the informal economy in terms of GDP. And of course, they are going to contribute to stronger dynamics of and a better allocation overall of the resources in the economy, and this means that I'm quite confident that they will contribute to the improvement of the multi-factor productivity, because all the countries across the world at present are fighting for qualified labor force, because the qualified labor force is needed in order to improve the multi-factor productivity. And if you look, for instance, at the United States, unfortunately, over the past 5 quarters, we had a decline of the labor productivity in year-on-year terms. And last year, the US labor productivity contracted by the strongest pace since 1974, since the first whale global shock. So we are going to move from the macroeconomic point of view to a reshuffle of the international financial architecture, which is already needed because this is based on dollars since Bretton Woods, since 1944. But the weight of the emerging market countries in the global GDP, it's on an upward trend. So basically next year, the G7 countries, the most industrialized countries across the world, would generate a lower GDP compared to the GDP of emerging and developing countries. So actually the transformations across the global economy are going to be, let's say, headed by the emerging countries. And this is already happening if we take into account what is nowadays the reality in China, for instance, where I've been many times before the pandemic, and I also visited companies from the digital economy.
Excellent. So what you say briefly is that CBDC, if left alone or are just lagging in Western world, we can lose.
Unfortunately, yes.
And that's bad news for everyone. G7 reunited, they discuss a lot of things, especially the war, but also some economics and macroeconomics as well. And now we have Yoav. Are you there? Can you hear us?
I can.
Excellent.
Yes, I can.
So I will start with my brief question. Because you know, when we talk about CBDC, by the way, it's not CBD, it's CBDC. So
Yes.
it's central bank digital currency, is not cannabis, whatever, you know. So it's
No,
important
it is not.
when we talk about CBDC, we talk about payments. So
It would have been easier to adopt it.
it's yeah. Maybe before you start a CBDC project, you need some CBD, which is legal, by the way. So it's not a big issue. I saw
Yes,
it
but
in.
there could also be some risk that you would need to mitigate.
Right. Yeah. It's by the way, CBDC is a liability to the central banks. Right. That's what Felix wanted to say by National Bank of Romania. And what we think is how a CBDC is different. But one more little statement. So crypto is an asset. CBDC is a currency. Okay. So it's not a currency. Crypto. Just to make sure, and I will go into details, but let Yoav, because it looks like we are four, three of us are for CBDC and one is against, so lucky me. So now, Yoav, how do you see, because you already started a project in Israel and you also started a kind of international project for cross-border payments. How is CBDC different than normal, than existing ways of payment like cash? Which is of course going down, but also we have electronic money, we have non-bank money, we have central bank money, we have commercial money. How is CBDC different? How do you see it in Israel?
Thank you. So first of all, let me emphasize that we in Israel, as Andrea said, the central banks of, I think, all advanced economies in the world, have not yet made a decision regarding if we will end up issuing a CBDC. I don't think it is because we are lagging behind for example, the more developing economies. I think it is because it is a topic that we need to consider and think about very thoroughly. We need to think both about the values and about the risks, the advantages and the disadvantages. And I think this is exactly what we are doing. And we, by the way, are very much learning a lot from the work being done just across your door at the ECB. They are one of the most leading central banks in this field. And we are they are publishing a lot of material about their work, and we're learning a lot from the work that they are doing, as well as others. So if you ask me whether I am pro CBDC or con CBDC, my answer to that is usually that, as this is, my job description and this is the project that I'm managing, so my heart says yes about CBDCs. But if you ask my mind will tell you that we still need to think about it a bit more thoroughly and analyze the pros and cons before we make a decision. So this is, first of all, regarding this classification of the people on the panel, whether we are pro and con. I think the main difference, CBDC would actually, if they are issued, would actually combine between two main payment means of payment, or two main types of money that we have today. So we, the public, and if I put cryptocurrencies aside for the minute, if you allow me, and I'm willing to get back to them in a minute, we currently have two main ways to pay. We have cash, okay, which is a liability of the central bank. By the way, it's on the balance sheet of the central bank, the liability side, but it is physical, okay? As I showed in my presentation, by the way, earlier, if I want to pay you with cash, I need to be in physical proximity to you in order to make the payment. And this is, of course, a very significant disadvantage as the economy is becoming more and more digital and we're buying more and more things online, and etc. Actually, if you think about it, even currently in things that you buy in proximity, for example, in most countries, I'm not sure how it is in Romania, but in most countries, you can't even board a bus or a train, right, paying with cash. You need to have some kind of a digital means of payment. So cash is, of course, a liability of the central bank, but physical. However, when we have a deposit at our commercial bank, a deposit out of which we can pay using a debit card, a credit card, a payment app, a checkbook, and etc., a wire transfer. But the deposit is, of course, digital, so we can play with it remotely. However, the deposit is a liability of a commercial bank, which would always be, no matter how resilient your commercial banking system is, and in Israel we enjoy a very stable and very resilient commercial banking system, the liability of a commercial bank would always be at least one notch more riskier than the liability of the central bank. So CBDC would actually be kind of the best of both worlds. It would be digital, so you are not limited to only need to pay in proximity, but it would be a liability of the central bank, which, by the way, I do believe is a very positive, actually, characteristic of money these days. Central banks in most countries, even these days, as we are facing an inflationary wave, but in general, historically, if you look at the central banks, especially in the developed world. They have been doing a relatively good job in maintaining the value of their liability, meaning maintaining a low inflation. And the liability of the central bank is probably the strongest liability that you could hold and pay with. And of course, it needs to be a liability of that entity, and it also needs to be stable. So as opposed to cryptocurrencies, which, as we know, have been very unstable, and you could walk into a shop and want to make a purchase if that was possible, and you will find that the real price of the good that you want to buy has changed by a good number of percentage points from one day to the other, and not by, for example, 2 or 3% annually, as that may happen with central bank money. So to finalize the differences, I think CBDCs would be digital, however, a liability of the central bank, and they would be backed and backed by the sovereign, okay, not by some kind of entity which we are not even aware who and what it is that has issued this asset some 15 or what is it now? Yeah, 15 years ago, and it would be, of course, stable in its value in terms of the purchasing power that it provides. Maybe you should stop here for now.
Thank you, Yoav. So you see, it's very easy, Felix. CBDC is a liability, and crypto is an asset.
I don't like liabilities.
So it's. I mean, if you think of in a business way, it's good for you. I mean, when you own crypto, you have assets. When you own
those assets are nobody else's liabilities. And when I own money, any type of money, being CBDC, being fiat, it's somebody else's liability. Because as you would seen a couple of months ago when these US banks went under, people who were having assets, in theory, found out that they actually have a liability of the bank, and then the central bank said, no, we will take the liability on our balance sheet.
Okay, if we stick to the CBDC, I know you are a crypto guy, you have a t-shirt saying Bitcoin, I understand, but
I'm branded.
If we stay with the CBDC, finally we have it. We like it or not. As Suav said, we do analysis, we try to see exactly if it is worthwhile, because there are banks, they just stopped. Denmark, they said, no, we don't need it. Maybe they have a reason. So CBDC is not for sure 100%. It's not for all banks. I know macroeconomics says
for the moment
we need it, just like crypto 15 years ago or so. But if you just stay with the CBDC.
Yeah. So I will agree with you that we will have CBDCs.
Is it better than electronic money?
Than electronic money, marginally. Only marginally. And I will concede you the way in which CBDC would actually be better if it would run on a public permissionless ledger. Otherwise, why bother with all this? Because one thing about crypto that is very important and somehow sits at the bottom of all the value creation that we found in crypto is the composability issue. As long as you don't have composability, which again is enabled in a public and permissionless ledger. Well, it could be otherwise as well, but let's not go there. As long as we don't have composability, why bother with having blockchains and so on? Why not stick on whatever Oracle databases the banks run and whatever Regis and Cent and Transfond and all this? What's wrong with them?
Right, so they will lose their focus on their business. If we have private money or private assets,
yes,
we don't. Yeah, that's what you say. So
in here, I want to draw a small line because you said that CBDCs are its currency and while crypto are assets. I would like to draw the line and say that actually all the money that is controlled by the state or is issued by the state are only money just because there are legal tender laws. And I mean, that's the pendulum that shows one way or another. Because by the economics definition, and I'm no economist, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, the money are the most saleable good. So whatever everybody wants, that's the money. So that's why in a prison, you don't have actual money being used as money. You have food, you have cigarettes. That's because in that context, that's the most saleable good.
Yeah, CBD should have a legal tender. But by the way, you said in prison, you know, there are a lot of people, not only in Romania, but also in the United States, who are South American countries. They live on welfare. So that could be a use case for CBDC and help these people to have access to money immediately and for specific use, not for buying CBDCs. So let's try to correct with macroeconomics what he says, because he's not sure about if CBDC can help or not yet, or replace the existing ways of payment.
Let's point out what happened on the global economy over the past 2 decades. So we had the outbreak of the great financial crisis that changed the paradigms also in terms of economic policy, because the central bank started to embark on several unprecedented asset purchasing programs that determine, let's say, the entry into a post-crisis cycle. And in the context of the crisis of confidence on the global economy and the global financial side of the economy, we had the outbreak or the start of the blockchain technology that it's used in most of the sectors of the economy, of the real economy. And this is revolutionizing, let's say, the way the economic flows are on a daily-by-daily basis moving across the economy. So this technology, it's already very used and is going to continue to be very used across the whole sectors of the economy. While in terms of global financial architecture, we are going to see, let's say, a reshuffle, a change towards a new international monetary and financial architecture. This has already been pointed out by the General Director of International Monetary Fund in the summer of 2020. So in the middle of the global countries in EU, you are going to see that the non-government loans in GDP in Romania, it's below 25%, which is actually very, very, very low. You talked about financial education, and financial education, let's say, started to be developed after the outbreak of the Great Financial Crisis, which was the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression at the global level. So everything changed since 2007, 2008, when we had, let's say, the troubles in the financial sector in the United States, spillover impact, especially in Europe, because Europe had the most, a very severe crisis. We have two waves of the crisis, the first one, the private crisis, and the second one, the public debt crisis. So actually Europe joined or entered the post-crisis cycle with a delay of 4 years compared to what happened in the United States. So the central bank digital currency is going to implement it at some point in the future.
So no doubts, you are...
Probably through the end of this decade. It will contribute to a better transparency, to a decline of the informal economy, better financial inclusion. As you already mentioned, the projects launched in Africa, and it's very important for Africa because Africa is, from the potential output point of view, the future of the global economy. So everything that is going to be spectacular in terms of growth and development over the coming decades is going to happen in Africa. That's why China is already increasing its presence on African continent since 2015, and nowadays the Europeans discover that they have to improve their relations with Africa, despite the fact that they had the tightest connections with African countries over the past decades, over the past centuries. But on the other hand, we have not only the privacy, let's say, challenge, we also have the cybersecurity risk challenge, especially taking into account the context of the geopolitical tensions as it's happening nowadays, when we have a split between the Euro-Atlantic world on the one hand and the Euro-Asian world on the other hand. So everything is going to look different. Nobody knows when this is going to happen. Nothing is going to be determined by the market forces, but by negotiations for the new financial architecture among the representatives of the largest economies of the world.
So what you say, CBDC might be a kind of tool, even weapon in between the economic wars one day?
Well,
not that bad, right?
In 2010, the Ministry of Finance of Brazil said that we are in the middle of the total currency war. At present, we are in the middle of the total confrontation between the United States and China. Either we talk about trade confrontation or digital confrontation or military confrontation. But following this, let's say, confrontation, this cannot last forever. So at some point in the future, the Americans are going to acknowledge the fact that China is better in terms of digitalization, in terms of weight in the global economy. And of course, they are going to negotiate a new world order, as happened in August 1944, so immediately before the end of the Second World War.
People say the Federal Reserve didn't say it literally, but they say, maybe we keep the CBDC away because we lose the supremacy of the exchange world with our US dollar. So
Americans always said that the dollar is not, it's their currency, but it's not their problem.
Yeah.
So what we had over the past decades, especially after the 70s, we had a severe downward trend for the real value of the dollar.
Right.
So we are now in the middle of the negotiations for debt ceiling now. They try to increase, but if they are going to default, it will be by purpose, in order to have a negative impact for China and other emerging countries.
Interesting point.
So if it's going to happen, it will be by purpose.
All right. So it looks like we have only 4 or 5 minutes. If you have any questions, if you want to have a CBDC in your wallet. By the way, Romanian FinTech Association is part of the European Digital Finance Association. And we have been invited, also we are non-Euro country, to the European Commission to say our word regarding CBDC, how the CBDC will look like, if ever. We talk about euro, digital euro now. And we had in front of us a commissioner and a vice president of the parliament, and in the room we have the fintech associations, but also the association of the banks and payment institutions. And guess what? So the only ones supporting the CBDC were the fintech associations, because we want to have access to a lot of services. We want to buy services related to this e-money, digital money. And what we think of, and we'll discuss maybe later on the next panel, we think that if Europe, and hopefully will have, this is law probably pretty soon, have a digital wallet with digital identity, maybe we can connect a digital euro to that wallet. So you have control, you have privacy, you can do whatever you want with your own money. It's just like cash, but you know, you don't have a regular wallet, you just have a phone. So any questions from? No? So, yeah, please.
Hello. I have a curiosity. What do you,
Curiosity is a good start.
yeah. What do you think with the
innovation,
the link between CBDC and inflation? You think with the CBDC the inflation can be controlled better? Nowadays we use like increase the rates of interest, something like that.
No, I don't think that there is a direct connection, because if you look at the reasons for inflation, they are not directly connected to the money, except for the fact that they are issued at central bank's own will. And if you take that away, then the inflation might differ. But if you put the same capability but put it in a digital form, I don't think it will have any...
Yeah, it's the only way where I agree with Felix. Yeah, it doesn't help with inflation. Inflation depends on government, parliament,
if
politics.
You allow me,
but we have a professor here, so...
it may happen something different, because the currency is going to be controlled by the central bank. So Milton Friedman used to say that inflation is a monetary phenomenon. The highest the increase of the monetary indicators, money supply, the higher the dynamics of inflation in the long run. But what is actually happening is the fact that we have differences in terms of the speed of money. So for instance, since the outbreak of the great financial crisis, we had a significant increase of the money supply across the world, but we didn't have a very severe inflation. What we saw over the past quarters is basically an inflation determined by the developments on the energy markets. So if you take into account 2007, the starting point, and nowadays we had a significant increase of the money supply, but we didn't have a strong inflation, because actually what happened is that the speed of money declined since the outbreak of the great financial crisis. And from my point of view, I think the digital currency, the central bank digital currency, is going to be very well controlled and may contribute to, let's say, a stable inflation across the world.
I think that what you're referring to is this Cantillon effect, that in which some entities will benefit more from an inflation faster than the other. And indeed, with the CBDCs, this sort of disappears, but I think that the end result is the same. I mean, as long as you accept that inflation is too much supply of money versus too little supply of goods, then...
Okay, so
you
it cannot...
use burning mechanism like in cryptocurrencies or something.
Well, you think of burning tokens, like...
yes, but then you would need...
This is issued by the central banks, is not issued by private.
You know, the problem, as Andrei Burz was saying just before we went in, we actually need to unbank the state in order for the CBDCs to work.
Don't unbank the state, because we go bankrupt altogether. So you have a question, please.
As a matter of, two questions, if I may. One is related to privacy, and we know that in permissionless blockchains we are using, the innovation of zero knowledge proof in privacy. Would you, I mean, from the discussions you are having on CBDCs based on permissioned sort of blockchains, would you consider some new advancements in privacy? What's the latest stage in terms of privacy for centralized systems like, you know, let's say a traditional CBDC? That's the first question. And the second one, I'm trying to see also the benefits of using permissioned blockchain, in the sense that, let's take a simple problem. Someone steals the funds steals the funds from your wallet. As a matter of fact, you could revert the transaction. Would that be interesting from the point of, and from this you can also think of enforcement, which is, you would not need a sort of an executor, a bailiff, in order to enforce a contract. What's best, permissioned or permissionless?
I know. You are a lawyer, so you were on the previous panel, and I cannot answer the second. Maybe the first, of course, maybe we don't need a blockchain for centralized, right? Yeah. So we can make sure data privacy and security in other forms, and the technology is there. We don't have to use necessarily blockchain, but it depends on the form of the CBDC. Can be backed by a stablecoin, can be a stablecoin, can be different forms. When it's about stealing money, yeah, I mean, I know big thieves stealing a lot of money, public money, so that I would like to be burned and not go into different tax haven accounts. But
I try to be very brief on the first topic of privacy. I think that you have to consider that every new development that appears on Ethereum or on Solana or whatever, Multiverse X and so on, they appear having a sort of a cryptographic theory behind. As long as you can take that cryptographic theory and implement it on whatever technology the National Bank of Romania's CBDC will run on, then you are good to go there, and as long as they are willing to do that.
So we are covered. Fine.
Yeah. And then on the second part, you have to consider that reversal of a transaction can mean actually deleting that transaction from the memory, let's say, or reversing the effects of that transaction. So while in a proof of authority type of system, where I would imagine that any CBDC works with this type of consensus, reversing the effects of the transaction, even if you can't reverse the transaction itself, it's easy.
Excellent. So I think we are done almost here. So any questions during the coffee? And see you. There is a next panel. Mine again?
Yes, in 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mulțumesc, eu nu sunt parte de macro.
I'd like to welcome to the stage Ioana Frâncu, actually a former colleague of mine. She will be presenting, if I'm not mistaken, a case study on yield aggregator. Fantastic. Ioana is more than happy. She's going to be more than happy to introduce herself. She knows her backstory, and it's quite a full one. So, ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please.
Thank you. Is my presentation on? Where? Do I have a ticker? Thank you. First of all, thank you all for gathering here to listen a bit to what I want to present to you. First of all, the case study that I'm going to present today was a solution that I implemented as the CTO of Equify during 2021. And it represents a yield solution that involves no lending risk. Because you know that's the most toxic one that we've seen in the bankruptcies from last year. So a bit about me. I've been doing blockchain since 2016. As Stefan mentioned, we actually used to work together on quite a few projects. And so far I've been implementing a handful of really interesting use cases, from raising $3.4 million in 9 seconds for the Gibraltar blockchain exchange, to implementing this yield aggregator solution, working with some of the people in this room on their different products. And today I would like to show you how we've done it. First of all, so far in the crypto world, or at least until last year, the de facto method of generating yield was to lend money. And it is the classical solution. You lend or you invest. In the crypto world, we're not that advanced sometimes, so there was a lending situation. Companies like Celsius, presented here, which went bankrupt, used to lend money to funds for trading, to hedge funds, to different asset managers, and they were having risk appetite that was not disclosed to users. The lack of transparency led to a lot of issues, and users didn't know that their money were used for Bitcoin mining, or they were being traded discretionary, etc. So we thought of a different solution. We thought, how could we generate yield first on the Ethereum blockchain, and then we expanded the solution to the Binance Smart Chain blockchain. How can we generate yield without lending money? The risk of lending money is that you might not get them back, right? So one solution for us was to interact with distributed protocols. So here are a few ways to actually create yield without lending. So you can either stake tokens, you can place money in liquidity pools, you can go for on-chain lending if you really want to lend money and be a bit protected. You can trade NFTs, that was not really popular back then. Or you can even use your liquidity pool tokens that you got through liquidity pool fund placement and create some extra yield over them. You can also place money in crypto vaults that guarantee a return. You can do all of these through other protocols that don't give you visibility over your own funds. But as a registered funds manager, the company that I worked for needed to implement this in a transparent way that would disclose the risk for the user. And if the user is really curious, they could manually find out in what we were investing. So we split our users into two categories. There are the users that are more savvy, that want to go on Uniswap and place money in their liquidity pools and generate some yield, hold some tokens, etc. And there are also the users that don't want this headache because they have other things to deal in their lives, and they want to just place the money, make sure that we take care of it, and return yield. Here you have the typical Uniswap pool liquidity placement scheme. It's available in their documentation if you go on their website. So this is for Uniswap v2, right? You would place two different tokens, making sure that the dollar value between them is equal. And instead, you would get a number of liquidity pool tokens that would show how much of that liquidity pool you own. Based on that, on the percentage of the funds that you own in a liquidity pool, you would then earn about 0.3% of the transaction value that was traded on Uniswap. Now, for those of you who don't already know, Uniswap is a decentralized liquidity provider. So basically, in order to swap tokens on it, you go and exchange them without KYC. It's an on-chain protocol. And also, you can place liquidity in different pools to gain a yield. The yield is generated from two sources. If we look at the dollar value, the yield is generated from holding the assets that are in the pools. Let's say we have an Ethereum Bitcoin pool and we add in it Ethereum and Bitcoin. And in time they go up or down. Lately they have been going down. So you can definitely place liquidity like this and, you know, create your own risk profile and make sure that you use an analytics tool to determine how many transactions take place, if it makes sense on the volumes to place funds, etc. Or we thought that we can do this for you. So we built this solution. This is a simplified scheme of how it works. But basically, the user would connect with MetaMask to our platform. Then they would make a transfer to us in any currency on the Ethereum blockchain. And then we would make the necessary token swaps to make sure that we have enough quantities to place in the liquidity pools based on the data that we got from a company that we invested in called Fluidify. So basically, what you need to build this kind of solution is an analytics provider. You also need a mechanism to place the funds, and you also need a custody solution. At that moment, the choice of custody solutions for those who are already familiar with this space was Ledger, which has Ledger Vault, Gnosis, and Fireblocks. These are the big custody providers, self-custody providers. We decided to use Gnosis for this. Now it's called Safe Global. The reason we decided to do this was because at that time Ledger was not reading LP tokens properly, so we weren't able to have the dollar value of the LP tokens returned from us directly from the custody solution, and smart contract interaction was close to impossible. So here, with the two flows we have, and I'm going to just go closer to explain a bit, we had two types of users. The DeFi user, who uses MetaMask and connects and places funds in the wallet. We had the mobile app user, who was placing funds in the hot wallet, which we managed through Ledger Vault, and then through it we would transfer the funds in the yield. All of the funds would go into a multi-signature Gnosis vault. Then our server would compute the amounts of tokens that needed to be exchanged, and then it would make sure that these values are held in the database. It was then placing funds in the liquidity pools. So we might have a portfolio formed of 5, 6, 7, 10 liquidity pools on Uniswap in different percentages that we would analyze in Fluidify. I'll show you the charts afterwards on how they actually look. And then we would get back LP tokens that were held in Gnosis. So the transactions were always confirmed by a human. Therefore, the risk of having a hack that would sign transactions instead of you was minimized. The server was computing the balances, placing the transactions, then the second signature was provided by a human, and this is how we made sure that the funds cannot be taken from our Gnosis vault. It's quite a fast solution to implement because you can build your own apps over Gnosis, and you can also integrate it with various apps. Like if you want to simplify your life and let's say record your requests into Slack so you have them on your phone and you know when to sign, etc. In Gnosis, the signature was done with a physical wallet, so not with MetaMask, but with a normal Ledger device. This proved to be the fastest solution because we built this in 2 months, so we didn't really have time to go around and shop for solutions. After you had all the funds in the Gnosis vault, the LP tokens would then be held there, and the user would see in the interface how much money they made. So basically, you would see the profit, the loss, and it was a variable profit. And this is very important because all the protocols on the market at that point, the centralized ones, were promising a fixed yield. So no matter if they made 70% profit, you would get 8%. We decided that it's simpler for us to get a share of the profit, and then the user would have a variable profit. So if we made 10% profit, 30% of that profit would come to us, and the rest would come to the users. So there were months in which users made a lot of money, and months in which users made less. But no matter what, we didn't give them only 8% of the winnings, which is something very different from our competitors at that moment. We had, for example, one user that deposited around 200K in Ethereum, and he withdrew 420. So it was quite a good profit. Now, how did these calculations look at our end? For us, in order to analyze whether it makes sense to hold or invest, we would have an analytics tool that would show us the different scenarios. So in blue, you can see the way that our medium risk portfolio evolved over 600 days. And in red, you would see what happened if you just hold those tokens, so not dollars. If you were just holding dollars, the line would be straight, right? Nothing would vary if we were to use the dollar as the baseline. But if you held, for example, in this portfolio, we had ETH, Bitcoin, USDT, and USDC. So if you just held them in time, their value would actually go down. So for those users that invested in the first 100 days, the profits were quite nice. Then when the market went down, you can see that our portfolio structure was outperforming the market. So my goal when I built this was, if we make a lot of money, let everyone make money. That's the most important thing, because with crypto, we want to democratize earning and democratize services. And if the market goes down, we want to make sure that the user's loss is less than what would happen if they just held funds. We have users who have been holding their funds with us since the beginning. We had users that decided to withdraw when they had a good return. But overall, the difference between hodling versus using our product is quite evident here. What this doesn't cover are the situations in which we withdrew and placed money, because one thing that Gnosis doesn't help you with is to actually compute exactly how many assets you want to withdraw from a liquidity pool. So in that situation, we had to do some portfolio rebalancing. But the charts is more or less there with about 2% error. Then, when it comes to profit and loss breakdown, here you can see we have 4 different charts. First of all, we have the fees earned, which in time went higher and higher, also because of the number of transactions that took place. And the price change profits, which are exactly the hodling chart that you saw earlier. So if you just hold the tokens, you just buy Bitcoin and hold it in your wallet, this is how the price would have changed. We also have the total profits line, which is the line you saw earlier in terms of portfolio value. And well, we also have the impermanent loss that I basically started with. So the impermanent loss is a phenomenon that bases itself on the value that the tokens that you hold lose or earn value in that liquidity pool, while the impermanent loss plays a part in the final profits because you earn fees. Basically, as you can see, there are various factors that influenced how much the return was from the user, how high the return was. And you can also see that basically using this type of portfolio in the long run, this is why I extracted the 600 days chart, because extracting just the first 100 would have looked very nice for me. But extracting all the 600 days of the working product, so since 2021 till 2023, shows the fact that overall, if you invest long term, time in the market beats timing the market. And that's a very important lesson. This is it from my side. I hope that I got into the 15 minutes allocation. But basically, I hope that you like my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be around today. And make sure that you really know the risk when you invest in different DeFi products. Otherwise, just don't put money in Celsius or stuff like that. Thank you.
Are there any questions right now for Ioana? Or are people happy hunting her down for coffee later? I'll take the latter. Thank you, Ioana. All right, cool. Coming up next, we have a panel on digital identity in Web 3.0. We've covered a broad range of subjects today, and I think they're really nicely linked. So for this panel, I'd like to invite to the stage my old-time friend, Mr. Agustin Giano.
So the topic today, and thank you for coming, everyone, to online. You are the CTO of Banca Transilvania. Wow, that's great. So we have everyone here. We have people from technology. We have CERTME. We have a bank. We have specialists in fraud detection and criminal stuff. And you also have me here trying to put things together. So when we talk about digital identity, it's nothing new. I think it's everyone is interested. You heard the minister today talking about digitalization. We cannot do that without digital identity. There are a lot of digital identities around the world. I lived in Belgium for 2 years, and we had a digital ID 10, 12 years ago. It was very, very funny, very interesting, very easy to use. Not that easy because it didn't have an antenna. It was just a token you have to put in and a reader to do that. Today, we have real 100% virtual digital identities. But this is Web 2, right? So we are talking today about Web 3. Web 3 is blockchain, digital ID on blockchain, right? So this is very new at the very beginning. It's newer than CBDC. And I will start maybe to have a understanding of any kind of digital ID, but according to the law. You know, we have an authority for that. We have ADR in Romania, and all countries have this kind of agencies that can make sure that the digital identity is properly done, I mean onboarding, and the people with digital identity, they can sign documents, they can have access to information, then otherwise they have to write an email or maybe they have to write a mail to get the information. Okay, so my thinking is about Web3. Is Web3 already here? We are in Web3. Do you think a use of that, Michert? How do you see that?
Well, I think that Web3 is definitely occupying more and more space right now when it comes to services, digital services, be they financial or otherwise. But I don't see right now very, very intense adoption on digital identity, or maybe it's not the kind of digital identity that I would like to see. We see a lot of efforts in the private sector to, as you said, be compliant with the law and have onboarding done properly and stuff like that. But there's all kinds of digital identity, right? There's the digital identity that the bank gives you, and you have maybe an associated risk score. There's a digital identity that maybe the government issues to you, that is for different purposes. Maybe you have a digital identity that is strictly Web3 based, and you have your NFTs there and all the stuff that you do in the Web3 space. But there's no current vision, I think, in terms of businesses and service providers right now in Romania to bring all of those together, to make the process easier for people to gain goods and services, be it online or face-to-face. And right now, there are a lot of endeavors to bring this, a vision to have a single digital identity passport or wallet in Europe. But other than that, I don't see anything going on in the private sector, with our exception, trying to bring digital identity that is not uniquely linked to a service provider, but rather one that is uniquely linked with the user, and the user can use regardless of service provider. And when it comes to Web3, it's even more difficult to get that, that vision into what the regulations are trying to shape up right now, because NFTs are public, and some of my let's say attributes might be personal data, and I don't want to share them with everyone all the time. I just want to share them with specific providers. And so it becomes a technical challenge, and actually you would need to have something like NFTs that are using zero knowledge proofs, right, to prove something about my identity while avoiding this issue of privacy, or maybe solving the issue of privacy. So it's really, really complex. I would really like for banks in Romania, especially because we have banks present here, yeah, and also because it's a Banking 4.0 event, I would really like to see banks getting behind projects like this and having a single digital identity for people that can be used in multiple places. You know, that's the holy grail, that's the key, because you eliminate friction, you eliminate the need for a user to go through tons of verifications. You know, if I open a Revolut account, I do a verification. If I open an account with Banca Transilvania, I do another verification. If I want to interact with the government, there's another verification, and so on and so forth. So that's wasted resources, right? It increases the carbon footprint. You know, it does nothing for us, and it does nothing for the user. So
Yeah,
that's my stance.
If you ask me, it's kind of cumbersome to have an account with Banca Transilvania, go through the process, which is nice, actually. I almost tested everything here in Romania. And then if you go to BCR, you have to go again through the enrollment and onboarding. And that's kind of you know, wasting time, and you just think like a citizen, why so many people look at me, operators, why so many selfies? I take it for my family, but I don't want to take it for all the banks. We have like 30 banks, right? So if you open an account, probably have to do that. I think that digital identity it's important not just to open an account with a bank. I think it's important also for people, because there is some risk and people are afraid of that. I mean, my daughter is 22. She lives in the States. She has of course, you have to, 22 to have at least a checking account. But she doesn't want to share data with anyone. She's even with me. So when she was like 12, she was on Facebook and very happy. And I was happy to have her. But now she's on Facebook by herself or not at all. So they really want to make sure data privacy is theirs and they have full control. And now question to a bank. So you are the largest bank and you have the largest number of users. How many of them are digitally onboarded, if you can answer?
Oh, it's more than 3 million, right?
And they are digitally on board? Because I think digital identity is different than the identity you collect in a branch.
Yes.
How do you see that?
No, I fully agree with you. So this is a holy grail for everyone, right? So that's why we're here. I've got a few colleagues with me. We are doing scouting on partnerships. We are not a technology company. We are the bank, right? So we are looking for adoption. But there is another perspective. I really enjoy that concept because I'm personally fan of how to call it, invisible banking, right? So digital identity in Web 3.0 will give me personalized services, automated services, interoperability. I can be everywhere dealing with every bank. But there is another part of the story, right? So I can share you my personal experience. Even I'm a fan of new technologies and adoption that. My previous work was in private bank. This is the biggest bank in Ukraine, 25 million customers. Most of the funds from government go through that bank. And when war started 24th of February, I was there. I was just trying to leave the country, seeing number of jets, missiles everywhere in unsynchronized entropy. And then I saw two types of queues, people are queuing. One was a pharmacy shop, and the second was ATM. It was really a picture which changed my view, right? So it is really serious. It is serious for individuals, and it is really serious for ecosystems of finance in each country. So we need to be really serious whenever we are introducing anything new for customers. So we've got a number of issues to solve. I've heard discussions about legal, compliance, AML, KYC, and I'll be honest with you, I don't understand everything which was said at the morning, right? So
I'm not also a technology expert, but it's not perfect enough in the sense of scalability, understanding by customers what you said also, right? People need to understand that concept before we introduce it in a scale. There are a number of solutions which are adopted by a limited number of users, clients, but in the scale it's different, really different, because it's serious, right? And also touching that learning curve, I'm not sure how many of you are going to lawyer and paying for the advice, and lawyer is saying, but you need to be more educated, right? There is nothing like that. So we are creating concepts which are very complicated, and we are forcing our customers, especially in financial services, to be educated. Why we are complicated so much? So we need to have a scalable, perfect solution because it's serious, right? That's the view.
Yeah, I understand what you say. It's again about the education, and this time is not about financial education, it's about digital education. And this is different, and it doesn't keep up with changes for banks, for bankers, for government. But what about people? So actually, all of us here, and by the way, I'm very happy that Banca Transilvania is open to work with fintechs, and this is true. I met some of the scouters, and this is nice for us from the Romanian Fintech Association to have Banca Transilvania as a partner. And they really want to work, and I like it. You are not a technology company, you are a bank, and banking, this is what you have to do, and do it properly. Now we have, I hope I pronounce it well, Niels. Niels, you are in a very tough and seat there, and you watch criminals and you try to see how we can protect the digital identities. How do you see that? Is it we are there with digital identity when Web 2 are ready for Web 3. Is Web 3 in the interest of our users, consumers, or is just too far away?
Thank you for having me, first of all. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to listen to all the things that have been discussed previously, but I think to answer your question, it starts with how you define Web3. Like what kind of, do you consider the metaverses? Do you consider like new social media where a user is owning their own content? Yes, you sort of have to agree on the definition about the Web3 and the platforms in Web3 if you want to discuss the digital identity in Web3, because you'll probably have different types of digital identities in the different Web3 environments that are currently being developed. And you can have an identity on Metaverse 1, you can have an identity on a social media platform 2, for example. Currently, if I look at my field of work on cryptocurrency exchanges, we rely on the traditional identity verification, similar to what banks have. If a user onboards on our platform, then we need to verify who they are, and we need to have their KYC information, a copy of their ID card, for example, and then we have to verify that. And then they will get an identity on our platform. If you look at the current state of the Web3 platforms, then most of them have completely separate structures and separate identification structures as well. I think the regulators are currently also struggling with how to sort of monitor this, how to control it at a certain extent as well. There are some developments there. What we as a company tried to do last year is launch our so-called soul-bound token, or Binance account-based token. And that's basically a token that you can create, that you can mint after you've verified an account, and then you can send it to a specific address. And that basically verifies the digital identity, because it links back to a verified identity on the Binance platform. So in that way, you can sort of verify who you are without sharing your full personal information. And that's something we developed and that we tried out. And there's different Web3 services that use that particular token. That might be a solution to sort of address the challenges for Web3. Although you still have to rely on some kind of verified identity in the traditional world. Because the problem with Web3 and digital identities, if it's all blockchain based, that means that most of it can be traced as well. And as soon as you share some kind of personal information on the blockchain, or if an address can be linked back to your personal identity, that means that very quickly, if you use that wallet for other types of services, you can look at all the different activities from that particular user on the blockchain. And that's probably not something that most users want. So we have to find a balance between verifying people's identity and also the privacy that people need to have on the Web3 based platforms.
Excellent, thank you. So what you say, what I understand is that the crypto world is more advanced when it's about digital identity on blockchain, but there are some risks as well. So as you said, every activity is recorded, and we don't know if we want that when it's about data privacy. So probably a mix of that could really help here. When it's about, we have another one. Sorry. Who's that? Sebastian, what's your point of view about Web 2, Web 3, and how we can use digital identity in the interest of each people, actually? We talk about a sovereign identity, or it's just state. We are owned by state, our identities are with our state, or we can own it by ourselves and go wherever we want in the world. What that can happen, or it's just a dream? By the way, nice location where you are. It looks good.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm remote, like any blockchain enthusiast, right? So I would like to address what you just asked right now on the Web3 identity by setting the environment. So right now we talk about digital identity as a tool for banking, mainly for KYC or to avoid illicit, let's say, activities. However, digital identity, first of all, it's not only related to personal identity, it's also related to goods identities, such as tracking goods, what we are doing over the supply chain. But let's say we are now just focusing on personal identity. And on that matter, Web3 can help a lot. So blockchain identities would help in let's just say, I would like to mention two scenarios here. So one is the right to participate in the society, to vote for some individuals. And another thing would be to be able to prove ownership of land or of assets, houses or whatever. So imagine in West Africa, the people do not have a government issued identity. However, they were vaccinated by medics. So the Bill Gates Foundation, for instance, has a very good program on this. And these people have medical IDs, proof of vaccination that automatically becomes digital ID. So these are just a couple of examples that show that a digital identity is sometimes better than a regular identity because it might not exist. And coming back to Web3, the real question here is how decentralized is a digital identity? We saw earlier that if you talk about a centralized exchange or about a government, you have, or a bank, you have a central authority that is issuing the credentials for an identity, and then you can link back to that authority to check on the identity. Well, with the blockchain, you don't have to rely on a central authority. And this is the magic of Web3, and this is what is not happening right now. I do not really see any use case of Web3 web-free digital identity other than keeping your crypto on yourself while fleeing the country, let's say, and safeguarding your assets from the government that the government may take it away from you. Another use case, let's say, would be, I'm one of the Silicon Valley Bank customers that got the account shut down overnight without any notice, without anything, with standing orders pending. And it was a very abrupt way into becoming a Bitcoin maximalist when your assets are frozen without any kind of motive. Then I was happy that I have some of my assets into crypto. But this is, again, just a niche example, and the mainstream adoption is not here yet. So Web3, coming back to the question, is not here yet. The real use cases, only niche cases are available. Widespread cases are not here yet. And banks and governments and centralized exchanges still have to rely on their own power and certificate authority.
Right. Okay, thank you for your intervention. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I don't know what kind of identification we have today, so probably it's not even Web 1. So you have a plastic, anyone can copy, at least the Romanian ID. It's very, very easy to be print out by the new printers. Hopefully the new ID will come soon. Otherwise, you know, it's the most exposed ID in Europe at least. I'm saying that because I'm a co-founder of Suntio Identity. It's kind of It's Me in Belgium. And we really struggle with making sure that the ID we scan is the real ID. When it's about, and we heard today the minister, he said with the new digital identity, all of us will know when the state will access our information. It's a step forward, but this is not enough. Hopefully, the state is not going to hack us. You know, that's important.
Or be hacked.
Or, yeah. So now we have plenty of risks. So, okay, I have that plastic, which is a huge one in Romania yet. The new one is coming. But I feel safe because I have it. When I returned from the States, everyone was asking for a copy of my ID. So anyone at entrance of a building, at a clinic, wherever, they just copied and copied and copied. And I had so many copies in Romania, and that was before 2018, GDPR enforced July 2018. And I think that a lot of fines, at least in Europe, based on wrongly used GDPR, it's like 1.6 billion euro. And copying an ID, it's one of the worst cases. So you take a copy and don't explain what for you use it and why you take it and for how long and so on. So there's huge risk with the plastic, but I think it's even bigger risk with digital identity, or it cannot be.
Well, it depends how it's implemented, right? Because if you have one huge government database with all of our data there, then it's a huge risk. Someone might hack it and then gain access to everyone's data. So that's a huge no-no. That's something that we don't look kindly towards. A few words about our product. Our product called CertMe is basically a digital identity, such as It's Me that you gave an example of. But it's a type of self-sovereign identity. So my data is only stored on my device, and I'm the only one who can say which service provider can access my data. Actually, we provide APIs to service providers by which they can, one, authenticate the user, and then if they don't have the data, if they need to create an account, they can request it, and the user can respond to that request or deny it if they don't know the person or the service that solicits their data. But then you have the regulation, which has two flavors, two sides of it, right? It's some bitter and some sweet. So the bitter part is that the regulation mandates that you have a centralized repository of all the verification data. But what we do, so for compliance and audit purposes and stuff like that, so we do have a database, but it's separate from the system. We don't need that database.
Government system, separate.
It's separate from our own system. We don't need that database in order to authenticate or create accounts using our identity. That's the upside. We can keep them separate, and you don't access that database only if there's, I don't know, police wants to verify something, they have a mandate, stuff like that. So otherwise, it's completely separate, and it's we make sure that it's secure, access is controlled very well, stuff like that. But the sweet part is that having a regulation allows us to deliver a digital identity in Romania, even if the government hasn't done so already. So we're in the market right now. We're delivering a service that the government hopes that they could deliver, but they're not, And that's the sweet side. If we have the regulation that says we can do this, we're doing it without, asking permission of the government.
Right. Yeah, I know what you mean. And I don't expect the state, at least in Romania, to compete us, the fintechs. But it looks like they are going to, but we will see. Now, turning to the bank, if they do the identification the way he says, and I fully agree, are you going to consume the identification from CERT.me, or you want to have your own? Because I know banks have their own regulations, and National Bank, AML, and PEP, and a lot of things. So if CERT.me comes with a sovereign identity, and then me, Nick Bălăceanu, I'm onboarded by them and come to you and say, hey, this is my identity. Are you happy with that? Or you ask me to go through the long process with video operator, ADR, and all? How do you see that in the future? Because I know the answer is no today, but how do you see that?
No, it's absolutely, correct way of thinking, because copying documentation is just an operational process which we want to reduce. Everyone wants to save money, and it's more convenient for customers. But also really, it is also important to onboard new customers. So everyone wants to have more customers. So having digital identity is helping everyone in customizing products and selling products. That's one part. And the second part, if you want to adopt that, it's really depending on what I said before, right? So making sure that we've got a solution which is I don't want to say, scalable enough in the sense of legal frame and technology frame is the key, because that's my understanding is also, even I maybe be really conscious about all these regulations because they are painful, they serve purpose. They can be painful, they can be done well or even better, but they serve purpose. And the purpose is to protect our customers from different risks. That's the only thing. So once we will have it structured well for customers, we are willing to adopt because it's our benefit. The same with technology. So if you've got a really scalable technology, which is with a good performance, which is really crucial for banking services, we are fighting for every single transactions per second, and we will, if we don't have a trustful and performing solution for our customers, we'll be really conscious to make it implemented. But it's in our benefit also.
Okay, so the banks, they have to do KYC, AML, and everything because this is law almost everywhere in the world. What about the Binance? Because Binance is kind of a different structure. So do you need the KYC just to make sure you protect your customers, or do you need the KYC and everything because the law, MiCA or others, DORA will ask you to enforce? How do you see that? You like to have it, it's good for customers, it's good for the platform because it's a lot of risk for not properly done KYCs. Niels, how do you see that?
Basically similar as to why banks need to have this information. We need to have it in order to comply with the regulations, obviously. So we need to know who our customers are. we also need to have the certain types of information to keep the platform safe as well. I mean, as a bank, cryptocurrency exchange, financial institution, you need to know who your customers are, and you need to perform name screening, whether or not they are on certain types of sanctions lists. You need to comply with law enforcement requests if they are targeting specific types of users. So in that sense, I think our onboarding processes are at least similar to what banks are doing as well, for the same reasons as well. And when it comes to your previous question about new digital identity systems, I mean, if they are safe, if they're secure, if it's a smooth customer experience, and the regulators approve these types of new solutions, then I also see us supporting these types of solutions as well. But yeah, the most important thing is that the regulators and the authorities, that they will sort of authorize the use of these types of systems. Because the current situation where we have to verify the identities of our clients by having them upload a copy of their passport, having them make pictures from themselves, like selfies or videos, etc., etc. I mean, that's not the most efficient process, especially since they have to do it in most other platforms as well, or in banks they probably have to go to physical offices. So if there's a better solution for that, then I'm all for that. But there are definitely some technical quirks around it as well. And from the law enforcement perspective, I mean, my background is in law enforcement, so that's separate from the Binance perspective. If law enforcement wants to investigate a crime, they need to have some kind of linking point to the identity in the real world, whether or not be like a completely separated database at a company where they can request the data, or if the data is being held at a bank or the cryptocurrency exchange. As long as they're linked there, that's the most important thing for law enforcement, and usually also for other types of authorities in different countries.
I remember it was a meeting on human trafficking sponsored by the UK Embassy in Romania, and the volume of human trafficking only in the UK was above 1 billion. And the public enforcement, law enforcement of the UK said that most of money come from different exchange and cryptos and bitcoins and so on. So it was really scaring because they couldn't really identify the traffickers. So I think sometimes it's important for any institution, crypto or bank, to have properly identified the users, because you can have terrorists, you can have human trafficking, and all this. On the other hand, we have a lot of scheming, right? So a lot of hackers, and you don't like to be hacked, and someone has access to your bank account, and we heard more and more stuff on that. Is that SMS kind of OTP a good stuff for double checking when someone, OTP is enough today? One-time password, when you access your account, you receive an SMS, or
well,
you
it
need more
seems
than
like
that?
a lot of banks think that it's enough. There are better ways to do it, more secure channels. I don't know, stuff like dynamic signatures, right, generated with strong biometric authentication. So there's that. OTPs, phone numbers can be spoofed. People can be misled to sending codes to attackers. So if you have a better way to do it, then it's, maybe why not try it? But I wanted to touch on some of the things that were said before.
Please.
There's a lot of stuff that I want to cover, but I'm just going to try to limit myself to say about the regulation right now. Right now in Romania, regulation is not that heavy, right? You have the IDAS regulation, which defines the electronic means of identification. The Commission is working on an update for that, introducing the wallet. we have the norms, norms that were issued by the Digital Authority of Romania, which say how video identification should be performed. And then you have Law 129, which implements AML Directive 4, which states that entities that fall under the regulation, meaning banks, IFN, stuff like that, they can use electronic means of identification that are defined in the regulation. Still, most banks would rather have the national bank tell them that they can use those identification means. So it's written in the law. You can basically use it because the law says so, but unless the national bank specifically and explicitly says you may go ahead and use those, banks are very hesitant. And the second thing that I wanted to mention, I'm going to stop here, because again, there are many things, but I'm trying to limit to the most fun ones. The second one is that we talk to banks and IFNs, we describe our product, we show them our product, and we show them that the data that they receive from us is data that actually identifies the person, it is certified with a substantial level of assurance, but still, they say, can we have a copy of the ID? It doesn't matter that the data is valid, signed, the electronic identification means it's certified, everything is by the book. They still require a photocopy image of the ID, which is insane. Which is basically, because you mentioned GDPR, it's against GDPR principles, you know, to process wastefully, right? To require data that is not necessary to deliver the service. So this is where we are right now.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm kind of the same business with you, and it's frustrating when you are audited and
Ia să renunțăm la camere de genul ăsta, că sunt proaste. Da. Deci nu trebuie să stai nici într-o studentă. Bătea soarele fix din contră. Și se vedea fiecare. Asta e problema noastră la filmări. Când filmăm în contra soarelui și deștepții de colegii mei care sunt profesioniști doar cu numere, uită să șteagă cu un burete, cu finuț, cu obiectivul camerei. Când soarele vine în toate dârele și impuritățile se vadă așa și aici. Adică geamul nu are ce are. Ce ghinion au fost. Ce face fetele?
Nu știu de și-au lăsat telefoanele una dintre fete. Care printre?
Adică ea. Adică ea.
Avem cartele pe aici, că vreau să le aduc.
Eu am avut o cafea pe care eu am adunat. La mine n-ai să vezi. Hai că ești vedetă. Ești vedetă?
Mă vede cineva?
Da, pe streaming. Zi lui mama că vrei vedere. Păi, dar m-ai întrebat? M-ai întrebat?
Bună ziua, vă vedem. Ah, super. You are next, yes? After the break, the lunch break. You hear me, yes?
Yes, hello?
It's perfect. Yeah, I hear you. I only this, to hear a sound from you.
Okay, sorry, I did not hear you at the beginning.
Oh, it's perfect. That means you hear me, you see me. I not see me because I don't show you.
No, it's black or it's something.
But I see you perfectly. When you have a presentation?
Yes, I can share my screen if you want.
If you can share, it's perfect.
Yes, I will share. I just opened the right slides, metaverse and banking for this event. Okay, now I can share my screen. This screen, I think it's okay. Yes.
You can see the presentation.
You can see the presentation?
Yeah, I see it. You see it?
Yeah, everything is okay for me.
Perfect. We hear us. You hear us and see us after the lunch break.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
That gives you a
Please don't talk before the MC speaker asks you. Because you are the open sound. If you need, I can stop your sound. What you want.
Sorry. If you need, I can stop your sound. If not stop your sound, please don't talk before the MC ask you.
I will stop my sound.
It's not problem. But you not forget to open your sound when you speak.
Okay.
Okay? It's
I know.
perfect.
Okay, perfect.
Sorry, vorbeai cu mine? Scuze.
Da, noi spuneam, Iuliei, că tu ești omul care faci posibile toate lucrurile. Iulia, soția mea.
Lucian.
Am făcut testele bine când eram în Italia.
Când erați în Italia.
Da, da.
Erai singur și te așteptați sau erați împreună?
Nu, ea era acasă, că am plecat
te aștepta.
sâmbătă. Da, nu, eram făcut mare.
Noi când erați în Italia, când erai în Italia.
Da.
Că e un pic de diferență, știi?
M-am obișnuit prost.
Că așa și eu merg foarte mult pe afară și spun neveste mea, băi, că am fost, stai mă, că am fost mai eu, că ai fost mai tu, că eu te așteptam.
Din poveste, da. Ce bine miroși. Ce-am făcut?
Ce-ai făcut?
Am încercat să bag aia. Da, ce? Nu mi-a reușit. Eu nu știu cum să fac să mă bombesc ca unul ăsta.
Ce?
Nu știu cum să fac să mă bombesc ca unul ăsta. Să le schimb.
De ce nu se deschide pe QR? Nu se deschide site-ul? Pe codul QR nu se deschide site-ul?
Habar n-am, nu știu. Și o să stau aici așa.
Da. Și merge. Să mai propunăm?
Trebuie să răpesc. Păi așa va trebui să stau și probabil o să stai din partea aia. Deci așa trebuie să...
Deci așa. Mai mișcă?
Eu aici vreau să stau și eventual tu să stai pe aici.
Ce vrei să? Mai pe prostie, dacă îți văd. Că se dea în până la mine.
Toate pozele.
O să vorbesc cu Cornel, care să fie moderatorul la noi. Cu Crâncu. Să se pune el în partea aia. Și
any further ado, I'd like to present the first French name of the day, which is Guillaume Lefebvre. Did I get that right, Mr. Guillaume?
Yes, it's Guillaume Lefebvre, correct.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Je parle un peu de français. That being that I said everything that I know in French. So now we're going to be talking about entering the metaverse, how it's shaping the future of payments. It's a case study done by Wordline. And it's cool since it's the first metaverse-related topic that we're covering today, going on to this journey of covering as many subjects as possible so that you guys can have something to say to the people that you're reporting to for why you came to this conference, basically. All right, thank you very much. Without any further ado, Monsieur Guillaume.
Thank you very much. So, yes, I am in Wordline and Wordline Labs, and the objective of today is to share with you a vision of metaverse where we integrate, for sure, the payments. And if I start with metaverse, the first question is about why so much buzz, but in fact, it was buzz last year. Today, we have seen that ChatGPT, generative AI, and lots of things are now the hype. But what you have to keep in mind is that the technology behind metaverse, like Web3, like immersive experience, like blockchain, like digitalized asset via NFT and so on, continue to be really interested by our customer. From merchants, for banks, from financial institutions, and it's why we continue to work about the demystifying metaverse and the tech behind and how it can change the payment experience. So the first thing that I would share with you is the demystifying metaverse. After I will share with you a concrete example about solutions exploration on Decentraland, for example, on VR experience, VR payment experience. And I just conclude with one slide about metaverse and banking and just an open question for the conclusion. When I tried to demystify metaverse the first time, it was really complex because so many definitions, as you know, depending if you are from Epic Game, if you are Meta from Facebook, if you are Nvidia, if you are Microsoft and so on, you have not the same definition. But if you are looking for the simplest definition of metaverse, the simplest definition of metaverse is the evolution of internet, the immersive internet with new usage, a network of immersive virtual worlds. Of course, today, and especially now, due to a lack of interoperability, there is only lots of platforms, lots of virtual worlds without connection. Sometimes there is some connections based on the crypto wallet for identity, for payments, sometimes. And what you have to keep in mind that the evolution of internet, it's the simplest definition. But what is also something that is sometimes complex to make the difference with Web3. Web3, the definition is the future of internet, a decentralized web, a decentralized evolution of internet, and the evolution of the governance with a better or more ownership and control of the data and assets of end users. And it's why you have lots of proximity and some differences, crossings between metaverse and Web3. And it's interesting to keep it in mind because it's why when we speak about metaverse, we are speaking about lots of things, and I will explain more with concrete examples just after. Here are some examples of financial industry that's starting to explore immersive experience via sandbox, via Decentraland, via virtual reality, virtual world, sometimes in games like in Roblox. I don't want to share with you all this concrete example. Just let's see some video of this example. Here it is the example of a user that can integrate, come into a bank, a virtual bank in Decentraland. It's the first example. The second example is we can have the same example, the same concrete interaction based on a web browser. It's WebXR, WebAR, WebVR also. Here is another example based on glasses for augmented reality. You are in augmented reality, you can get all information on interaction. Here it's another example in Roblox, in a game, to have a really big proximity with young people and kids, to start the relationship with the bank. And the last example is to have a concrete events also with lots of people, lots of interaction, to discuss about some topics like metaverse. Here are some videos that explore the immersive experience. Around metaverse, we have also lots of experiences around digital experiences or exploration, around digital currencies and new digital assets. Here are some concrete examples from banking. And it's why when I speak about metaverse, I combine three big areas. I combine the immersive experience, I combine with Web3, the next web shift with more decentralized architecture for the web, and the digitalized asset with smart contracts, with blockchain, with DLT, with NFT to create value. And I just have 3 slides to give more details about the definition of these 3 axes. I think it would be interesting to share with you. The first thing is about immersive experience. Immersive experience, the definition of immersive experience, it could be flat user experience, flat user interface in 2 dimensions, with more natural and spatial interface, with more extended reality, with augmented reality or virtual reality. And what you have to keep in mind, more you are on your right, more the emotional connection is higher. And it's really interesting to create really something that is really new. I don't know how many people around this presentation already test the VR experience with an headset, where you are really in a virtual world where you move 1 centimeter, it's move 1 centimeter, and you have something that is really immersive. You have a real emotional connection to create a new interaction with other people, but also with new content, new services. The second thing is about digitalized assets. The digitalized asset, for sure, it could be monetary assets. It could be NFT. And through NFT, you have lots of things around collectibles, unique arts, generative art, play to earn content NFT. And it's not only some picture, some images, it's also 3D models. It could be video, it could be music. It's all could be transformed in digitalized assets. And of course, what is interesting in these digital assets axis, it's the link between the reality and the virtual reality. And the last thing that is really interesting to keep in mind is the decentralized application. It's something that already exists, but it's something that will come really fast in the future about decentralized exchange around lending, prediction, lots of things around the decentralized finance. And we have the same experience for merchants, of course. The last things about Web3, it's interesting to because it's a little bit complex to have an only one Web3 definition or explanation. On the left, you have the hardcore Web3 utopia. Everything is decentralized. No more business, no more rules, no more government, no central banks. It's for sure an utopia, but where there is just a decentralized architecture, decentralized web. And on your right, you have the big tech domination. All is centralized. The digital life is managed or pushed by big players like GAFAM. Your data is money. You have no real privacy. And Web3 is in between for sure. It's both centralized and decentralized, is more control of the data, more contribution valorization with assets management, with self-sovereign entities, with trusted architecture by design. And the Web3 is a convergence between these two worlds to add value to end users. So you have in mind that metaverse, it's really lots of things. It's no more the hype today, but it's continue to be interested by our customer from banks, for retailers, for financial institutions to explore the tech part, to transform this tech into services, into business. And in this virtual world, for sure, you need to integrate lots of things around solutions, tech solutions, around digital assets payments, focus on cryptocurrency. We are working on public DLT also to create new decentralized application connected with decentralized identity and payment, for example. We are working on NFT and DLT exploration to combine tech and use case to create value for merchants. We are working on Decentraland, for example. It's a concrete example of virtual world where you can create new services, new online services and immersive experience. And I will zoom on it just after. We are also working on augmented reality, on virtual reality, what we call extended reality immersive payment. I will zoom on the how we can manage the payment integrated into this universe, because you have to keep in mind that when you start an immersive experience, what is really important is to stay in this immersive experience also for the payment part. And the last thing is we are also working on VR and gaming, because virtual reality and VR headset already exist in gaming, and we have lots of business in gaming, and we integrate a new generation of strong authentication in this kind of headset. Based on continuous behavioral authentication. I will say two words on it without zoom on for today. So now I can zoom on what we are doing in Decentraland and a virtual showroom. We have a virtual showroom and a virtual mall. I have, and the idea is to suggest to our customer, for merchants, for banks, for lots of our customers that want to try to experiment what we are able to create in 3 dimensions in this kind of immersive world, immersive and decentralized world, because Decentraland is based on blockchain, how we have to manage the cryptocurrency, how we manage the crypto wallet for authentication, for identification. And it's something that is really simple. In fact, it's just a shopping mall where you can enter, where you can open the discussion with some customer, where you can sell some product, of course, put forward some new product, suggest some rewards if you want, or voucher. Here are some examples of customers that have buy a part of the mall to present some product. For sure, some products are real. Some of them are virtual, based on NFT. And at the end, in the middle of the presentation, you will see also. Sorry, I have to jump. I will show you on the slide. It's easier. You can see here the example of merchants or store. You have also some banks, like consource banks, that try to be here to put forward some product, to have speech, to interact with end users. As I said, we can sell some product. Here we have an example of hoodie, a Worldline hoodie, to make a link between a real product and a virtual one. When you buy it and you scan the QR code, you can buy it. And if you buy it, you have it in reality and in virtual reality in Decentraland. And to facilitate the payment, because the question is also how can I manage the simplicity of the payment experience, we have also integrated an virtual ATM to pay for the ramp up and ramp off. At the same time, we integrate a partner for that. Here, it's an example of what we are doing in virtual showroom in Decentraland. It's a way to explore it. It's a way to test it, to identify what we need to create this kind of universe, how we can manage the interaction, how we can manage a virtual assistant inside, how can I manage a lot of people that are in the same place to have an interaction, to have an event. It's exploration. But you keep in mind that this exploration is really useful also for banks, for financial institutions, for merchants. The second zoom that I have to share with you today is the immersive payment experience in XR commerce, in virtual reality commerce. What you have to keep in mind is that when you put the headset, it's not the same thing what I will share with you, because you will see a video. It's a real proof of concept that we have developed to test and to explore it with some merchants where you want to pay something. And this question of payments is really crucial. How can I manage the payment, the immersive payment experience? I don't want to use my mobile when I put the headset in front of my eyes. I just want to stay immersive. I just want to stay immersive. I want something that is really efficient for the end users. Efficient because it's simple, it's quick, and it's something that I can understood. And for that, we created a pin on palm to validate the payment. We are using also voice biometry when we want. If you use a voice biometry, you just have to say a unique passphrase that is created for this transaction. You just have to use your voice, and the voice is unique. We are working with the partners for that. And we integrate also new generation of biometry, and especially for gaming, we use a behavioral. How you manage the controller, how you manage the sensors, how you manage the interaction. It's a way to authenticate the end users, to be sure that it's you, that you want to buy something, you want to validate a transaction based on a wallet. It's really simple. You just have to play the game. So now I will show you a demonstration on Pin on Palm. It's an example. I will stop the sound. Sorry. It's an example of VR headset. You just have to put it on in front of your eyes, and as you can see, here you are in the virtual world. Here it's to show you that it's real size. In fact, you are in front of some product. You can select some product. You will see some product to take into your hand. And now you can see what is seen in front of inside the headset. Here you have some product. The product is very small. You can get information about this product. But if you put on the left on the table, you can see the product in the real size. And it's something that is really interesting to add value for e-commerce, for VR commerce. You can take this and this. You can show that the right size. You add value in addition of images, ultra high definition, and so on. But now I will show you how we can manage the payment experience. So the product is okay, it's the right size, it's interesting. I put it in the basket, and now I will push the button, the pay button. And when I have to pay, I just have to tap my PIN code directly in my hand. And it's really interesting to have this kind of experience because it's really easy. It's the PIN code of your wallet. You already enroll your payment solution inside the services. You just have to tap your PIN code. And you use your hand to have a tangible feedback of your finger directly in your hand. And it's we have lots of really good feedback about this experience because you are inside the universe, you stay inside, you are something somewhere that is really useful for you because you add value for the shopping, and it's really simple to validate a transaction. I just have to tap my PIN code, my wallet PIN code, the payment is accepted, and that's all. It's really quick and efficient. And we are working on this kind of experience to demonstrate, to explore how in this kind of metaverse we can have new payment experience. Sorry, I need to jump. Next slide. And as I said, now I want to zoom on metaverse banking because it's interesting to show that we explore Decentraland, we explore new VR experience or augmented reality, we explore also NFT, but what can be done for the banks? For the banks, the first things that you have to keep in mind that for immersive experience, for Web3, for the digitalized assets, today, there is not yet really trusted services provider for all this universe. As I say, we have lots of universe that are not really connected, sometimes connected via a crypto wallet, but something that is mandatory today. Inside this Web3, inside this immersive experience, inside this in centralized or decentralized metaverse, we need a wallet application. We need a crypto wallet to manage its crypto. We need a super crypto identity wallet to manage the identity, the data ownership of the content. And here, in this way, for sure, the trusted position of banks could be really something that could be useful for all this universe to create a pivot between these several kind of universe. The second thing is for sure the presence of in virtual world, including immersive authentication and payment. How can I manage the brand awareness in this virtual world to create the connection between end users for augmented reality, virtual reality, or web XR, and integrate the authentication, the strong authentication, the payment, and in an immersive compliance payment consent for sure. And the last but not least concern the exploration of immersive digital banking, exploration via artificial intelligence, via generative artificial intelligence and virtual assistant, or trusted interaction between end users and banks. And to conclude, just one thing. Here it's an images of all the generation of people since the beginning of internet, with internet native, with social media video native, and now we have the Gen Alpha that are arriving on the market with teenagers, where they know how they don't know why we have a PIN code on a payment card, because you have your mobile, you just have to tap with NFC, and you have a crypto wallet. And what you have to keep in mind is that in 2030, we will have 45% of the workforce that's come from Gen Z and Gen Alpha. And these generation are the most comfortable with digital immersion, with crypto wallet, with crypto interaction in this kind of universe. And it could be, I have no crystal bubble, but it could be something that is really important to take into account now, to explore now, to prepare the future of the future digital life. So thank you for your attention, and I hope it was useful for you to have this big picture and concrete examples that we are doing in metaverse, and especially in technology behind metaverse for payment experience.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guillaume. Thank you. Fantastic. All right, to keep things moving along quickly, I'd like to introduce the next speaker onto the stage. We're going on to big players now. So please welcome Mr. Artem Fedorov from Visa. He will be talking about how the crypto payments will touch upon the global and European trends and the role and vision that Visa will play within this emerging ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefan. Best of luck. Thanks. So good afternoon, everyone. Let me just check that I can scroll through. Great. I hope everyone is refreshed after the lunch break. Nobody's craving afternoon power nap. It seems so based on some people. Anyway, thanks everyone for very insightful information shared in this forum already today, and super excited to see what's yet to come in the evening program. My name is Artem, as mentioned earlier. I'm here on behalf of Visa, more particularly Visa Consulting and Analytics, which is the strategic advisory branch of Visa. I'm working closely with crypto, alongside some other interesting topics, and I'm based in Prague, Czech Republic, collaborating closely with colleagues across CEE, Romania included. So excited to be here today, and I would like to bring to you the crypto narrative in the context of digital payments. So our home base, let's say, is Visa, is the payment network. More particularly, to help to understand what is the role of crypto in digital payments and what we as Visa do about it. Now, I think we can all agree that the world of crypto is complicated by itself. And our home base, the digital payments, is also quite hard to get in. So we are one of the largest payment networks. We process trillions of dollars annually, connecting more than 14,000 financial institutions with more than 4 billion Visa cards, may that be plastic card or virtual tokens issued globally, with more than 80 million merchants across the world. And the first premise that I would like to build is that there are many touch points which exist along the value chain of digital payments together with the world of blockchain and crypto and decentralized assets. And I think this slide actually nicely summarizes many underlying trends and technologies which we have had a chance to talk about today already. May that be that likes of good old Bitcoin, crypto, different altcoins. May that be the digital currencies backed by fiat or collateral assets, so stable coins. We might bring central banks to the party, And I think you've heard, we're all on the same page about CBDCs now. We've heard a lot about one-tier, two-tier system, wholesale, retail CBDCs, as well as the whole new twist on the financial services provision under the umbrella of DeFi, something that historically has been attributed only to the main street banks and now is provided in an open and permissionless environment. And of course, something that has redefined over the course of last 2 years how we understand the concept of ownership in the digital space and beyond, which are non-fungible tokens or NFTs. So let me try to unpack this a little bit and share with you just a couple of insights alongside those technologies and trends, and some interesting research points that we have identified by looking at some of the link with the world of digital payments and impact on the traditional banking system. So starting with crypto, one insight which I still personally find quite amazing is the pretty much omnipresent awareness about crypto, which some of you might take for granted, but I think it's nothing short of amazing that in our latest global research, we estimate the awareness about crypto among global adult population at 95%. And I think we might make a little bit reflection, which is probably relevant for many people in the audience. Think back to when you first heard about crypto. You probably got excited, hopefully. You maybe started looking up, okay, how do I get started? What is my first touch point? You maybe stumbled upon some of the centralized exchanges. And one of the first operations after onboarding, maybe KYC process, that you probably struck with was on-ramp. So how do I bring my money from my bank account? How do I bring my fiat to the decentralized world? And this is first big touch point where we as Visa and issuers across the world play a role. According to another study that we've done, debit cards is the most preferred on-ramp solution for consumers globally, relevant for 31%. Closely followed by bank transfers, 28%, and only then followed by less popular on-ramp methods such as peer-to-peer transfers, credit cards, or other methods. With that being said, we know that more than 30% of consumers experience some issue during their on-ramp process, which creates more pressure on issuers to better design the on-ramp solutions as well as the crypto service providers to really make sure that the on-ramp is seamless. And as well, it basically means for us and the issuing institutions that we need to acknowledge that we will see more and more of crypto on-ramp transactions in the traditional system, and we need to make sure that we are ready to embrace them. But the story of crypto, especially in the eyes of consumers, is of course not so streamlined and not in rose colors always. There is a couple of impediments that we know exist. Interestingly enough, one of the most popular impediments in the eyes of consumer that we see is actually lack of knowledge that comes, it's a recurring topic that we see in many researches among people who know about crypto but do not hold any crypto assets, which may be followed by the risk of losing my money, which might be followed by the threats associated with volatility, also lack of regulation. Super curious to see how that will evolve next year, especially among European countries after MiCA will have place to kind of trickle down into the perception of consumers. But on your crypto journey, one way how many consumers try to tackle that impediment is essentially get to the likes of stablecoins, which might help to combat the volatility, which might be regarded as more reliable transactional vehicle if we're not talking about wealth accumulating function of crypto. And later on in your customer journey, what you might stumble upon is the off-ramp solution. How do I bring crypto back? How do I send it to somebody? Or how do I pay for something with crypto, which was one of the original promises of crypto anyway, that we would be able to use it as a transactional vehicle. And this is the area where we're also active by providing Visa CryptoLink cards, which are issued by some of the big names in the industry, some of the centralized exchanges, some of the crypto service providers. We estimate that 16% of crypto owners have a CryptoLink card. And as of the first half of 2023, there's been more than $1 billion spent through Visa CryptoLink cards globally. So this is interesting. We talk about transactions, card holders, issuing institutions. Let's bring central banks to the game. And again, I don't want to repeat some of the very interesting thoughts that have been said on CBDCs earlier today. We know that there's more than 100 countries globally trying to tap into CBDC, understand what kind of design might suit them and what they might get out of the CBDC. And I think to add a little bit of considerations to the topic of CBDCs, which probably haven't been so vocal today yet. First one would be, how do we get around the customer journey? So what kind of my experience, if we talk about retail CBDC as the end user, how easy and how convenient and how alike to my previous ways to pay CBDC experience is? And second, from acceptance point of view, how easy it is to onboard merchants and what kind of infrastructure upgrades are required by existing merchants to start accepting CBDCs. One idea that we have been working on to try to address those two pain points is the CBDC payment module. It's a product solution which is now in a proof of concept phase between us and Consensus, which essentially is a middleware between the blockchain decentralized infrastructure of CBDC and existing digital payment network which we run on, which would allow governments to leverage CBDC blockchain infrastructure, yet allow the acquiring and issuing institutions to participate in the game and be connected to the standard network that we run, as well as for consumers potentially to have a frictionless onboarding experience where they might receive a virtual Visa credential, which is linked directly to your CBDC account. So experience is very similar. No infrastructure upgrades are required from the merchants, and we're able to avoid the infrastructure upgrades, which could become a big bottleneck on the path of driving up the acceptance of central bank digital currencies. Moving on to DeFi, talking a little bit more beyond the payment itself. I would say there's been an interesting kind of juxtaposing of DeFi against the traditional banking, and that's a common narrative that I see where we try to put side by side. So we have traditional bank, centralized, and then we have DeFi, which is a completely different thing. And I think many traditional institutions historically might have some proclivity towards ignoring DeFi because, well, it's not such a big elephant in the room anyway. Whereas now it appears to me that it's pretty hard to ignore $48 billion worth of total value knocked elephant in the door. And it's interesting to see how the traditional finance service provision will evolve over time next to DeFi. Especially in the context that we know that crypto consumers who are aware about crypto but are not interacting with crypto might have a proclivity towards regarding the traditional banks of being important middlemen that they want to somehow step into the game to maybe legitimize the industry a little bit. And in this context, again, it's super curious to see how the MiCA will bring up potentially the legitimization of the whole crypto industry in the eyes of the general public in European context. But anyway, the traditional institutions are to be on a watch out for what kind of new business model emerge and what kind of functions the DeFi primitives and aggregators are fulfilling right now, and what potentially traditional banks can make out of this down the road. At this point, even if they are not ready to step in or play around with the technology, maybe they can invest into the infrastructure or maybe serve the role of ethical hackers and try to bring up the security standards of the protocols to help to minimize the exploits. Last but not least, NFTs. I think there will be a bit more set on the topic later today as well. Nevertheless, in my personal eyes, the topic of NFT is interesting in the context of the creator economy and sort of what opportunities it creates there. It's been interesting also to see how many big global brands have jumped onto the topic. Let's see how many of them move beyond public commitment and announcing stepping into NFT and Web3. Nevertheless, it definitely does create some opportunity. Again, probably something that should be taken cautiously, and the benefits of NFTs should be evaluated against what does it take to step into the game for creators, maybe to help to facilitate the journey a little bit. We're now running our first cohort of Visa Creator Program, where we have 5 creators from across the world, which are onboarded in a 1-year-long program, where we take them basically from being independent creators to people who have expertise and knowledge to establish themselves in the world of Web3, in the world of NFTs, and try to leverage those opportunities for their art and commercialize their art better. To conclude, I have mentioned a couple of things that we're working on in a bit broader, and of course there is always more, but to outline 4 strategic areas that we're working on. Not a holistic list, but some of the priorities are here. We have the topic of on-ramp, which I mentioned, so we want to make sure that we are the preferred way to get paid in the new merchant categories and in the new crypto providers. We're also working on an off-ramp solution in the shape of the Visa CryptoLink cards. We are talking to central banks across the world and work closely with them on designing and talking about the CBDCs. And something that is mostly relevant to the team where I am, we're talking to our partners and all participants in the standard digital payment networks to basically help them understand where they can start or what sort of strategy they can build in any of the underlying blockchain topics or trends or technologies. So the future is crypto is as always ambiguous, and I'm happy that we have forums like this where we can share different opinions, bring different perspectives. And with that being said, I'm just super excited to see what the future of crypto brings, and thanks everyone for your attention. I'll be here around till the evening, so feel free to approach me after the keynote if you would like to learn more about something else.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to share the screen as well. So, okay. So can you see the slides as well?
Sorry, no, not yet. Just one moment.
Okay. Well, let me know.
Okay, we can see the slides. Just need to make them a bit bigger now. Just one moment for the technical difficulties. But it's kind of like the news, you know, before the guy starts talking. There we go. Perfect. The stage is yours.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you. So it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, everyone, for attending the event. I was there in person last year, and I wish I could be there this year, but unfortunately not for this year. So I hope it's as good as last year, because I know last year was a fantastic, really, really good event. So we've actually released some news recently, so I'm going to give you one of the first sort of updates on what we've been doing with our CBDC platform. So first of all, quick introduction. So I'm Anthony Welfare, I'm Senior Advisor at CBDC. So I've been working around 8 years in the enterprise space in many of the different chains, Ethereum, Hyperledger, and obviously working now with Ripple and the XRP ledger. And also the author of Commercializing Blockchain Strategic Applications in the Real World, which is actually about 3 years old, but it's still very relevant about what blockchain can do. Ripple has grown massively. I mean, a year ago, this slide, I think it said 350 or 400 people and 8 global offices. We're now 800 people in 15 offices. And I think that's just a testament to what's happening in crypto in general. Real world crypto, let's say, and sort of the blockchain world. So our business has grown significantly, even though obviously we're in a crypto winter and things are a little bit challenging around regulation, you know, especially in the US and places like that. We're sort of a two-in-one company, the way we look at it. So we have a RippleNet, which is our global enterprise-grade payment network. So we're paying, millions of transactions, billions of dollars of value around the world in different currencies, cross-border. And then the other part of it, we underpinned by the XRP ledger. So XRP ledger is a full permissionless public blockchain, and you can build, what you need to on that, mainly around payments. So we use the XRP, the digital asset, to move value around the world. We've built sort of previously things like NFTs and DeFi are sort of some of the areas that's growing. So it's not just about payments, but where I look after is really around CBDCs and stable coins, which is a highly interesting area. As I mentioned, we've been really busy over the last few weeks. I mean, the CBDC team actually started 3 years ago. So a lot of this has been, work in progress for a long time. And just in the last week or so, week and a half, we announced our new CBDC platform, basically upgraded CBDC platform for issuing CBDCs and let's call them regulated or government stable coins. Palau and Bhutan were the sort of countries we announced previously. We've just announced Montenegro. Now, Montenegro, obviously, for Romania and Central Eastern Europe is quite an interesting one because they're not part of the Eurozone. They're not part of the EU either, but they want to be. So they're on the extension path and they use the euro and they have a central bank. So we're working with Montenegro very, very closely now. We only started about 4 weeks ago. Got some good work there. And I think it's quite interesting because within the Eurozone, it's very difficult to build a digital euro at this stage because it's 26 countries, 26 central banks. So obviously, there's some really good work going on by the ECB and other parties around that. But what we see, things like this, opportunity in Montenegro is to actually test a stable coin, a euro stable coin for a country, which inherently is a digital euro. So that's very exciting and very relevant and local to obviously the area where we're talking about. And then finally, I think we announced this Thursday, just last week, and I'll talk about this at the end of the session. We're focusing on real use cases of a CBDC and stablecoin. And this is our first real use case that we're announcing, and it's around real estate. And I'll talk you through that project with the Hong Kong Monetary Authority just at the end. In terms of where Ripple is now, this is one of the first research pieces around the CBDC players. And it's good to see that we're at the top. So we were ranked #1 because of our existing cross-border. We have a multi-billion-dollar business processing transactions globally. And obviously, we've been doing this for 3 years in the CBDC world. So, we just announced, obviously, 2 last week, and we've got plenty more that we're working on. So, we're in a really strong position after 3 years' work. Always good to start to get everyone on the same page. What is the CBDC? and it's CBDC is the government, the central bank issued coin directly. The name says it all. But we see a world of digital currencies coming up. So it's not going to be just a CBDC or just a stable coin or just XYZ. We see these 3 sort of working together. So cryptocurrencies, obviously we all know the cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, etc. They still have a purpose and they still will be used in a certain extent in countries. Now, you've obviously got countries where Bitcoin is being used a lot, through to countries that it's hardly used in the slightest. And we don't see that changing that much. Cryptocurrencies are innovative. They are first mover, they're quite interesting, and they do different things. So you're always going to have the innovation part at the sort of left-hand side of the presentation. At the right-hand side is the central bank digital currency. It is the most regulated, the most important fiat currency equivalent. So the digital euro, pound, dollar, etc. And that's issued by the central bank and backed 1-for-1 by the central bank, obviously, because they issue it, they print it. The middle bit is the interesting part. You could draw a line in the middle of stable coins. The stable coins next to central bank digital currencies Some type of regulated stablecoin or commercial bank stablecoin or synthetic stablecoin or synthetic CBDC. There's a number of different words around it. What they are is the equivalent of a digital euro, for example, and they will be managed on a one-for-one basis again. So it could be, you know, one of the commercial banks in Romania or wherever issue a stable coin, which is regulated, and therefore it's the same value as a central bank digital currency. It's just where it's held and how it's managed. And we still see the other part of stable coins nearer to cryptocurrencies like USDC, USDT, EuroC, etc. We still need to see those playing a part, probably not as big as it is today, but it will move outside of crypto into normal life, let's call it. So we see this mix of different types of coins, digital currencies coming up over the next few years. And importantly to see, this is a CBDC is down at the bottom as such, the central bank issued. We don't see a world where anybody in this room and, you know, on this call is going to use a CBDC every day. You know, it's around, you know, between 1% and 5% of the circulation today. And because the only CBDC we have today, by the way, or the only central bank issued currency today is actually the pound notes, the dollar notes, the euro, the, you know, the lei that you have in your pocket. That is really the only technical central bank currency. We still see the commercial banks. So from the bottom to the top, we still see the commercial banks doing the majority of the work. We see them issuing some type of CBDC equivalent, so be it a stable coin, a synthetic CBDC. The best way to look at this is you wouldn't ring Christine Lagarde at the ECB if you lost your keys or you lost your phrase to get into your wallet. So we still need commercial banks for many other reasons, but mainly to deal with people, businesses, do loans, do all the good savings, etc., mortgages, etc. They do. We don't see a world without commercial banks. Now the world will change. It'll be more efficient. It'll be different ways of doing things. And also then the second layer, we see a lot more of the non-bank financial services. So be that wallet holders, be that custody, be that other areas, we still see those working. So a lot of the fintechs, no doubt, in the room and on this call, we see them having an even stronger role in the future, because once there is a digital currency agreed, they can use it, issue it, benefit from it, etc. And obviously, ultimately, this is for the businesses and people. This is to make our lives quicker, easier, cheaper, so that we can transact in ways that we couldn't do in the past and make it a lot more efficient for everyone. Importantly, why are we using a DLT and a blockchain? And I think people forget the benefits of this. You know, we are a crypto company at the foundation. So what we build is based on crypto technology and DLT. And why is that? And you look at the main points, really. It's global interoperability and scalability. You know, look at the XRP ledger. You can use that anywhere, Ethereum, Bitcoin. You literally, as long as you've got an internet connection, you can send XRP, Bitcoin from A to B. You can securely allow participants to join the network. So if you have a permission network, you know who can join it and who can use it, which is highly important because it does mean you can then monitor and check transactions as you need. Transactions settle in real time. It's a really interesting one because for me and you on a day-to-day basis, I go and buy a coffee. I don't care whether that transaction settles now or in 10 years' time. I just want my coffee. That's all I want. And so transactions settle in real time, though, takes out a lot of the intermediary steps around settlement, which actually do cost money and means that's why there's a cost to do business. It's critically important. High resiliency and security. This is about our payment system. So, you know, this has to be highly secure. There's no single point of failure. So obviously one of the main benefits of blockchain is that there's a number of nodes. So if one fails, another can come online, etc. And there's multiple instances of the information. So if one data, you know, node, etc. is corrupted, then there's plenty more. And real-time transparency. You know, today, a government, a central bank can't find out exactly where all the money is in the system at the press of a button, let's say. in the future, they'll have a much better understanding of where the money is in the system and things. That doesn't seem too important unless you look at problems and issues like an SVB bank collapse and things like that. They happened within minutes, basically. And if the governments knew where the money was and things, they could move things quicker. And I think it's very important as we become more digital and technology-based, that we actually make sure we maintain an understanding of this transparency and where things are. And then finally, we built everything that we build today, all the systems we have today, were designed with the perfect world, and everything's fine, and we're all happy, and the world's very rosy. Fortunately, the world isn't. There's bad actors, there's issues, there's power going off. A DLT is built for that. That's the whole point of it. So one area breaks, there's another area that picks it up, and there's another copy. So it's really important to build a financial system using this type of technology. That's what it was built for at the end of the day. What are the benefits, and where are we with the, why are we doing a CBDC and sort of, regulated stablecoins? So first of all, it's what I just mentioned. It enhances the existing payments infrastructure. So it's quicker, more efficient to make payments, and it reduces the cost and failure. So you send your euro, it arrives. You exchange your lei for your euro, it changes quickly, and the world just moves quickly. We're not wasting time and waiting for payments. And if anybody's bought houses and things like that, the whole time when you have to wait for the money to go into your solicitor's account and come back, it's just crazy. It shouldn't take that time. Financial inclusion is very important. It's very different globally. Financial inclusion, quite often is about people not having bank accounts, etc. It's also more important about access to financial services. So quite often in Western, and European countries and European, area, not everybody has access to the same financial products and systems. So for different reasons, but if you had access to the same high interest payment account, for example, so Montenegro, for example, doesn't have access to high interest accounts. So if you're trying to save your money in Montenegro, you don't have access to that, because it's a small country and the banks don't see as profitable. Why? We should all have access to similar products. So a CBDC will really help in that side of it and allow people to have access to better interest rates, savings, DeFi products, etc. Really importantly for fintechs in the room and the next sort of future companies, this is going to allow greater competition and reduce the barriers to entry. So once you can make quicker, cheaper payments, smaller amounts of payments more frequently, you can actually change what you do and build businesses in different places. So not only does that help with, countries that, are very poor for, maybe some of the African countries, but also a lot of the more advanced countries where you can now make micro payments. And so you could earn a lot more money over a volume period. And one of the things that I always ask people, and I'll ask the question, I'll answer it. Why do we get paid once a month? Why do we pay our rent and mortgages once a month? And that is because today's financial system is inefficient. Why don't we get paid as soon as I finish this call? Why don't I get paid? When you finish the day, why don't you get paid? So there's other reasons, but the main reason is the inefficiency. Innovation. Once we get a similar to crypto-based currencies, imagine what you can build and what you can do. A couple of speakers before talking about the metaverse and sort of DeFi, and there's so much that can be done with a financial system that's a lot more efficient. And then finally and importantly, this end of the day, our central banks look after our money. This is the whole country's money. So they need to look after the sovereignty and the money policy, and that's very critical to sort of maintain that side of it. Okay, so we launched our platform, which is a very simple platform based on XRP Ledger. So it's been around 3 years in development, and this is basically managing, minting, redeeming, destroying stable coins and CBDCs. So it's a very it's complex, but it's a very simple process for issuing and sharing and moving the currency around a country. And then finally, the area that we wanted to share, so this was literally only announced on Thursday, so very new. So we're partnered with Fubon Bank. Fubon Bank is a Taiwan bank. And we're basically going to work with the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, so the equivalent of a central bank over in Hong Kong, to look at future, basically tokenizing real estate. So it's a really interesting project. The actual, CBDC is the foundation layer. It's not the most important part. This allows quick, cheap settlement. The interesting part with this, the real use case, is allowing the property real estate companies, people, etc., to actually tokenize the real estate for loans, for example, or to release equity, etc. And the benefits are massive. If anyone's, in the sort of real estate industry, we're opening up a number of sort of innovations here. So, for example, decentralization of finance. So this opens up the whole world in Hong Kong to actually participate and use, the HKD, the Hong Kong dollar, to do different things with around the DeFi world. Obviously, speed to value. If you think of a property, it's a very, the asset's tied for a long time, and to get money out to move it, we all know real estate takes a long, long time to actually, buy, sell, etc. Using the collateral for loans, so you've got equity in your house, you've got, whatever it be in your house, it's very hard to borrow against it and to use it. And normally you pay really ridiculous interest rates. Again, if you tokenize the real estate, you'd be able to look at that. And then, things like instant loan grants and moving the properties around. So there's a lot of different use cases around this where a CBDC, or in this case would be the Hong Kong dollar, is able to really allow anybody to invest in real estate, anybody allowed to commercialize it and use it. So imagine, we could all, we could buy a property as a country, as a company, and then we could all buy 10 lei or, 25 euros of that property. Whereas at the moment, property prices are crazy around the world. You would have to sort of, buy a lot of money. So it's sort of democratizing real estate, but it's allowing different things to be done. So you could just lend, equity for part of your property and really, use that money for whatever you need to in other places. So so we're really excited about this. Project's only just starting, so it's very brand new. But we'll be working on this through to September, October is when we sort of will have the next stage of this. So basically, just wanted to give you an update on that. We're doing a lot of work in the CBDC world, especially around Central Eastern Europe, as I said, Montenegro, but many others. And we're proven now, we're scaling this, we're growing this, and we're in a very exciting period. I think CBDCs and these related stablecoins are going to unlock a lot of value and a lot of innovation. And I think, fintechs and sort of startups and entrepreneurs in the room should be really excited about how we can use this over the next few years and how this new technology and quicker, cheaper payments will allow you to do better business in the future. So on that, I wish you, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here virtually, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Mr. Anthony. Thank you. All right, cool. So heading back into real life, I'd now like to introduce the next panel, which is
You decided to have this today, this conference today, 13 years after the 10,000 bitcoins sold on pizza. Yeah, a lot of pizza. We ate yesterday a lot of pizza as well to the event. Okay, so yeah, coming to this panel, I've seen the topic, the agenda today. It was really a lot of discussions about regulations, about CBDCs. So I will have the chance now to ask you and also to have your thoughts on this matter, on regulations, CBDC, stable coins, and then we'll go further details in more discussions about trading, investments, and so on. But I'm really eager to know your thoughts about these regulations now we have in Europe, this MiCA, the let's say legal framework for the Europe. And how do you see this? It's comprehensive enough, what we expected so far for the crypto regulators to come up with the legal framework? Is it enough, or we need more? It's just the first step. How do you see it?
Name someone.
Who wants?
I think Marius should start.
Let's
leave Marius. Okay, I can start. Hi. First of all, I want to pinch myself because it's pretty strange to be here today because 2 years ago, Banca Transilvania closed our accounts. It was a pretty...
Is there anyone from BT here?
Yeah, it was a pretty sad day, and it was very challenging to find another solutions. Solutions not from Romania, unfortunately. And I think this depends a lot about regulation. I rely with the banks, and I understand that they need more trust. We want to bring this trust, but we need the government to be with us. And today we have MiCA, the European regulation, and also after almost 3 years we have the law in Romania for exchanges. Yesterday we sent the last feedbacks on the law, and it looked pretty well. So we are pretty happy with that. It's better to have it than not
to have it.
Yeah. So we are a good fan and supporter of the regulations. Even for the clients, it's pretty turn off all the KYC, ML stuff, but with education, with the work that we are putting every day into this space, I think the people will understand more that it's very important to have it.
That's one from the exchange. Okay.
Yeah, I'll go with
like
one
to
more
continue?
from the exchange side. Hi, everyone. Yeah, for the industry, I think MiCA is a big step forward. And yeah, AML and all the compliance issues, actually, I think it helps us move towards mass adoption, which the industry should want, and this helps us grow all together. The application of the MiCA in the local regulation, I think, is going to take some time. And the Ministry of Finance from Romania inputs are good, and we were looking forward to the implementation. But it's very important that we keep the same design all over the European Union as established in MiCA.
Do you find support from the political, let's say, part? Do you find support on implementing this MiCA or any regulations related to crypto from the exchanges side, let's say, on the exchanges side?
I think the regulators are trying to be as open as possible, yeah.
It's not yet in place. I mean, we have till
18 months.
24. Yeah. We have time to like align with whatever MiCA is saying, but from my point of view, it's good steps in the right direction, because so far we've had a lot of events going on in crypto, but never had something that regulates the space. So from my point of view, there's going to be a lot of institutional money flowing into these markets. Maybe the volatility is going to stop. It's not going to be so, the market is not going to be so volatile anymore. What's nice is that this directive comes and actually aligns all the members, all the states to the same legislation. So the states, they're not going to have to implement like national laws, like we were talking earlier, like France. They've started something, but now there's MiCA coming on top of it, and they're gonna regulate everything like at the same level. So yeah, as I said, it's good steps in the right direction. It's the first time that we finally have maybe not a legal framework. We just have the base of this legal framework. Of course, there's a lot of things to be optimized and whatsoever, because we know NFTs are not in it.
DeFi is not covered.
DeFi is not in it. Securities, they're not in it. So there's still a lot of place to grow, and but it's
just
a start.
the first step. No, it's a start.
So it's
start.
good. It's good.
Yeah. I don't know, Konstantinos, do you hear us? You're online with us. I cannot see you. So
I can hear you very well. Thank you.
Input on this?
So I think it's very important to say that participants in the market are going to be able to benefit from passporting. That is one of the key advantages that MiCA gives players in this space. So they will be able to obtain a license in their home state by the home regulator, and then passport in all 27 EU member states. And this is hugely important because, especially for cross-border businesses such as Revolut or Binance, currently the regulatory landscape is hugely fragmented and it requires multiple registrations. So this is quite inefficient from a resource perspective. As other panel members said, currently MiCA does not cover DeFi activities. It's something that here in the UK, for example, we are currently conducting a consultation, and the Treasury proposed regulatory framework does propose some activities. Obviously, we know that the Commission is also looking to bring MiCA 1.5 or MiCA 2, which will presumably cover DeFi, but this is going to be outside of the mandate of the current Commission, which ends on 2024. One point I wanted to make is specifically in relation to crypto securities. These wouldn't be already covered under the existing MiFID framework, Markets in Financial Instruments Directive. So I don't think we are going to see securities in the crypto space ever falling within the scope of MiCA or a future regulatory framework around crypto, because I think the view from the Commission is that it's already, the existing framework is already fit for purpose.
Yeah, but it was not updated for a long time, so we are still expecting there's some updates as well on security side. One thing that was interesting, and for many they were caught by surprise, that the EU came first and to have this MiCA in place, comparing with the US, which, I don't know, maybe in 2021, all of us were expecting that the US will lead the place here and will have regulations in place. But we've seen now that the US is cracking down on crypto these days. So why do you see this difference, US that is cracking down on crypto these days and comparing with what is happening here in Europe?
I want to add something on the top of the last discussion. I always said that I wanted Romania to be a trendsetter and not a follower. And I think, unfortunately, we lose that potential advantage because when we have, in the first row, we have the project for the law, it takes too long to be implemented, and I see that nobody wanted to I don't know, to be the hero of the country, to be like, I don't know, Estonia, Lithuania, now France. We are always a follower, and
we had the chance, no? We had the chance to
but
really step
right now I see that Europe have this chance, and it's pretty obvious that they are doing that instead of US, and it's pretty surprising for me because we know what is happening there. But the perception for us as a fintech that maybe US can be a good country to go with our services, we are pretty afraid about all these changes about the regulation. And from the first day, we, Tokero, didn't accept US citizens, and I think we'll keep these policies. So I think it's good that now Europe is in the first row of implementing that.
Okay, anyone else for the second topic? US, what is happening now in US comparing with the EU?
Yeah, I would like to say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
He just came from US, so.
Yeah, I stayed there for only 1 month, but I learned a lot. European has always been conservatory compared with US regarding laws in different aspects of life. Let's say cars. Here we're trying to protect the earth by implementing stuffs on cars, like filters for environment and everything. You don't have that in US. Also, smoking laws. Everything here in Europe is more conservatory than in the US. Probably that's why Mika is here first.
Yeah, this crackdown on crypto is related also with what happened with the following banks like Silvergate. We've seen banks, let's say, went bankrupt. Some voices were mentioning that is related to crypto because they were open to crypto, like accepting crypto. That's why they went bankrupt. Is it true or not from your perspective? Or how do you see this?
I guess those banks were actually holding the money for they were holding the deposits of the crypto projects. So actually, when the Fed started to raise, at the moment, these banks started to accept deposits from blockchain builders, okay? Fed was not raising the interest rate. So whenever the Fed started raising those rates, actually the banks, they couldn't keep up, okay? So they had to sell at a loss because most of the projects were withdrawing the money. So they had no money to pay because, the interest rate was raised at a higher rate than the rate at which the banks themselves would have monetized their investments or their whatever they had with the projects. Okay, so because when you're a blockchain project, first you're gonna waste a lot of money because you're not gonna explode maybe from the first, I don't know, year, right? Because adoption, you gotta build everything. So if the banks were involved money-wise in those projects, they were waiting to monetize those investments that they had, right? But the Fed started to raise the funds, and projects themselves started to withdraw money because they were losing already, right? Because there were less money in the market, so the consumer, the retail consumer, had to sell tokens, and then projects had to withdraw money, and banks had to sell actually whatever they had at a loss to honor the withdrawals. So I guess this is the connection.
Partially, I guess, because the story is much.
This is just a point of view.
Just on the crypto related, because it's also related with T-bills and bonds, and they had to cash in the loss. Let's say
it's just the part where the crypto was involved in it. So yeah, guys.
So long story short, not bad clients from the crypto space, just bad management.
You could say like this, huh? Bad management. Yeah, that was the question. If it was really, this was the trigger that, I don't know, US decided to crack down crypto because due to these falling banks.
could be. On some side, they were fighting inflation. That's right, because it's easy to understand that once you actually raise the interest rate, the banks are going to get money. It's a more expensive credit, right? So on some side, they were fighting inflation and they were doing good, but causing the banking system collapse.
There is another side of a story saying that also US is preparing for the CBDC, and that's why maybe in this period they went on crypto so hard in order to prepare the project for the CBDC to be launched. Do you think it's valid, this point?
I think knowing your past activity, you are more related with the bags. So I propose you to be a part of the panel. So if you have better explanation than us, please be my guest.
Let's say if also Konstantinos is here with us and maybe have some inputs on this.
I think it's very difficult to know whether, I'm assuming you're referring to FedNow and whether that is sort of the starting of a CBDC there in the US. There's very little indication that is the case. Obviously, there might be information that is not publicly available, but it seems that the EU and the UK are far more advanced in their thinking around CBDCs with the digital euro and the digital pound projects. My sense is that the US has made this being crypto a very political issue, and there's still ambiguity as to whether crypto should be regulated as a commodity, in which case it would fall under the purview of the CFTC, or it should be regulated as a security, in which case it would be a matter for the SEC. I think we are at a point where even the Congress and the Senate have sort of had enough, if I can say that, with the SEC. And I say this because we've seen back in April the congressional hearing from the committee that exercises supervision over the SEC, where they asked Chair Gensler some questions, and it became apparent that they are critical of the SEC's lack of direction in the space. So I think we will see in the near future more activity in that space, and we will see an unblocking.
Thank you, Konstantinos. Speaking about CBDCs, we had also earlier the presentation from Ripple talking about CBDCs and how marvelous it is, only advantages. What's your thoughts on CBDCs? Has only advantages? Is there any drawbacks in implementing CBDCs? Or even comparing with stable coins?
So not my line of expertise.
I can say neither do I. We are using only USDT. But I have an opinion on that. I saw that a lot of persons in Romania or in our crypto space are pretty against that. I'm not the biggest fan. And one of the first advantages that I saw in the past, it was transparency. But after that, I studied a little bit to prepare for this discussion, and I saw that they are not using, you can correct me if I am wrong, they are not using public blockchains, but private blockchains.
Of course they're not.
And,
total control. They're not transparent.
Okay. You need total control on it.
And maybe the only advantage that I saw, it was lost.
Yeah, it could have been a good thing to be transparent, and you could store all your, let's say, stable coins in something safer than what we have now. But since it's not transparent, I'm not a huge fan either.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have now, we have
neutral.
A neutral, okay.
Also, you can do a lot of bad stuff by not being transparent.
Sure.
I'm not saying anything.
Everyone is discussing about the surveillance and how the government can, close your wallet and access to your funds.
Course.
These are the main threats. Yeah.
But you don't need CBDCs for that. The government can do the same today. So it's not a big change.
Not quite.
Yeah,
if you have cash, you can still use cash.
We need a safe, stable coin, let's say. We need to be 100% sure that nothing would happen with that stable coin. We need that, to be honest.
Yeah.
I agree with my previous speakers. Sorry.
I don't think it would be possible for a private stable coin to replace central bank currency, because obviously cash it plays a central role in how central banks implement monetary policy into the financial system. So I think we're going to see ultimately some form of CBDCs in the future. But I guess all the participants have sort of demonstrated a little bit of a skepticism as to, is this going to be safe? Is it going to allow government intervention? So if these projects are going to be successful, I think there needs to be that sort of transparency towards the end retail customer that their transactions are protected from government intervention, essentially.
Censorship resistance.
Yep. Ilya, would you like to?
I was just saying that transparency is something that we need to see in CBDCs, from my point of view, and yeah. That's CBDCs might be good if transparency is added. Yeah.
But the things how they look now, I don't think we will see this transparency, right?
Yeah, totally agree.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not working towards transparency, so that's clear.
They do?
They're not. They're not working towards transparency.
So we are all agree that they won't. Do this.
Okay. Yeah.
So we are
At least
going
not
to
for now.
embrace it. We are going to embrace it like it will be, and that's it. Now, I mean. Is there anything we need to do to fight against it?
I don't think there's much we can do about it.
Yeah, I had this question in my mind. We care a lot about CBDCs, but the question is that if CBDCs will care about us and our opinions.
And that's a good one.
Yeah. Really.
Yeah. Okay, I don't want to spend too much time on these regulations and CBDCs. Just want to touch these topics because they were hot, and I just want to have your inputs on this. Now moving forward to the, let's say, investment and trading side, because we have also traders with us. We have exchanges. Let's say all of you have some experience in the trading part. Let's say, from the trading perspective, you need this to be compliant. You need to have tax report and to submit them. How or what were the steps and what are the next steps that exchanges will help users to build these reports? Or are there any instruments you can use for, let's say, an average user, a retail user that entering in the crypto space, and maybe he knows that will be kind of difficult to keep the evidence and track all the, let's say, transactions going to centralized exchanges or decentralized exchanges. So this is quite a pain.
It's definitely really hard to calculate your taxes from crypto, especially if you have like 10,000 transactions per year, for example. Yeah, not even for the user only, but also for the accountant. If you go with your transaction to an accountant.
If we cannot do it, neither they
can. For us at Binance, we try to make it a bit simpler. Actually, today we're launching a tax tool in Romania where you can calculate your taxes from crypto. This product was developed here in Romania, actually, in Iași, with our tax center there.
Wow.
Congratulations. And you can get a report from your transactions on Binance and know exactly how much taxes you should report. You can use those papers to be signed by your accountant and or submit them yourself even.
That's a great tool.
Finally.
Yeah.
And I also know that Revolut, the guys, they have something alike.
Yeah, I was trying. Yeah, I was now giving the mic. I will. I will have the same question for.
One more thing, please. But as I recall, on Binance, I can only see the last 3 months of my transactions.
You can see more.
I can see more?
Yes.
Okay, that's cool.
Ask for the chat. You ask for support in chat and they're going to give it.
Okay.
The Romanian support, huh? You have also Romanian support.
Yeah. So I would recommend all the Romanian users here to speak with the chat support whenever they need in the Romanian, because I think it's the best solution.
It's not an AI that is answering, right?
No.
It's a Romanian-based people answering on the chat. Okay, good to hear. And from Revolut, Konstantinos, can you have your thoughts on this?
Correct. It's quite difficult to calculate your taxes, so that's exactly why we partnered with a third-party firm called Coinly. It's one of the leading providers of tax compliance solutions in the world, and we offer our users the opportunity to get a very good discount when they want to use Coinly services. So if they access it through our platform, they get a referral code and they can use the Coinly services for a substantial discount, and they can use that to calculate the any tax liabilities they may have from trading.
Yeah, I used to work for Coinly before Binance, actually. So it is a quite impressive tool, I agree. The only thing is that this costs, you still get the discounts, but this costs a bit.
I'm afraid it's
worth
free.
it's worth paying. Good. So we have some, let's say, hope that these tools will appear and develop, because on centralized exchanges, I assume that will be easier to have these reports. But using also decentralized exchanges, your wallets and so on, it will be, or it is currently quite difficult to have an accurate tax report, right? I know from a trader perspective, Miha, tell us, how is it? How do you manage?
Yeah,
a nightmare.
Or you don't report.
I do.
Don't say that.
No, it's a funny story that I withdrew some money in my bank account. It was a different bank, not Banca Transilvania. I won't say its name. And after 2 years, I got an email from them asking me how I got those money and if I can show them the transactions.
After 2 years, you said?
After 2 years, yeah.
Okay.
And I sent them 1,500 transactions on Uniswap, on a CV, on an Excel file, and I told them, here are all the transactions, just look at them, everything is in place, never heard of them again. So
this happened to me
they
the
are
same
still
thing.
calculating now.
Maybe after 2 years later, they will come after you.
It was the same, sorry, it was the same thing. I actually sent them the transaction hash. They never got back.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a solution here.
So this might be a solution, huh?
Just
send them a bunch of files, Excel files with transactions.
The only solution is that you need to be straight and fair. Just calculate all your, let's say, what the input and the output, and just calculate and say.
Like manually?
Manually, yeah.
Write them on a piece of paper, huh?
Yeah, I just calculate them based on date. I just starting from 1st of January until 31st of
end of the month.
Yeah, and
so on.
Manually.
If I remember correctly, there were
on Dexys. I mean,
there were some projects here in Romania trying to solve this and making a report, trying to
Yes, I want
to
add that maybe. We are working with declarațiaunică.ro with Edward, and they were doing pretty good work, and we keep updated with our IT team the bank statements format, the statements from our platform, the formats, and it's working pretty good. It's a very good tool, and I strongly recommend it.
So yeah, this is one of a tool that
you can add for the ones that don't know maybe their application. You can add all your statements from Tokero, from Binance, from all the other centralized exchanges, and they calculate it for you, and with very good rates.
Nice, good. Okay, so we are approaching the end now. We have only 3 minutes left, I guess. So let's say for an investor or trader who wants to enter in this space, what would be your advice? But don't give that like
Not
cliche,
financial
well
advice.
known.
What do you mean by
for let's say the ones that really want to tap into this crypto space, want to trade?
Yeah.
What would be the advice? Like I wouldn't give name like what exchange to use, not to create discussions here, but like general principles, you know, what
general
we take
principle
care
in my
of.
opinion is that they should choose a platform that they like, doesn't matter which one, not a DEX, a centralized exchange anyway, and they should
have support in Romania.
No, not necessary.
Okay.
But for a first-time investor, let's say, I would suggest that they should invest gradually, month over month, just make their DCA, especially probably in Bitcoin and Ethereum, which are the biggest cryptocurrencies right now, and they should get used with the volatility. They should get used by having more money today, less money tomorrow, and so on.
Not to panic.
Not to panic, yeah, just get used with the volatility, and after that, just keep investing in their education, watching movies, attending, I don't know, conferences, being on groups, learning more about the space, and basically that's it in my opinion. This is how I started. So. Educate. I'm still educating myself right now, so.
True.
All the time.
It's a funny thing that I had the discussion with Mikna last week about what plan
you are an early trader, early investor in the space.
Yeah, we can say that. I think my first advice will be to make a plan, and not a plan for a few days or few weeks, but a plan for 3, 4, maybe 5 years. And it's important when to invest, but also very, very important, please.
Exit.
Yes, the exit plan, because I saw in the last...
That's the tricky part.
Yeah. I saw in the last very good seasons that a lot of people didn't have the plan for the exit. And for sure you need one, because when you don't panic, but you FOMO, you lose all the principles, and it's very important to stick with the plan. And if you don't have it, you don't know what to stick with. So it's important. The plan is very important.
Thank you.
Yeah, most of the time should be dedicated to learning. Depending on the investor's level of knowledge, he should start even from zero in learning from different platforms. There are many free resources out there. I know Revolut has some free resources. We have Binance Academy as well. It's really easy to access and to learn more about how you should trade and what products are out there and how you should use them. I would suggest also try starting with easy products that you can understand and bring you maybe a revenue that's lower for the beginning.
Like Pepe?
No, no. I'm not. I'm looking maybe at earn products, at deposits that are clear profits afterwards, like 30%, 10% earn products on Binance, for example.
Okay, thank you.
Based on what my colleagues were saying over here, when you start investing, I mean, there's projects already in the market that are focusing on exactly on this thing. I mean, regardless of their experience, somebody can have, I'm giving you an example. There's a project that we helped build. I'm not going to mention the name, but they're doing a sort of an index, like the traditional index, that will rebalance. It's, let's say, take the top 10 coins without stable coins and wrap coins, and you have, like, if you want to invest $10,000, you're gonna invest them based on the weight of each coin within this top 10, right? So this kind of actually answers to how much money should I invest, where should I invest, when should I exit, right? So what I'm trying to underline is that there are already projects that are focusing on somebody that does not have much of experience in investing in crypto, right? But yeah, mainly everybody, we should educate ourselves towards this direction, start learning more about how to use different products, go deeper, check, I don't know, how DeFi is working, or if you want to start really using the crypto products. Because it's not just buying and holding, right? That's easy. But once you get further, there's so much more to do. So yeah, educate yourself and look for products that are going to help you invest with not much of an effort.
Also, buy high, sell low.
All the time.
We all know this. Okay, Konstantinos?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think everybody has emphasized education, so I'm not going to repeat that. And I think one of the best ways to learn about crypto is by actually participating and buying some crypto. But I think the one key message I would give to somebody considering investing in crypto is that it's a highly speculative, very risky investment. So they should only buy whatever they feel comfortable to lose, and they can, start by thinking, would I be okay if I lost this amount of money? So that would be my one key message.
Thank you, super. So now at the end, I would like to have your price prediction for Bitcoin by the end of this year, because we are speaking about trading, and I'm just curious to write down the answers and to see how we are standing by the end of this year. Can we have some numbers, guys?
Somewhere between
0 and 100,000.
No, somewhere between 25 and 30K.
Okay, Mina? Anyone else?
I want to say only for December next year, 100K.
Next year.
I agree.
2024.
Yeah, for next year, I agree as well.
So it's easier to predict the next year than end of
And
this
for
year.
10 years, 300.
Yeah.
Yes. I'll skip
Yeah.
this one. I'm sorry. I'll have
Pass.
to skip this one.
I have the same opinion. I think it's this year is not going to count that much because there's Mika taking place starting 2024. Then we have halving, like somebody said. So I think the most interesting part is going to come in 2024, not by the end of this year. But
So
I think Mikna should be right.
We are in this range now already, so
Yeah.
we keep flat. Konstantinos, would you like to predict?
I'm afraid I'm going to have to decline as well.
Okay, so it will be more interesting to see each other in this.
Good try.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, cool. Are there any questions? There we go.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sabin Simonescu. I'm a colleague of Marius's. And I would like to ask all of you guys, you were talking about central bank digital currencies earlier. And you mentioned privately emitted digital currencies like USDT, USDC, Terra Luna, which kind of seems like what happened to the SBV bank. But what if Apple was to throw in digital currency of their own? Would the market cap of Apple, which stands at over 1 trillion right now, be big enough to back a digital currency?
If it's transparent. It should be transparent. That's all.
I still think they should do an elastic supply sort of a stable coin, not a CBDC. They cannot do a CBDC, but yeah, a sort of a, yep. I think they should be doing like an elastic supply stable coin, not backing it with their 1 trillion market cap, whatever, or a part of it.
Okay.
For me, usually I work in the team, and if I would receive this question from somebody else, maybe I will ask Sabine, Sabine, what is your opinion about that?
So he throwed you the ball.
Yeah. He asked, what's your opinion?
You can say your opinion about that.
Well, in my opinion, it would be the start of what would be the biggest corporation move they ever made. Meta tried this, but they practically got crucified in the media. They tried launching their own coin, Libra.
Right.
I think we're all old enough to remember that.
Libra, Telegram, they also.
But none of those worked because they weren't big enough. Yes, I think they could pull it off. And if they mix it with the virtual reality they're kind of working on right now, it would be the next evolution.
cred că ar fi un moment potrivit. E o plăcere să ne aflăm în interiorul Băncii Transilvania, în inimă, în STUP, cum se spune, și să vorbim despre NFTs, unde de multe ori ni se spune că suntem niște nebuni pasionați de poze care pot fi copiate și fără să fie NFT-uri. O să povestim astăzi dacă e adevărat, ne bucurăm să-l avem și pe Mihai de la distanță. Eu mă bucur tare mult să vă fi cunoscut pe toți de dinainte de a avea acest panel și sunt recunoscător că sunt oameni mulți care contribuie cumva la adopție, iar împreună cred că se pune câte o cărămidă cu fiecare întâlnire nouă care există în acest moment. Și aș vrea să începem cu domnul Vevera să povestim puțin despre un moment pe care nu îl considerăm, ci este istoric. O premieră la nivel european, se spune, eu n-am întâlnit altele și cred că e o premieră la nivel mondial. În urmă cu câteva săptămâni, ICI București a fost prima instituție guvernamentală care a lansat un marketplace propriu pentru NFTs, ajutând alte instituții să intre în acest ecosistem. Și dacă noi scriem destul de des despre lucrurile astea, care se întâmplă în afară de obicei, faptul că România a fost ceată și pomenită de foarte multe ori în industrie e un reflector care ne face să ne simțim mândri. Apropo de ce spuneau colegii de mai devreme din panel, că noi copiem lucruri, uite că putem să le facem și primii. Și vreau să vă întrebăm cât de mult a durat procesul de la idee la implementare și cât de greu a fost să puneți la masă extrem de mulți actori până să se ajungă la semnătura primului ministru, monitor oficial.
În primul rând, mulțumesc pentru invitație. E o premieră pentru mine să mă aflu într-un spațiu de acest gen de lucru colaborativ și de discuție. Ca să îți răspund, și mie îmi pare bine că am apucat și ne-am cunoscut înainte, ne-am cunoscut cu ocazia evenimentului de la Parlament, unde s-a și făcut lansarea marketplace-ului. Te felicit pentru evenimentul care l-ai avut la Cluj și care mi-a deschis ochii asupra ceea ce înseamnă mai mult ecosistemul în zona de NFT-uri, sau să spunem active, după cum este reglementat în MiCA, active digitale. Și pornind așa o prezentare, să spunem, optimistă, acum că au trecut și suntem deja cu ele funcționale, parcă nu mai pare așa de grele. La momentul la care ne-am apucat, n-am crezut tot timpul că le vom duce la capăt, am reușit. A început în 2016, când am înființat Centrul European de Excelență în Blockchain și am început să discutăm de blockchain și de ceea ce înseamnă aplicarea acestei tehnologii în zona de aplicații pentru zona guvernamentală. Am mers mai departe, am implementat primul nod EPSI, rețeaua europeană de blockchain, pe care deja sunt pool-urile de joburi, majoritatea sunt pe partea de identitate, de trasabilitatea documentelor de studii și așa mai departe. Și am mers în zona de a construi un marketplace pe care noi l-am gândit să fie în favoarea și în sprijinul tuturor entităților de stat, a instituțiilor publice, pentru că zona de cripto, să spunem, sau zona de blockchain, mai ales partea comercială, era într-un fel departe de ceea ce înseamnă preocupările și modul în care o instituție publică să poată să facă acest lucru. Am gândit o zonă de marketplace în care instituții publice să poată să-și promoveze zona de simboluri, deci să putem să ieșim într-o piață care nu mai este națională, o piață globală, cu o promovare a simbolurilor care să fie simboluri naționale, simboluri de istorie, simboluri de regiune și așa mai departe, să ne adresăm unui public pentru care, așa cum am mai spus-o, pentru că primele colecții, după cum știți, au fost AGR Press, Biblioteca Centrală Universitară, Rom Filatelia și Comitetul Olimpic și Sportiv Român, bineînțeles alături de aici. Deci o zonă de consumatori de altceva decât de timbre, de cărți, de lucruri clasice, să încercăm să ne ducem cu un model apropiat, cu un model care să poată să fie înțeles și dorit și să facem această marketare, de fapt, pentru că primele discuții care le-am avut erau chiar legate de prezentarea unor colecții, primele tratate ale României ca dată, ca noțiune, lucruri care să rămână totuși, să spunem, în memorie celor care ar fi interesați, odată ca investiție, pentru că până la urmă un NFT reprezintă o investiție mai departe de ceea ce înseamnă poza care poate fi copiată. Este un mijloc de a investi și de a intra pe o piață de active volatile, adevărat, active de risc, dar care reprezintă o investiție, că până la urmă orice investiție are un grad de risc, mai mare sau mai mic. Deci am mers pe această variantă, de asta am și ales, v-am spus, Comitetul Olimpic Sportiv Român a dorit să înceapă colecția, sunt 119 NFT-uri. Ideea este că toate au fost vândute în prima zi de când au fost puse în vânzare. Comitetul Olimpic Sportiv Român a început cu David Popovici, pentru că s-a gândit să vină cu o imagine a galeriei campionilor a unui tânăr care este la vârsta celor care sunt consumatori de acest tip de produse. Surpriza a fost și pentru Rom Filatelia și Biblioteca Centrală Universitară, pentru că au venit cu imagini de colecție rare, colecții de carte, partea de timbre și au găsit cumpărători pentru că s-a dorit să fie achiziționate și această formă, să spunem, de artă digitală în același timp de investiție, cum am mai spus. Iar Agea Presul, care este o comoară, pentru că de 133 de ani adună evenimentele cele mai importante. Știrile reflectă, de fapt, evenimentele, reflectă istoria, reflectă oamenii care au trecut prin ea. Are la această dată aproape 4,5 milioane de imagini de la cele mai importante evenimente de-a lungul timpului. Colecția lor s-a axat doar pe cele din 1989 încoace, care iarăși marchează niște momente care, nu numai pentru cei care le-au trăit, să spunem, ca adulți, dar și pentru cei care nu le-au trăit, dar vor să aibă o parte de istorie, au devenit foarte importante. Nu ne oprim aici, cum am spus, a fost greu atunci, acum pare că e ușor, lucrurile funcționează, a fost greu pentru că întâi a trebuit să trecem peste neîncrederea generată de ideea cripto. Când spui cripto, lumea nu înțelegea că de fapt blockchain e o tehnologie și partea de criptomonedele, cum erau, că nu vor mai fi după ce se aplică mica, era doar undeva la 5%, dar toată lumea spunea blockchain, cripto, vă ocupați cu Bitcoin, da, minați Bitcoin, ok. Deci a fost partea de neîncredere, lumea a învățat, lumea a mai trecut mai departe de lucrurile astea, poate a ajutat și criza din piață, pentru că tot fiind fluctuațiile cu Bitcoin-ul care s-a dus sus jos, cu sanitizarea din piață, lumea s-a învățat că de fapt nu e doar un loc unde se fac tranzacții între răpitori și victimele lor în criptomonede, ci e o zonă în care tehnologia poate să fie de un real ajutor pentru tot ceea ce înseamnă partea de relaționare. Și noi la ce ne-am oprit, să spunem cel mai mult, e partea de relaționare între autorități și cetățean, pentru că, de fapt, prin folosirea aplicațiilor din sfera guvernamentală, care sunt dezvoltate în tehnologii Bitcoin, în tehnologii blockchain, deci în tehnologii distribuite, poți să crești calitatea actului de guvernare locală și guvernare chiar centrală și relația cetățeanului prin trasabilitate, valabilitatea informației și așa mai departe. Deci a fost partea de încredere, recunosc și am avut parte de deschidere la toate nivelurile, din zona de decizie în partea guvernamentală, dar și în partea, să spunem, partenerilor, pentru că prin decizia primului ministru s-a constituit o comisie care vine cu propuneri de modificări legislative tocmai pentru a armoniza și a crea un mediu cât mai flexibil și mai modern pe zona aceasta. Deci și partenerii care sunt în comisie, care sunt Banca Națională, ASF-ul, ANAF-ul, zona de antifraudă, la care s-au adăugat și alte entități. Deci am avut suport, am avut deschidere și din partea lor, am avut noroc să reușim să creștem niște copii care să știe zona de tehnologie și care să se mulțumească cu veniturile care le au în Institutul Național de Cercetare și Dezvoltare în Informatică, care este un institut vechi de 53 de ani, aflat în coordonarea Guvernului României prin Secretariatul General, dar este un Institut Național de Cercetare care merge după regulile impuse. Ne autofinanțăm, noi nu consumăm bani de la buget, pentru că și asta a fost o discuție, că vrem să luăm bani de la buget ca să investim în cripto. Nu, noi autofinanțăm din proiectele pe care le câștigăm și intrăm în proiecte naționale, europene sau internaționale, din serviciile pe care le prestăm, din proiectele care sunt dezvoltate împreună cu parteneri. Deci am reușit să-i convingem și să fie mulțumiți să fie parte într-un proiect de acest gen și atunci am găsit, să spunem, formula de succes în care să ne mișcăm ca un antreprenor, dar pe de altă parte să putem să respectăm tot ceea ce înseamnă partea care ține de o zonă de instituționalitate, păstrând, să spunem, agilitatea de a putea fi aici pe piață și implicați și într-un ecosistem de acest gen, dar pe de altă parte și la masă. Tocmai am venit de la Comitetul de Guvernare, care s-a ținut la guvern, adică încercând să fim acel lian și acea garanție pentru tot ce înseamnă partea administrativă, instituțională, către zona de tehnologii distribuite și partea antreprenorială de ecosistem în zona acestui tip de marketplace.
Fără să respire până acum, mi se pare absolut incredibil. Mulțumim pentru această scurtă în contextul total, dar foarte largă explicație. Am vrut să auzim cu toții ce se întâmplă în spatele ușilor închise, pentru că noi nu putem decât să presupunem lucruri de foarte multe ori și pentru că vorbeați de echipă tânără, vorbeați de cei 53 de ani ai ICI, vorbeați de un marketplace și vorbeați de tineri până la urmă. Avem încă un tânăr alături de noi care este la distanță, e online, Mihai Eremia, are 21 de ani, a creat un marketplace, cel mai cunoscut marketplace din ecosistemul local, dacă puteți să-i spunem, Multiverse X, și chiar dacă sună contraintuitiv cumva, aș vrea să ne spună Mihai câteva lucruri despre sfaturile pe care poate să le aibă un tânăr care conduce un marketplace cel mai mare, cel mai vechi și cu cele mai mari volume existente, pentru un marketplace nou. Cred că sunt lucruri care se pot învăța de la tineri și, apropo de așteptări, eram curios, Mihai, voi aveți statisticile cu siguranță, ești și un om tehnic, aveți statisticile foarte bine puse la punct. Sunt tare curios cum arată colecțiile, apropo de ambițiile ICI, după o perioadă de timp, când încep să piardă din volume, având echipe care sunt dedicate sau au fost dedicate inițial full-time, apropo de instituții care alocă doar o mică parte din timp. E important să fim realiști și onești cu ce urmează.
Salut, Andy, mă auzi?
Perfect, da, te auzim.
Perfect. Cred că e puțin delay, dar o să, în caz că mă auziți cu delay, aștept să termine Andy la mine pe live și pe urmă încep și eu. Să încep cu dreptul. Îmi pare bine că am fost invitat aici și mulțumesc celor care au făcut conferința că au acceptat să intre online. Din păcate nu am putut să ajung în persoană, dar the next one I will be there. Andy, avem toate statisticile legate de colecție celor de la ICI și în momentul de față chiar se țin bine. Lumea cred că a înțeles că nu este neapărat o colecție de hype, o colecție de utilitate. Am urmărit treaba asta încă din zilele după Mint. Lumea le-au luat ca și collectors. Câțiva au încercat să facă mici flipuri, dar unii chiar au făcut, alții le-au pus la licitație ca un fel de second licitation, deoarece unele NFT-uri au fost la licitație pentru a fi cumpărate. A fost un experiment interesant și sunt happy că au ales să construiască pe Multiverse X și cine știe, poate în viitor o să facem chestii împreună. Never say never. Legat de StoXNO, într-adevăr, este cel mai mare NFT marketplace din România și cel mai probabil și din câteva țări din Europa în funcție de Analytics, Franța, Germania. Cam astea sunt cele mai dominante din ce trecuim noi at this point. Ce aș putea recomanda către new marketplace care încearcă să intre în zona asta este faptul că în spate trebuie să ai o comunitate. Dacă nu ai o comunitate de oameni pasionați, oameni care cred în blockchain, cred într-un blockchain anume, să spunem, deoarece într-un end of the day marketplace-ul rulează pe Multiverse X, deci în general oamenii din ecosistem sunt aceiași oameni la amândoi. Aici cred că o să fie să spunem așa, un work in progress din ambele părți ca să creștem comunitatea și din partea ICI, care o să atragă mai multe instituții, probabil mai multe corporații în același timp și din partea StoXNO de a ține comunitatea engagement între ce se întâmplă la ICI, ce se întâmplă la noi și într-un final ne unim toți pe Multiverse X. Asta este ce consider eu că o să urmeze în următoarele luni, un an, doi, o să fim tot aici. Dar în momentul de față, cred că cel puțin pe ce ne construim noi acum, noi sperăm că o să avem o platformă în care lumea din web poate să interacționeze cu EC NFTs, cu SOX NFTs, cu oricine de NFTs pe Multiverse X, fără să știe cripto, cum a spus și domnul director. Cred că lumea în general ar trebui să fie puțin distantă de treaba cu blockchain. Nu toată lumea poate vrea să înțeleagă blockchain, nu toată lumea poate vrea să cumpere o monedă gen cripto. Poate sunt interesați doar să cumpere un NFT, să facă parte din treaba asta, să aibă o utilitate din spatele NFT-ului, dar fără să interacționeze cu domeniul de cripto. Recent, anul trecut de fapt, în noiembrie, chiar am anunțat un partnership cu o bancă, aș putea să spun că este o bancă, Twispay, X-Money, curând, având prima licență digitală e-money issued de Guvernul României, de Banca Centrală, și asta a fost primul nostru step în direcția de care am povestit mai devreme, să facem onboarding la oameni de rând, oameni care cunosc cripto în ecosistemul nostru de NFT-uri, poate și în viitor pe marketplace-ul de la ICI, când o să se deschidă cu fiat payments, o să fie aceeași integrare. Să dau niște statistici, Andy, din partea asta, de la începutul anului ăsta, până în prezent, peste $110.000 au fost cheltuiți pe NFT-uri. Asta incluzând minturi și secondary trading, ceea ce, în opinia mea, având în vedere că anul acesta este un bear market, piața este foarte scăzută, cum a spus și domnul director, cred că este o valoare foarte bună, mai ales că în mare parte suntem decât în România și puțin în Europa, cum am specificat.
Mulțumim.
Deci estimările mele pentru viitor sunt că o să explodeze în acest sens.
Sună bine, într-adevăr, pentru un bear market în care suntem. Mulțumim pentru insights, o să revenim mai târziu. Ai ridicat o minge foarte interesantă la fileu, apropo de comunități și apropo de adopția pe care, dacă vrem să o vedem, e nevoie să nu mai fie fricțiunea asta existentă între user și tehnologie, să fie totul cât mai seamless și cât mai ușor de folosit. Motiv pentru care aș vrea să povestim puțin cu Sergiu Drăgănuș de la Ludo. Ei la Ludo construiesc practic un Google Engine pentru NFTs și Metaverse. Și știu că Sergiu e foarte pasionat la fel de mult de date, dar e pasionat și de statistici și de lucrurile care se întâmplă la fel cum s-au întâmplat la aici, în spatele ușilor închise la nivel de branduri mari și entități mari. Știm că sunt foarte, foarte multe, și voi aveți o analiză în sensul ăsta, foarte multe trademarks înregistrate săptămânal, scriem și noi despre ele în newsletter, și toate instituțiile astea mari, mă refer la entități, nu neapărat instituții, de la Visa, care a fost mai devreme pe scenă și așa mai departe, la Coca-Cola, Amazon, Google, etc., care înregistrează aceste patente, dar momentan nu le folosesc, dar înregistrându-le se gândesc la asta, observă viitorul și nu cred că vor să-l piardă. Tu cum vezi interacțiunea asta? Cum se vede din interiorul vostru a unor oameni analitici și care crezi că e viitorul din punct de vedere al adopției cât mai seamless de către end user?
Mulțumesc, Andy. Dezvoltarea platformei a început în urmă cu 2 ani și jumătate aproximativ, iar în momentul în care piața cripto a intrat în zona de bear market, au început să fie foarte multe articole, news-uri, update-uri, cum că zona de NFT-uri nu mai prezintă interes. E adevărat, zona de NFT-uri și volumele nu mai prezintă interes în general spre zona de retail, dar în momentul în care am făcut o analiză a numărului de patente înregistrate și trademark-uri care conțin NFT pe WIPO, am văzut că începând de undeva din luna octombrie-noiembrie anul trecut, numărul de înregistrări lunare a crescut exponențial. Brandurile și entitățile care înregistrează, care fac aceste aplicații, sunt branduri ca Intel Corporation, Qualcomm, Versionet, Samsung, Sony, majoritatea firmelor de fashion. Deci, you name it. Absolut toate brandurile mari își înregistrează aplicații pentru patente sau trademark-uri pe zona de NFT-uri. Ce înseamnă asta? Înseamnă că sunt la curent cu tehnologia, înseamnă că analizează diferite tipuri de oportunități care țin de această tehnologie și este foarte posibil ca în următorul bull run să vedem un prim pas spre mass adoption. Așteptările mele la momentul respectiv este ca zona de NFT-uri să includă în continuare elementele pe care le-au inclus artă și zona asta, care foarte, foarte importantă și interesantă, dar să se extindă foarte mult spre alte industrii și să ofere multe alte tipuri de beneficii, utilități și use case-uri. Am port astăzi un tricou cu un mem, da? I mean for the technology. Vreau să spun că primii pași, interesul meu mi-a fost târnit spre zona de cripto, în momentul în care am auzit că Bitcoin e $9 și la câteva săptămâni după era $40, $50 și cu câteva săptămâni înainte fusese $2. E clar că elementul speculativ poate ne-a atras atenția multora dintre noi și ăsta este elementul care creează hype în ecosistem. De asta am zis că probabil în următorul bull run vom vedea niște mișcări interesante și probabil multe branduri vor alege ca în momentul respectiv să-și lanseze produsele. Dar ce mă aștept să vedem este o migrare a use case-urilor în zona de NFT-uri spre use case-uri cu beneficii reale, începând de la use case-uri de genul decentralized identities, da? de care toți avem nevoie. Practic asta este ceea ce ne lipsește în telefonul mobil. Avem carduri, avem bănci, avem fotografii, videouri, nu avem încă actele în format digital și continuând cu, nu știu, acces la platforme online, continuând cu chei de mașină, continuând cu acces la, nu știu, o cameră de hotel, Airbnb și așa mai departe. Sunt extrem de multe use case-uri, fiecare industrie în parte își autodescoperă use case-urile care au sens pentru ei și sunt de părere din experiența personală că și zona de retail, fiecare utilizator în parte, nu va putea cu ușurință să fie convins de un third party să folosească NFT-ul, ci se va autoconvinge în momentul în care va simți beneficiul pe care acel NFT îl oferă. Asta a fost experiența mea. În urmă cu câțiva ani am organizat un summit, mi-a fost oferită posibilitatea să ofer mai departe tuturor speakerilor NFT-uri gratuite și eu, în urmă cu 3 ani și jumătate, am refuzat și am zis că invitații la organizat sunt invitați serioși și care nu au timp să piardă cu pisicuțe și cățeluși și așa mai departe. Ei bine, la un an de zile după mi s-au deschis ochii, am înțeles de fapt impactul real pe care poate să-l aibă tehnologia din spatele NFT-urilor și NFT-urile asupra noastră a tuturor și în momentul de față sunt un NFT maximalist, să spun așa. Deci cred că va fi super disruptiv în absolut orice industrie. Cred că va fi un pas super important în evoluția noastră, cel puțin la fel de important ca și AI-ul. Da? Acest nou tip de ownership digital.
Mi se pare foarte underrated afirmația ta, în sensul că mulți poate nu credem și nu înțelegem la suficientă evaluare în momentul ăsta. Apropo de oameni serioși, să știi că eu pe domnul Vevera l-am văzut doar la cravată până în momentul ăsta, doar că la NFT Cluj a fost și fără cravată. Adică ne adaptăm unii și alții la comunități și pentru că spuneai mai devreme de utilitate, nu există un moment mai bun decât să povestim cu un om care, Adrian Stratulat, care la Clapart construiește povestea asta de utilitate legată de NFTs și mai mult decât atât introdusă de un third party cu care oamenii sunt foarte familiari. Ce vreau să scot în evidență e că ei de curând la Clapart au scos o colecție de NFTs împreună cu un artist foarte cunoscut, nu doar la nivel local, ci și internațional, se numește Connector, prin care au oferit o utilitate unora dintre cei care și-au mintat NFT-ul și anume 1% din royalties, din drepturile de autor ale unor melodii, nu din viitor, ci deja existente și apreciate, hituri se pot, cred că se numesc. Efectiv s-a întâmplat treaba asta și au avut o primă parte din colecție sold out și sunt foarte curios de numărul de oameni care au fost on board, de numărul de oameni noi care au mintat colecția versus cei care erau deja în zona de Web3, apropo de adopție și de a ajunge la comunități prin niște fețe familiare lor.
Mulțumesc mult, Andy. Mai bine de jumătate din cei care au luat în primul drop de 1000 sunt aduși în ecosistemul Web3, în sensul că nici măcar nu erau utilizatori de cripto, pentru că au cumpărat pentru o rampă de fiat. Era de fiatul lui Sergiu, de fapt. Și ce ne-a spus asta ce ne-a demonstrat și ce ne-a încurajat foarte mult este următoarea idee. În sine, Web3 ca ecosistem de multe ori tinde să recicleze proiectele. Ești deja în ecosistem, crezi în viziunea unor founder, crezi în viziunea, să spunem, sau în perspectivele tehnice pe care le oferă per total ecosistemul. Dacă vine cineva în care deja ai încredere, vine cu o nouă colecție, poate lichidezi o poziție, intri în altă poziție. Și asta, să spunem, mai mult sau mai puțin, un nivel de stagnare se poate vedea în anumite rețele, pentru că vezi că este o decuplare de felul în care merge piața. Ce mă bucură să văd la Multiversix, care, apropo, hands down, hats off pentru colegii de la Multiversix care ne-au susținut, este că în mod continuu numărul de wallet-uri este în creștere la ei. Asta evident că și un utilizator de wallet, că n-ai cum să-ți dar de principiu, mai mult ca sigur, e vorba de o creștere netă de utilizatori. Ceea ce este foarte important. Dacă vrei să ajungi la adopție de masă, trebuie să fii în creștere continuă. Și ca să fii în creștere continuă, nu este de ajuns doar să vii cu aceleași modele again and again and again, ci trebuie să vii cu elemente noi de utilitate. Noi asta am încercat să facem pe zona de drepturi de autor și credem că acest prim pas nu doar că ne-a validat modelul în fața altor artiști cu care deja lucrăm acum ca să lăsăm alte colecții, dar mai mult de atât, cred că este o validare în ochii tuturor pentru, să spunem, modelul general la care noi suntem un caz particular, și anume tokenizarea unor beneficii reale din economia reală și felul în care tokenizarea în sine ca proces aduce niște beneficii punctual în fiecare industrie, după cum a spus și Sergiu. Pe zona de muzică sunt două mari beneficii, sau pe zona de media and entertainment în general, că nu poate fi nu doar muzică, poate fi producător de filme, poate fi influencer care își capitalizează pe audiența lor, poate să fie multe alte tipuri de artă sau de content digital. Ce a validat, să spunem, sau care sunt cele două mari beneficii pe care le aduce acest model pentru artiști și pentru fanii lor, este pe de-o parte, dacă ești artist la început de drum, există o metodă mult mai ușoară să te lansezi direct către comunitate, să necesarul necesarul de producție și de promovare.
Dacă există comunitatea.
Exact, dacă există comunitatea. Sau în mod invers, dacă nu există comunitatea în interiorul, să spunem, spațiului Web3, dar ai tu comunitatea, cum a fost în cazul lui Connector, care este deja un artist mare, foarte bine văzut și well established, îți portezi o mică parte, 1% din fanbase-ul tău în interiorul comunității de Web3, ei vinind după beneficiile pe care tu le aduci și după, să spunem, atracția față de propria ta artă.
Sună foarte interesant. Eu vreau să lămurim un lucru, pentru că în Web3 cumva suntem mult mai transparenți în general și mi se pare cel mai mare câștig pe care putem să-l avem. Pentru că suntem în interiorul unei bănci, știm cu toții scandalurile din ultimii ani, sau, mă rog, dacă nu au fost scandaluri, cel puțin au fost discuții foarte aprinse, de toate acele lucruri care sunt scrise în subsolul unui act pe care nu-l înțelegem și cumva cineva se joacă cu noi, știe foarte bine ce face când pune lucrurile acolo. Ce înseamnă drepturi de autor pentru un artist? Cine le numără, cine le calculează și dacă ar fi să înțelegem niște cifre, care ar fi aceste cifre? Cât reprezintă ele? Înțelegem, totuși, utilitatea asta e ceva science fiction, este la început de drum, este mic, poate să crească în viitor, dar cine numără? Că e tot un third party care nu e descentralizat. Știu că de multe ori e centralizat și, din păcate, nu putem să avem un calcul foarte onest la treaba asta.
Este total just și asta este, sincer, încă un mare dezavantaj al ecosistemului, în sensul că nu există încă... Deci, hai să luăm așa, vectorii de distribuție, sumele de unde vin până la urmă redevențele, aceste royalties, e oarecum ironic, este mai familiar cu termenul din engleză de royalties decât redevențe. Redevențele provin până la urmă din două medii, din zona de publishing și din zona de digital streaming. Și din păcate nu există încă mari publisher din zona de digital streaming, să spunem Spotify sau YouTube Music, care să publice deja direct on-chain. Pentru că atunci ar fi super simplu. Ar însemna că pur și simplu e un plugin de câteva smart contracturi care comunică transparent și poți să vezi cât se poate de transparent. Nu există și atunci ce trebuie să faci este să emulezi un sistem centralizat care după aia să distribuie în măsura în care este posibil, dezirabil de către artist, să transparentizeze procesul. Cu alte cuvinte, ce facem noi? Preluăm de la artist și există 3 layere de verificare. Există un layer legal, adică își asumă să closure. Există un layer, să spunem, mai semitehnic în sensul de, în anumite cazuri, dacă sunt artiști pe care chiar îi manageriem, avem direct acces la respectivele date și evident este layerul de reputație, pentru că dacă cumva se dovedește că un artist și-a faultat ecosistemul, nu cred că își dorește nimeni asta, nici inclusiv artistul. Adică e mult prea mult în miza imaginii sale să riște un asemenea scandal. Și cu aceste, să spunem, layere de protecție, e adevărat, imperfecte, nu perfecte cum ne-am dorit să fie, dar care din păcate în momentan nu se poate, după aia preiei respectivele sume și le distribui într-un mod transparent prin dropuri către cei care dețin la momentul respectiv NFT-ul. Noi vrem să mergem mai departe de atât, să creăm un sistem care să fie bazat nu pe NFT-uri, ci pe un protocol la care noi am lucrat și l-am dezvoltat, Royalty Share Token, și acolo lucrurile sunt un pas mai transparente, dar din nou există această limitare intrinsecă a faptului că sursa originală a redevenței nu este încă perfect transparentă.
Deci ne trebuie foarte mult descentralizare în zona asta, nu de alta, că poate nu ne pricepem tot să o trecuim și să o înțelegem, dar având încredere, că vorbeai de încredere mai devreme, în anumite entități și în anumiți oameni, s-ar putea să ne fie mult mai ușor să adoptăm tehnologia, să fie parte din viața noastră. Am o întrebare care vreau să fie comună pentru toți și vreau să răspundem cât de onest se poate. Oare noi suntem într-o bulă în care tot povestim și tot spunem despre NFT-uri, cum vor impacta viața omului de rând în viața tehnologiei? Eu sunt ferm convins și susțin asta întotdeauna. Din punctul meu de vedere, nefiind un om tehnic, pentru mine NFT-urile sunt modul cel mai ușor de acces la tehnologia blockchain al unui om care încă nu e familiarizat și nu poate să deslușească lucrurile astea. Ne îmbătăm cu apă rece sau credem mai mulți din
panel today because I think that this kind of meetings should be also not only learn in a manner that you can learn things, but also entertaining for the guys that are at home right now. So I would like to discuss, because I myself, you cannot believe this, I don't believe that Web3 it's an interesting thing, and thank you for being here, because you today are going to convince me that I'm not right. Is that a cool plan? It's okay?
Seems fair.
It depends. Okay. Yeah, the moderator don't believe things like that. So I have a first question for you, because I know you have a technology background, and I would like to ask you, what are the main differences between Web3 and Web2, and I mean the key ones, that will make a project successful? And those keys, those keys is how can those be used in order to make the project or a potential project successful? Her microphone, does it work?
When it comes to the difference between Web 2 and Web 3, and if a project is successful or not, there are a few key factors. One, how do you define success? Because even though Web 3 is growing in popularity, especially in the past 2 years, and the development of new products has been deeply simplified compared to 7 years ago, we need to define success, and the access to an audience familiar with Web3 is significantly smaller than Web2. We are more familiar with social media, which defines basically Web2, than with decentralization. So apart from having, of course, a great technical team, which is key in any product, not just in a Web3 product, you also need to make sure that you tap into the right audience, because there are multiple ways to integrate Web3 product. And integrating Web3, first of all, doesn't make your product a Web3 product, but rather a product that uses blockchain technology, but it's more of how you manage to offer value to the user. The success of a product does not inherently sit in its technology stack as much as it sits in how it interacts with the user. As an example, Reddit implemented NFTs and nobody noticed, right? But if you're using Reddit, there are high chances that you already own an NFT and you never knew that. While if you're trying to use apps like Wirex or Ledger, etc., you need some knowledge. So the entry barrier is higher. Therefore, it really depends on who you build it for, which is knowledgeable audiences who know how to interact with crypto, or the general audience who doesn't know. And then it depends on how you tackle each audience. One of them will want to hold private keys and manage wallets. The other one will not care. They'll be just like, I want to push the button and the button must work.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And beside your answer, I would like to address your question, because I know you have a nice, interesting history with Tron, right? Working with Tron.
Yeah, I have been a Tron DAO advisor.
That's great, and I think you can answer my question. We know that Web2 projects have a lot of security issues. Do you think Web3 projects can solve this? And how can users really believe that you solved it?
First, I want to remember, I advise a startup now since 15 years, Web2, and now since 7 years, Web3. And I used to remember to builders, the co-founder, the teams, that first, it's a business. Web2, Web3, it's the same, it's a business. What does it mean? At the end of the day, you should be profitable, sustainable. One of the main mistake, I think, actually, and a point not working till now really hard, it's about the real sustainability of project. We make a huge mistake thinking that a token will solve everything. We create a value through a token. We try to figure out kind of utility. But most of the project, we have to assume, let's say 80% of the project don't need a token at all. They could use the layer 1 token as a exchange of value. This being said, one more time, we know, I also think we have a wrong approach. We ask to people to go from Web 2 to Web 3. In other words, it means kind of migration. And we know that as a person, each time we have to migrate from a software to another one, it's a huge pain. We lost our comfort zone and so on. So I think we should more consider Web3 bringing a layer to Web2 than asking to people to move from Web2 to Web3. And if you change this paradigm, this vision, you will consider differently building a real product, solving a real solution. In Web2, it's still let's say, immature ecosystem. We still have a lot of projects launching a product that has mostly no value. We have seen this in 2017, 2018. Everything should be disrupted. And at the end of the day, a few years later, most of these projects have simply disappeared. So one more time, it's not just being able to last the time of a bull market, but it's about the long run. So first, it's about the value you bring concretely, the problem you solve, the team. The team is really something critical. We often totally misunderestimate this aspect. A lot of Web3 founders are really young, with mostly no entrepreneur experience, skills, and they should, I think, not only work with Web3 people, but with people who have a strong background in developing business. So, to come back to your question, security, the first problem in security, it's the person. You can have a ledger, but if your password is 1, 2, 4, 5, it's useless. It's first a question of education, habits, and I don't think, for sure, the technology brings a lot of additional security layer, but it's first a personal behavior.
So do you think that adapting to Web3 would also would also require some sort of tutorials for the people in order to be adapted to this new kind of lifestyle, like remembering passwords and stuff like that?
Yeah, not necessarily. I think we should also bring some product where people use Web3, decentralized product, without knowing they use a Web3 product, a Web3 app. And now it's doable with what we call the Web Connect 2.5. You can log in with your social account. The DApp will create a wallet for you. But when you start to experiment a metaverse, when you start to play a Web3 game or whatever, at first you explore. You don't need to own crypto to be able to explore. You should have an easy way to explore, to see if it's something that you want to be involved. And then you go deeper, and you learn to manage your own non-custodial wallet, to secure your wallet, your asset, and so on. But when you start, you have nothing. And today we ask to people to buy crypto first to be able to make a try. And I think it's not the best approach.
Thank you so much. Alex, I have a question for you, which is regarding your background. And I know you're advisor to different projects. Tell me more about the marketing ideas between a Web 2 project and the Web 3 project. Are there any differences? Were like different back then when you used to market, let's say a project that was simply designed on a Web 2 idea, but right now using blockchain and all things, is there something different? Should people know something else? How can we earn the trust of the people in this moment into this new technology? Because it's quite new if you consider like the mass adoption.
Sure. First, very good points. I share your values. You're absolutely right. I think we should start. 1 second, Alex, I'll get to the question because this is an important thing.
Take your time.
A lot of Web3 projects are trying to solve problems only in Web3, but they're not used by anyone else. Only Web3 audience, right? I think we should integrate more, right? To dig in deeper. And I think the projects that are about to come up, especially at the end of last year and this year, are solving that problem. And I'm like Lauren said, I think some of them that were pretty hyped a few years ago will disappear and they'll go bankrupt. Now, to go to your question, I think actually from the room no one knows me, but you know, a lot of guys are coming back to me. I'm a no-name in the crypto. But the marketing has changed. Most of you people here are project owners, right? I am pretty sure they're struggling with the current market conditions. You know, we have a lot of people saying, oh, we have the bull market. It's not. The audience is just not investing. People are not investing anymore. And you need to bring an outside-of-the-box way of thinking to convince people that you are legit. And this can be done through transparency, to legal, let's say, setups, to give people confidence, to grab more people from Web 2 into Web 3. And how do you grab them? Not promising them X100, but actually showing them what you can build, what targets do you have. And another fact, now the marketing cost per user in Web 3, it's higher than Web 2. At this moment.
So you need more money for the marketing?
Yes, that's correct. So I was on my phone a few minutes ago at my, let's say, at my project, Banksters. I'm working with this project, sorry. I just talked with our team from Turkey, and we're starting a Turkish campaign, really big. And, you know, influencers asking, actually, I'm gonna say this, you know, a lot of money.
That's because it's bear market and crypto traders don't do.
I mean, it's out of this world. It's out of this world. I could easily buy a slot in a tier 1, let's say, news channel here in Romania. It will cost me the same thing, and I'll get 10 more people than this Turkish guy will bring me. So the cost per user in Web3 is going nuts, is going crazy, and us as products and project team, we need to, you know, to lower the costs down. No one is buying anymore.
So I see that's a huge unbalance over here, because like the cost is really high in this moment. I assume the fact that including the cost of the programmers is really high, and the cost of the marketing also high, and still, as you said earlier, it seems that the investments into projects, particularly in this part of the bear market, are quite low. So is there something that that can be done over here? Do you think?
In my perspective, anyone who launches a project, like in the past 6 months and in the future 6 months, they need to spend their own dollars. Storytelling projects are done. This is, again, you're gonna hate me, I'm gonna say this. Storytelling projects, oh, I have this cool idea, I'm gonna build this, I'm gonna build, no, okay. You need to put the money where your mouth is, build the product, have the team, have the strategy, launch it, give people confidence, and then raise money.
So what you suggest is just coming back to the old business idea where you had the money for the investment, develop the project, and then maybe, fortunately, sell the project further to some sort of investors, and not like we used to do in the bull market where like everyone was just promising and not delivering.
100% right. I mean, it's just not me, but this is how things are. Right? I'm checking every project. The only projects that are storytelling are the meme coins. If you guys check Pixel and Gempad, I'm pretty sure you have seen a lot of meme coins raising thousands of BNBs, thousands of Ethereum. Those are fake Ethereum. Those are fake BNBs. The team actually buying those pre-sales do not get scammed. That is a storytelling project. You need a product, you need a good team, a good experience, a business plan. Like Mr. Perello said, a strategy to, you know, to go to Web 2, to show people, look guys, I spent $2 million to have this product, you like it, good, then you can invest. If not, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective. Paige, I would like to ask you, am I spelling correctly? Is that?
Yes, it's Paige.
Okay. I know you have a psychological background, am I right?
Yeah.
So I would like to ask you, how do you feel about the market from a psychological perspective of an actual investor in our days right now? Do you think the perspective of an investor does change from the bear market to bull market? Are they more eager to invest in this moment because the prices are low, or are they like more reserved and just staying back and not doing anything, especially when we talk about the Web3 projects?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I want to jump into what you two were talking about before I get to that question. And I agree with the Web 2.5 transition, especially if we look at the, my doctorate dissertation is actually on the psychology of technological mass adoption from a cognitive standpoint and a psychological standpoint. And then I also draw from my psychology background as well. But essentially there's three factors that need to, according to the research, there's three things that need to happen in order for mass adoption to occur. One of them is it has to benefit the everyday user, right? It has to be making the user's life easier, not more difficult. There can't be huge knowledge prerequisites. That's too large of a barrier to entry, and quite frankly, the average person does not like to feel incompetent, so they'll shy away from the technology. And then the third one's actually more of a social construct. The human brain loves to take shortcuts. Doesn't really like to think for itself or critically analyze in most situations. So most people, instead of doing their own research, they're maybe going to ask their friend who's an expert in blockchain, or they're going to, seek to which governments are endorsing which projects to increase that credibility. And so I think that's a really important thing to mention. And then in terms of identifying a successful Web3 project from a psychological standpoint, business strategy, forte important, da. However, the team is something that's crucial. In fact, what the evidence and the studies tell us is that 70% of startups fail not because of their business strategy, but because of team management.
Wow.
And in fact, the capital they did a study where they compared psychological capital to startup capital, so actually money, and startup capital, so the money that a project received, only attributed for 8.5% of that project's success. And when investors actually took into account the psychological profile of the team, which can be actually psychometrically quantified, their success rates at identifying solid projects increased by 300%. And so it's very important to look for things like mental resiliency, cognitive flexibility, and in fact, the two strongest predictors of a successful entrepreneur. This is quite interesting. So the strongest predictor is something called dispositional optimism. And that's when the founder has this insane ability to remain hopeful and faithful, even when everything rational is against them. They just keep going. And that accounted for, it had a 0.4 effect size, which in statistics is really, really high, with a 0.001 significance level. And then what they did in this study is they measured these people with an fMRI, neuroimaging, and found that in the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, the ventral medial parts of the brain were extremely active, and these ones were responsible for emotional regulation. The nucleus accumbens, which is in the reward center of the brain, was extremely active. And the amygdala was underactive compared to the average person. And this is the area of the brain that's responsible for threat and risk-taking and fear. And so those who had less fear were more successful.
That's an interesting fact. Thank you so much, because I'm very fearful, and it seems I'm not very good for business. Yeah, that's why I'm a trader, not a businessman. Alex, would you like to complete, because she had an interesting point of view regarding the owners of the projects, and I know you have a project, and also I would like to introduce some sort of idea about the sustainability and the funds of the project. How do you feel that in this market does it matter to be like financially stable, and how would people pick, how would they choose a company that is also financially stable to bypass this bear market, let's say, because this bear market killed a lot of companies. And from your perspective, because you're the owner of the business, right?
No, that's not correct.
That's not the, you're not the owner, you're the CEO.
CMO.
Okay. So in this moment, what would you advise people when they choose to invest in Web3 projects from a financial and sustainability point of view?
Sure. So I'll do some cherry picking. Thank you for having me, guys. Of what the other people just mentioned, because I'm in line with that. And I will start with your question right away. Can you hear me? It's okay.
Can you share his mic? Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll just start by answering your question right away, because it ties into what everybody else has been talking about. So from a financial standpoint, like a Web3 startup or project is still a business. So a business needs to be profitable, and in order to be profitable, it needs to provide value, right? No matter how they do that. So what I'm seeing, and basically what I'm looking at, is like this large inflow of people who don't have entrepreneurial background or don't know how to build teams, which rush to the market with a go-to-market strategy being to launching their tokens without and raising money without having the product market fit to do that. And then they either end up failing to deliver on the promises, and the initial community that gathers around the project is basically formed out of token holders, people who just believe the hype and they want to get rich. So then in the end, for the team, it doesn't add up as valuable, because they are not able to collect any insights and feedback, because they either don't have a product, or people are not focused on using their product. They are just focused on monetizing on that product. So definitely when looking I know, from an investor perspective at what to invest in, and a thing that's going to do well in the bear market, I think the same things apply for bull market as well, if the project and the fundamentals are strong. So it's easier, in my opinion, to find out good projects in the bear market, because there's not too much noise, and you can really see the real metrics of those companies. And usually what happens in the bull run is a lot of people basically they think that the token price is the traction of that company, which is completely wrong. Like, the product can end up being terrible, the team cannot execute and scale it properly, or the team cannot scale properly, and you just, in the back of your mind as an investor, you just look at the token price and think that's the traction. That's not the traction. That's really wrong. That's just a speculative value that...
That's an interesting perspective, to see which companies...
Sorry for interrupting. I'd just like to add my 2 cents. So, first of all, you don't need a token to have a Web3 startup. So I'd like to establish this. The cost of having a token is high, and I'm talking about the opportunity cost of your growth. As you know, most Web3 companies start with a token sale, but the way I look at things, and I've been managing development and investment in this industry for 7 years now, is that most of the times a token becomes an expense. In order for your community to stay calm, you need to maintain price. Because as Alex said, the community grows impatient when the price is not going up, right? So you start spending money on market making, you start spending money on getting listed on exchanges, and the average cost of maintaining this, if you raise between 8 and 12 million euros or dollars, is at around 50K a month. Without lawyers, thank you, Sergio. then you add the lawyers on top, and they don't come cheap because they're the good ones are rare. So you end up spending around $600,000 per year, and I know this from experience because in a rush for gold, the ones that sell shovels make the most money, and I've been selling shovels for a long time. So by building all these products, I know how much you spend on this. In a normal market, you wouldn't be allowed to pump your stock like crazy, paying market makers to keep things high and doing insider trading. Another issue that we have is the crazy staking programs. You don't need a staking program, just as you don't need a token. So there are different strategies. If you decide, for example, to develop a token and invest it across multiple months, every month you're gonna go through a panic attack because the token holders will receive their tokens, they're gonna dump your price, you need to drive up the price, and this is becoming a hamster wheel that you need to manage on a monthly basis. You can also go the other route and decide to do a token distribution at once and just, you know, be like YOLOing the token basically and hoping that it will go up. But in the end, you do not need a token. The value in Web3 doesn't come from the fact that you have a token that is usable only in your own app. This is not, I don't want to use bad words. So I don't want to have a potty mouth on stage. But you need to have a strategy that is focused on the value you bring in the market. Because nobody cares if you are building a Web3 social network with so many Web3 and Web2 social networks now, right? You need to build something sustainable that solves a real problem that people have. Because at the end of the day, the token price, as you said, is completely irrelevant to your success. Because having a high token price doesn't mean that you delivered anything. And the history shows us that most of the companies that have developed crypto projects have failed to deliver, although their token price went up. And this became into, like, as I said, hamster wheel. Influencers promote your token. Then you sell tokens, they go up. Then you do the distribution, they go down. And it becomes a lot of money spent in this direction. So before we even talk about successful crypto projects, we should talk about sustainable ones. Crypto projects or Web3 projects that can build without the need of basically printing money.
And here's my first statement when I said I don't trust Web3. It was mainly because every people understand that tokens means business. And I truly don't believe that because I think it's an inflationist with staking and everything. It's very inflationist. It cannot simply sustain paying everyone every month some sort of percentage. And it's impossible to, well, if you don't have a product that you might sell with fiat money.
And what people don't realize is that those staking gains that you get when you stake your tokens are basically from the treasury of the company usually, coming from the tokens that have been set aside from the token sales.
Thank you so much. We don't have enough time, but I want to address to all of you a final question, which I really think it's very important, and it's regarding the community. Well, based on your perspective and your experience, what would be the perfect way to keep your community engaged in such days? Because as you told earlier, on the long run and in the bear markets, you build up like the patience of the community, and maybe you cannot really attract new enthusiasts, or not with that success rate that you have in a bull market. But what did your projects do in this moment that can really give the community the patience needed and to successfully overcome this bear market in your experience? Whoever wants to answer.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Is it working? Yeah. Good question. It depends on so many things. Me as a community member, myself, I invested in other projects, right? And I would expect the community to be vibrant, right? I can ask a transparent question without anyone banning me or, you know, being a little bit aggressive, right? So I think the number one thing is to be transparent as a project, to let people talk, include some standards, not to, you know, not to get crazy, right? Introduce different events, periodic events, certain time, like Wednesday night, Tuesday night, like let's make it our night, your night, whatever. The second part is how do you keep the people in? I'm gonna tell you something. I have this investor, this contributor. She's a lady. She's a 56-year-old. She is actually a coach. She started, with crypto. 2 years ago, she was only in 5 Telegram channels, no Twitter account. Now she is in 250-something Twitter account plus Discord. And that woman is not active on this project's chat anymore. She's so diverted into other chats. How do you keep the people there? How do you keep them coming? They're sleeping at the moment because it's a bear market, right? What I've tested is give them money. Stable coins, not tokens. Reward them. Do simple tasks, more complex tasks. And this is how you keep the community. I know some of you will not like this, but give them actual money. Give them rewards. Include them. Give them rights on Discord. Give them different perks. Give them meetings. Grab a beer with the guys. And they will give you support and they will sustain your community forever. But you need to be transparent and, embrace them, not be defensive. This is my experience.
The reason why I asked this question is that for all you guys, if you find projects that have this kind of ideas and you identify those ideas in the communities where it's more probable, if it works in your case, probably it will work in the projects that you assume or would like to invest on the future.
Yeah,
Anyone
I
other?
can add just my 2 cents. Is it working? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So I'll also add my 2 cents because we've built a huge community that's really engaged mainly by focusing on creating a reward system that fits them and rewards them for that. But basically, it comes down to offering people value, whether it's through rewards that they can gain for staying active or through actively communicating the vision and having a team that's capable of delivering products fast and has a great capacity of iterating them so they get better from the feedback of the community. You can keep those guys engaged, and then, of course, everything comes down to transparency.
Would also work like having different stages of the project and just telling the community, oh, look, we have on 5th of August, we're launching whatever.
Yeah, and that is something that projects don't do. I feel like it's a weird dichotomy between our community is not engaged, but we don't share news and we don't communicate actively with them. Personally, I'm against reward system, but I do understand where you come from. At the same time, I do believe that verification mechanisms to make sure that you have real people are essential in your communities. So you make sure that you don't have people that are there just for FUD. Making sure that you don't pump it with shillers. I'm totally against putting shillers in your community because it's just like pumping your token, right? It's an expense that never ends. And sharing glimpses of your development process. So if your product is not yet live, sharing glimpses of your development and product building process will keep people engaged because they will be curious to find out how you're doing and how you're developing. And if your product is live, try to make sure that support requests don't end up being desperate cries on your Telegram groups because people don't get support on time. And that also brings a lot of FUD. So verification, making sure that you don't bring shillers, making sure that you don't spread FUD, and also bringing value. Writing blogs that only promote your company and then putting them on Telegram or stuff like that is definitely not sustainable. And also, reward system work up to a point, depending on your treasury and your limits. But there are also groups where you actually pay being in, and I pay for being in some groups, especially signal groups and stuff like that, where people discuss trading, because I know the value that they bring to me. And one last thing, just kick out lurkers. You don't need lurkers. You need real people involved to create quality conversations.
Yeah, that's great. Paige, would you like to add anything? Or Perello?
I just want 1 second to second what she just said. Do you actually use the community as a vanity metric, as a number that you brag about to investors or other people, or is it actually a useful community which provides insights and feedback and is there? Because in the end, it's quality over quantity. So if the team can benefit from the community and it's not an expense and it's just there to be a vanity metric, it's definitely let it grow organically and don't force things. Don't force people in places where they don't belong or projects.
Yeah, and if you get a team that's doing it for the mission and the vision and not for out of self-interest, then that will come with. And in terms of community, it's just what any community needs to thrive, and that's trust. And how is trust developed psychologically? It happens when there's a congruency between what you say and how you act. And that's when we saw that breakdown of trust, not just in the Web3 space, but even amongst politicians and governments. There's no trust because it's just talk, 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 talk. Okay, yeah, but are you going to have the action to back it up? And that's my 2 cents, is say what you mean.
That's a great idea. We should follow.
Yeah, I do agree. I would say first your personal behavior, who you are, will determine who you attract. If you are a greedy person, you will attract greedy people. If you are you have a long-term vision and you explain, you share your long-term vision, you will attract similar people.
Exact.
I used to say, and now since years, I'm an entrepreneur now since 28 years. Say, do, prove. You know, basically, in our as a citizen, we face with scam talk. You know, this scam promise. If we implement the same in the most innovating ecosystem, Web3, we miss the point. We have to change our behavior. We have to rethink doing business, not for the short flip-flop, but really for the long run, bringing a sustainable, tangible value for each one and everyone.
I love the idea.
Few people.
I love the idea because you also get into some energical point of view, like you attract what you are. So it's nice. If you want to add something, we only have like 1 minute left.
Sorry, Alex. What Alex said, and that is very good. Try to grow organically rather than fake. But to be honest with you, this has to change in the industry as well. As we speak, there are top 6 launchpads that are forcing projects to have thousands and thousands of followers on Twitter. Those numbers are fake. Everyone knows it here. For me to get 100K people, followers on Twitter, that will cost me between 0.5 up to $1 million organically. And no one wants to buy that. Another thing which is very important, and Alex, coming back to your first question, community, I know some people might think it's nonsense, but community moderation. We need to bring Web 2 moderation, customer experience into Web 3. I'm sick and tired of seeing a bunch of idiots being moderators, not speaking correct English, not even Romanian. You know what I'm talking about, right? And they are moderators. They are the first point of contact. I have 10 years experience with Trading 2 and 2 as a staff mentor. And those guys were highly trained for 3 months. You cannot leave a guy with not even a high school diploma taking care of your chat. You need a person who knows the psychological part, the technical part, and how to include strategy as well as transparency.
Absolutely.
This is what I have to say. Thank you.
That's great. Great. Thank you so much, guys, for the discussion. It was wonderful. And I think everyone over here, take their advices. And if you find their advices or whatever they told over here in some sort of projects, just maybe it will really help you pick you up your next bull runner. Thank you.
Mulțumesc.
Jakubovic? Is Flavius here? Yes. Please come onto the stage. He's managing partner at JSIL. Okay. Elena Siginaș, tax director at Acace România. And the moderator, ladies and gentlemen, Sergiu Traian Vasilescu, managing partner at VD Law Group and an old friend of the Romanian crypto space.
Bună seara! Cred că putem să switch în română, având în vedere că nu avem paneliști în străini cu noi și că e mai ușor, da, ca să nu fim certați de colegul, dar acum trebuie să dăm lecții de română, să vedem să nu greșim în română. Tainele fiscalității sunt și ele destul de complicate, dar aminte, și să trebuie să explicăm astăzi ce e TVA-ul și cum funcționează în zona de cripto, dar aminte să-l mai și traducem. Bun. O să mă bucur să vă văd. Cu parte dintre voi ne-am revăzut ieri. Parte mă bucur să văd că sunteți interesați de zona de tax și finance. O să-i las pe colegii mei să se prezinte scurt, facem așa o scurtă introducere fiecare și după trecem la întrebări.
Mulțumesc frumos. Funcționează? Da. Elena Siginaș este numele meu, sunt director în cadrul Departamentului de Taxe al Acace România. Coordonez departamentul și sunt astăzi aici pentru că în ultima vreme am avut o experiență destul de bogată în zona clienților cripto și chiar zilele trecute am avut cereri cumva mult mai mari decât de obicei, ceea ce m-a bucurat având în vedere evenimentul vostru. Deci cumva lucrurile merg hand in hand. Mulțumesc, Sergiu, pentru invitație și tuturor partenerilor. Sunt bucuroasă să discut astăzi. Sunt convinsă că sunt o grămadă de lucruri care încă nu sunt rezolvate. Așteptăm noi reglementări, de aceea facem aici brainstorming. Nu ne propunem să răspundem la întrebări care nu au răspuns, dar să oferim niște opinii pertinente, zic eu.
Super, mulțumim, Elena.
Bună ziua tuturor, Flavius Jakubovic, sunt managing partner în cadrul JSIL, Accounting and Business și dacă nu mă laud eu cine, practic împreună cu partenerul meu Sergiu Vasilescu am putea să spunem că suntem campionierii pe zona de cripto și ne-am asumat pentru prima dată, cel puțin pe partea de taxe, niște opinii în zona de NFT și cripto în acest domeniu. Facem lucrul ăsta în perspectivă fiscală de aproape 3 ani de zile. Așa cum a spus și Elena, încercăm să răspundem la niște întrebări, de multe ori nu reușim, dar ideea este ca business-ul să meargă înainte și să încercăm să oferim potențialilor clienți sau pieței în general niște răspunsuri pentru a putea face afaceri. Pentru că dacă am sta după reglementator, ar trebui să ne oprim. Practic asta facem noi împreună cu alți colegi din piață. Mulțumesc!
Bine ați venit în cel mai hulit sau probabil ingrat, ca să nu-i spui ingrat, panel. E vorba de taxe, aici trebuie să dai, mai puțin să iei. O să mergem un pic istoric în spate și avem primul Bitcoin în 2009, un an mai târziu celebrul nostru prieten a cumpărat 2 pizza cu 10.000 de Bitcoin. 13 ani mai târziu, adică fix ieri, România a intrat în cartea recordurilor, echipa națională de Bitcoin a României a intrat în cartea recordurilor și am arătat că 13 ani mai târziu am putut cumpăra cu un Bitcoin 10.000 de pizza și mulțumesc încă o dată tuturor celor care ați fost aproape ieri, pentru că România a avut în 4 ore 4 tweet-uri de la Binance, ceea ce e amazing. E clar o evoluție în zona de preț, e clar o evoluție în zona de adopție. Trecând către sectorul public, Flavius, cum vezi de la începutul activității tale în zona asta de cripto atitudinea și deschiderea autorităților? Și aici vorbesc autoritățile de reglementare sau de execuție fiscală. Sunt dispuse să învețe, sunt dornice sau știu deja cu ce se mănâncă metaversul?
Acum, când analizăm sau ca să pot să răspund la întrebarea asta, ar trebui să o tratăm din două perspective. Una, cea afirmativă, și ca să fiu cârcotașul de serviciu, cea care se întâmplă real. Este încurajator că în ultimii 3 ani de zile, în mare parte, autoritățile încearcă, au disponibilitate și vor să învețe ce este metavers, ce înseamnă ecosistemul blockchain, ce înseamnă tranzacțiile în cripto, ce înseamnă NFT și cum sunt ele impozitate. În principal, interesul natural al unor autorități, mai ales cele din domeniul fiscal, este să le înțeleagă pentru a putea să le impoziteze și să obțină noi venituri. Mai ales că, așa cum mi-am exprimat niște opinii în cadrul altor intervenții de ale mele, este o piață nouă, virgină, de unde autoritățile, în primul rând, ar trebui să vină și să fie parteneri în cadrul pieței și, firește, să, alături de actori care au oarecum o viteză de dezvoltare și de înțelegere a tehnologiei mult mai rapidă, să vină și să fie parteneri, să înțeleagă, să ne ajute cu cadrul de reglementare și ulterior, firește, cu tot ce înseamnă baza impozabilă. La nivel declarativ și o parte din factorii decidenți din această sferă sunt open. Am avut plăcuta surprindere să observ că instituții importante, și aici aș face și nominalizare, BNR, ASF, ANAF, sunt niște persoane în cadrul acestor instituții care înțeleg fenomenul, știu cu ce se mănâncă, însă din punct de vedere al următorilor pași care ar trebui făcuți, respectiv cei de a reglementa, a transpune într-o lege sau o normă, acolo este nevoie de ceva mai mult, respectiv de o dorință politică, unde și de partea aceasta am văzut cu surprindere anumiți politicieni care încearcă să înțeleagă fenomenul și să facă niște pași într-o direcție pozitivă. Dar, din păcate, așa cum merg lucrurile în România, dar și la nivel european, lucrurile avansează cu o altă viteză decât cea dintr-o economie privată reală.
Foarte tare. Trecând de la sectorul public la sectorul privat, am observat faptul că pandemia a accelerat foarte mult adopția instrumentelor financiare. Nu în pandemie toți am devenit prin intermediul platformelor de trading asociați cu Elon Musk și Jeff Bezos în companiile lor, că a fost la un click distanță. Totodată platformele de trading au facilitat și o adopție mult mai mare a criptomonedelor. Și aici mă îndrept către Elena și vreau să o întreb care este evoluția din 2016, să luăm până în astăzi, care este evoluția din punct de vedere al atitudinii clienților față de zona de fiscalitate. La început i-am cunoscut cu toții pe acei rodeo, pe acei texani ai Bitcoinului, super ultra maximaliști. Există o tranziție, există o schimbare de atitudine?
Eu pot să vorbesc strict din prisma fiscalistului care a interacționat cu clienții pe parcursul dorințelor lor de a deveni cât mai compliant cu legea. Toți avem o poveste de început, cum e doamna Elena de la Cluj, care știm cu toții din presă că a câștigat o anumită sumă și a vrut să o fiscalizeze. Așa l-am avut și eu pe Bogdan în 2017, care a venit la noi cu 1 milion de euro, nu la noi ca și cu bani, să-l ajutăm să-și găsească calea din teama de a nu avea probleme cu autoritățile fiscale. Atunci nici măcar nu aveam un cadru fiscal în România, abia ulterior a apărut, l-am declarat ca venituri din alte surse, omul a fost liniștit. Pe parcurs, evoluția a mers în sensul pieței și anume persoanele fizice care au tranzacționat au venit din nou cu acele solicitări de a-și declara și de a deveni compliant, deși suntem convinși cu toții că încă mai există o zonă underground. Dar în ultima perioadă am observat o diversificare a portofoliilor care nouă fiscaliștilor ne pune un soi de probleme să ne actualizăm și noi, să devenim cât mai la curent cu ceea ce se întâmplă pe piață. Evident că nu poți să tratezi problema fără să o înțelegi. Asta este clar. Și vedem clienți care se orientează în zona micro, au solicitări de înființare de companii cu servicii diversificate și anume consultanță pe noile reglementări de autorizare care vor veni, farming, staking, business development pentru alți clienți. Deci cu surprindere vedem că se dorește migrarea către bineînțeles, datorită, de fapt, regimului fiscal favorabil către taxarea către micro-întreprinderi. Pe persoană fizică, într-adevăr, câștigurile mai mici, oamenii doresc în continuare să-și fiscalizeze veniturile. Am avut chiar cu surprindere în anul 2017 sau 2018 o persoană fizică nerezidentă care se angaja într-o activitate de mining. Vă dați seama, la momentul respectiv, pentru noi fiscaliști a fost wow, cum tratăm, e activitate profesională, necesită autorizare sau pur și simplu o tratăm ca și venituri din alte surse. Deci cumva ne-am pus probleme și noi din domeniul fiscal. Dar da, am observat o diversificare a portofoliilor în linie cu piața și încă o dată, cum a zis Flavius, nici din punct de vedere contabil, nici din punct de vedere fiscal avem încă multe de pus la punct.
Super. Acestea au fost așa întrebări tranzitorii pentru a marca istoric evoluția și o să trecem la întrebările roșii pentru că am vrea să avem niște elemente concrete cu care plecăm astăzi de aici, și istoric vorbind. Și eu m-am gândit la ce înseamnă o societate, poate sunt convins că toată lumea e interesată. În situația în care o societate e interesată sau identifică oportunitatea de a achiziționa anumite, să zicem, bunuri digitale, că sunt ele NFT-uri, că sunt tokeni, care este regimul fiscal al acestor cheltuieli cu achiziția de NFT-uri și tokeni și în ce măsură aceste cheltuieli sunt cheltuieli eligibile din punct de vedere fiscal sau nu?
Vezi, încă o dată...
Raportat la activitatea lor.
Absolut. Încă o dată pot să și-ți răspund, dar cu disclaimer, ca orice consultant. Pentru că în fiscalitate, ca să stabilești regimul fiscal, trebuie să pornești de la regimul contabil, dacă vorbim de o societate. Ori nouă asta ne lipsește în momentul de față. Nu avem în contabilitate, nu avem reguli contabile. Deci, la achiziția unui token, unui NFT, eu trebuie să stabilesc dacă într-adevăr generez o cheltuială. Avem niște guidance-uri emise de Comitetul de Raportare Financiară Internațional, care, după ce au analizat dacă sunt monedă, dacă reprezintă monedă, dacă reprezintă instrumente financiare, dacă reprezintă stocuri, în cazul în care le tranzacționez cu scop speculativ, sau active necorporale, s-a ajuns cumva în zona că acestea ar putea fi contabilizate ca active necorporale. Ca atare, răspunsul mai clar la o astfel de întrebare ar fi că la momentul achiziției eu nu generez o cheltuială. Da? Am un activ. Apoi trebuie să văd ce fac cu el. Dacă îl utilizez pe parcursul activității economice, ar trebui să-l amortizez. Din punct de vedere fiscal, nu am reguli și nu e reglementat fiscal acest tip de activ în scop fiscal pentru amortizare. Ca atare, cheltuiala ar fi nedeductibilă cu amortizarea. Dar acestea sunt doar niște speculații. Da? Nu avem, atâta vreme cât nu avem un cadru...
Este important obiectul de activitate al societății? Adică dacă avem o patiserie care vrea să cumpere Bitcoin versus o societate care face real estate development și cumpără token la un producător emis de un producător de fier, adică este vreo dependență între ce pot să achiziționez și obiectul meu de activitate?
Fiscal nu aș vedea. Acum juridic ar putea fi probleme. Flavius, ce părere ai?
Ca orice răspuns în contabilitate
Depinde.
și în fiscalitate, întotdeauna depinde. Da? Așa cum a spus și Elena, nu avem cadru legal suficient, însă abordarea mea ar fi un pic mai deschisă și mai riscantă, dar cu aceleași disclaimer-uri, și aș spune că o societate, în momentul în care ia o decizie de a achiziționa un activ digital ca să le înglobăm pe toate în cadrul unei companii, își poate crea cumva un cadru pseudo-oficial prin politicile contabile. Da? Și atunci nu o să poată să vină niciodată organul de reglementare sau organul de control, de fapt, în România, fiind ANAF-ul sau Direcția Antifraudă, și o să spună că n-am făcut bine, că am cumpărat, nu știu, un NFT sau un cripto.
Zine
Și
puțin ce sunt politicile contabile.
imediat. Și nu o să poată să vină să spună n-ai făcut bine, îți dau amendă. Păi dăm cadrul legal. Păi nu există. Ok, uite, mi-am documentat eu conform manualului de politici contabile, care este un document care probabil antreprenorii nu prea au auzit de el, de regulă știe doar contabilul de el. Este foarte bine să-l aveți în cadrul companiilor sau să vă întrebați contabilul dacă există, pentru că amenda este de 4.000 de lei și se solicită cam la orice control. Atunci când o crovrigărie alege să-și achiziționeze un activ digital, aceasta poate să transpună această acțiune în cadrul unor politici, unui extras de politici semnificative pentru această activitate, să o documenteze, să vină cu argumente pro și contra pentru a determina dacă acea cheltuială este deductibilă sau nu. Și după aceea, exact cum a spus și Elena, la recomandarea Comitetului IFRS, să stabilim ce reprezintă acea achiziție. Dacă este sub formă de investiție, dacă o folosesc, să spunem, nu știu, ca mijloc de schimb, de plată în cadrul activității mele. Dar este foarte important de analizat și de determinat scopul cu care fac acea achiziție.
Dacă greșesc să mă corectezi și dacă nu greșesc tot să nu mă corectezi, înțeleg, traducând așa în limbajul meu, este ca acea situație în care am cumpărat un bilet de avion de aici până la Miami și, potrivit politicilor contabile, trebuie să demonstrez că am plecat în delegație și nu în vacanță.
Cam așa ceva. Adică la Miami pot să mă duc și în vacanță, dar pot să am și o întâlnire de afacere.
Pot să cumpăr și cripto ca și persoană juridică, trebuie să arăt că este făcut...
Firește, sarcina probei întotdeauna este la contribuabil și mergând pe o practică a organelor fiscale din România mai mult sau în ultima vreme, dar practica este generală în Europa, indiferent ce ai spune tu și câte informații și documente ai aduce, dacă nu sunt foarte bine documentate din punct de vedere al substanței economice superior documentelor strict juridice, inspectorul are lejeritatea să întoarcă în favoarea sa și să reîncadreze tranzacția. Deci, întotdeauna aici există un disclaimer foarte mare pe care, în momentul de față, noi
persoană fizică și mi-ar solicita o autorizare ca persoană
Ca
fizică
persoană fizică
autorizată.
autorizată, ok.
Bun, nu fac asta, nu mă înregistrez. Voi fi sau eu mă taxez, că nu intrăm într-o altă zonă în care nu fiscalizez, ca venituri din alte surse. Ori eu nu pot să îmi deduc să-mi admit la deducere cheltuielile, pentru că regula spune veniturile din active digitale, virtuale, se taxează ca 10% din prețul de vânzare minus preț de cumpărare. Eu nu am un preț de cumpărare într-o astfel de situație. Da? Deci aș rămâne taxat la venitul brut, integral. Și atunci, care ar fi miza autorității să-mi ceară o autorizare și o calificare ca venituri din activități independente? Dar, bineînțeles, există acest risc. În zona de TVA mi se pare mai interesant, nu neapărat la cripto, aici să zicem că avem acel ECJ sau și opinii conform cărora tranzacționarea cripto este scutită de TVA, deci cumva n-am avea o expunere în zona de TVA, însă în zona NFT-urilor Comisia Europeană a emis recent acele guidance-uri și avem multe puncte taxabile în zona NFT-urilor. Ca atare, pe TVA vedem o miză, da? În zona impozitării veniturilor mi-am exprimat opinia că o activitate recurentă în scopul obținerii de profit ar necesita autorizare, dar trebuie să vedem dacă într-adevăr o miză în acest sens.
Bun, din punct de vedere legal, văd și inclusiv un risc în ceea ce înseamnă să dezvolți o activitate ca și profesionist, fără să ai o entitate juridică în spate, ca și cum am vinde șervețele în tramvai, fără să dăm bon.
Tot codul fiscal, scuză-mă, spune foarte clar că desfășurarea sau obținerea de venituri fără a avea autorizare se confiscă, da? Deci putem să ajungem și la nivelul în care obținerea de venituri dintr-o activitate neautorizată pot fi confiscate.
Eu cumva mă gândeam la legea 12 care oricum nu mai este în vigoare. Atunci aveam o confiscare. Acum, din ce am văzut opinii și inclusiv la o discuție pe care am avut-o cu autoritățile, confiscarea n-ar mai fi o problemă. Da?
În prima fază.
Total de acord cu Sergiu că nu putem...
Generarea de venituri prin prestarea de servicii ca persoană fizică depășind plafonul de TVA...
Dacă este o operațiune taxabilă.
Dacă este o operațiune taxabilă, acolo s-ar putea să incentiveze autoritățile
exact.
să vină și să-mi spună ai prestat servicii ca un profesionist, ca și persoană fizică, îți calculăm și tu trebuia să deduci TVA. Și riscurile sunt cele trei?
Și în principal, când vorbim de riscuri, vorbim așa de reîncadrarea activității, de retratarea cheltuielilor după caz și cea mai gravă să nu ajungem în latura penală. Da?
Iar din prisma amenzilor sau dobânzilor și penalităților, știu că acolo
dobânzile, atunci când vorbim de penalizări și dobânzi, vorbim de două paliere. În principal, penalizările și dobânzile standard sau în cazuri în care se determină o activitate care în mod voit a fost ascunsă, se pot aplica și penalizări de nedeclarare care acelea ajung până la 50%. Deci putem trece și în această sferă.
Good.
Ce aș dori să menționez aici ar fi că nu are importanță unde realizăm tranzacțiile, unde scoatem cripto sau unde vindem NFT-urile, indiferent în care jurisdicție, că este Dubai, că sunt insulele britanice Virgine sau România, contează foarte mult subiectul impozabil unde are domiciliul fiscal. Dacă eu am domiciliu fiscal în România, eu sunt subiect de drept fiscal în România și chiar dacă mă duc la un bancomat în Dubai și scot cripto, eu am obligația să-mi declar veniturile mondiale consolidate în țara mea de rezidență fiscală, nu rezidență din punerea locuinței efectiv.
M-ați dus la ultima...
Da, și aici pot să-l completez pe Flavius că în ultima perioadă am avut
Greu cu avocații în fiscalitate.
Nu, înțeleg foarte bine.
Se țin după noi.
Foarte multe probleme de clarificare a rezidenței. Români care au plecat fără să-și facă formalitățile de chestionarul de la plecare și viceversa, unde rezidența fiscală este pusă sub semnul întrebării.
Din punctul meu de vedere, dacă nu există o decizie contrară a organului fiscal care să aprobe mutarea rezidenței fiscale, că haideți să fim sinceri, orice organ fiscal din lume dorește să aibă cât mai mulți contribuabili. De aceea legea este un pic gândită contrar, nu mai ești rezident fiscal decât în baza unei decizii. Că poate mie ca organ fiscal în baza dosarului pe care îl fac, consider că nu întrunești toate condițiile necesare pentru a-ți muta rezidența fiscală și încerc să realizezi acest lucru doar în scop de optimizare sau doar să eludezi. Deci, în primul rând, trebuie să existe o decizie a organului fiscal că nu mai ești rezident fiscal. Până atunci plătești în România.
Absolut. Și chiar asta vreau să popularizez, pentru că tot aud, deși are legătură cu, n-are legătură cu zona cripto, dar cu taxarea, da, pe veniturile obținute din orice sursă și din România sau din străinătate, există această preconcepție că eu am îndeplinit condițiile de nerezidență, ca să spun așa, dar nu mi-am făcut formalitățile. Atâta vreme cât nu mi-am făcut formalitățile la plecarea din România, eu sunt rezident fiscal în România.
Bun.
Da? Cu toate
mă duceți către ultima întrebare, dar am una înainte pe care nu vreau să o sar, e un mit. Și l-am auzit de nenumărate ori și de la persoane juridice. Am obținut venituri în cripto, nu plătesc impozit decât când scot în fiat.
Nimic mai fals.
Nimic mai fals.
Eu am auzit-o și de la consultanți.
Bun, aici aș vrea să clarificăm.
Acolo e grav.
Aș vrea să clarificăm puțin și să ne explicați care e povestea cu acel ciclu economic pentru fiecare activitate în parte. Când plătesc taxe ca persoană fizică, când plătesc ca persoană juridică și nu doar raportat ca persoană fizică la final de an, ci raportat la activitatea în sine, că cred că aici e confuzia cea mai mare.
Lucrurile sunt total diferite. Total diferite de la persoană fizică la persoană juridică. Voi prelua eu partea de persoană juridică, dacă vrei partea de persoană fizică sau invers. Atunci când vorbim de persoana juridică, când încasăm venituri, da? Sau să zicem că eu prestez servicii de contabilitate și vreau să permit clienților mei să mă plătească cu cripto. Nimic mai simplu.
Punctăm că se poate.
Punctăm că se poate, categoric. Este doar decizia mea de business, de marketing, cum o fac. Din punct de vedere legal, așa cum este legislația în momentul de față, eu opinez că se poate. Dar, din punct de vedere fiscal, eu voi emite aceeași factură în monedă națională, cu toate că nu văd de ce n-aș emite-o și în cripto, doar respectând singura condiție care este în codul fiscal de a trece contravaloarea TVA-ului și în monedă națională. Da? Deci aș putea să emit o factură în BTC-USDT.
Pentru prima fază evoluției, hai să o lăsăm în fiat și doar modalitatea de plată să fie.
Bun, deci emit o factură în monedă națională sau, nu știu, într-un fiat, euro, lei, dolar, nu are importanță. Eu doar ca metodă de încasare aleg și decid și stabilesc împreună cu partenerul meu că acesta îmi va plăti în USDT. Ce fac? Practic, acopăr, da, încerc să obțin un document justificativ pentru încasarea acelei facturi. Eu voi avea factura înregistrată în contabilitate, declar toate taxele și impozite ca și venit pentru acea factură, iar acea factură o voi încasa, o voi stinge, așa cum spunem noi strict în limbaj tehnic, cu tranzacția, da? Cu hash-ul tranzacției odată și este recomandat să am și un acord, un act adițional, în primul rând, la contract, care să reglementeze posibilitatea încasării, respectiv plății facturilor printr-o altă modalitate, dacă practic noi ce facem? Reglementăm încasarea facturii printr-o altă modalitate, da? Și știm foarte clar că cripto este un mijloc de plată față de o monedă fiat care este un mijloc legal de plată. Și reglementez lucrul acesta într-un act adițional, cadru prin care cele două părți decid să plătească, respectiv să încaseze în cripto, fac și o confirmare în baza hash-ului și în acest moment am încasat într-un wallet pe firma mea, care este doar asignat firmei, și înregistrezi după caz acea criptomonedă în contabilitate. Pe un cont de activ sau de stoc, depinde conform reglementărilor interne, conform politicilor contabile.
Sunt convins că știi niște avocați buni care să facă manualul de
Categoric.
procedură.
Și să ajung la exigibilitate, practic, faptul că eu am încasat acea factură în cripto, exigibilitatea din punct de vedere al taxei este conform perioadei fiscale pe care o are acea companie, lună sau trimestru. Nu are importanță că eu am schimbat acel cripto în fiat sau nu. Exigibilitatea intervine sau faptul generator la data emiterii facturii. Da? Ceea ce se întâmplă ușor diferit în cazul cripto pe persoană fizică sau NFT pe persoană fizică care are alt tratament.
Pe scurt, emit factura pentru bunuri și servicii în lei, accept să încasez în bitcoin, boabe de orez sau pepite de aur, nu contează când le convertez mai departe, plătesc impozit potrivit regimului fiscal al societății noastre.
Categoric.
Singur.
Și să-mi zici și dacă e mai mică. Foarte bună întrebare, uitasem de ea, mulțumesc.
Indiferent dacă este mai mare sau mai mică, se asimilează sau se tratează diferențele exact ca la o cum îi spune, încasare în valută pe diferențe de curs valutar. Acum trebuie să intrăm foarte mult cum tratăm acele diferențe, dacă sunt deductibile sau nu și când le recunoaștem ca diferență. Dar ele se înregistrează în contabilitate. Da.
Și nouă ne pare rău că am încasat dolari la 5 lei în continuare.
Sunt de acord cu Flavius. Singura întrebare pe care mi-o pun ar fi doar din zona BNR. Și anume că aș putea să am o problemă pe regulament BNR. Asta avocații ar trebui să ne spună. Că plățile între rezidenți cumva sunt...
De-aia militez pentru emiterea facturii în lei și doar modalitatea de stingere a obligației de plată să se realizeze într-un alt mod. Potrivit, fiind monedele digitale în momentul de față în România fiind acceptate ca o valență a instrumentelor de plată fără numerar, dacă părțile acceptă în mod convențional să le primească. De-aia militez pentru emiterea facturii în lei.
Da, factura...
Sau valută, dar dacă
noi din punct de vedere fiscal, TVA-ul e durerea noastră să fie în lei pe factură, că altfel avem o problemă. La persoane fizice, din nou, același mit l-am întâlnit și anume că taxarea intervine doar la momentul la care schimb în fiat. Și asta cred că vine din textul destul de lacunar în reglementarea fiscală și anume și ghidurile pe care le-a emis ANAF pe subiect și anume că acest câștig se calculează ca diferență pe câștigul realizat. Și ce înseamnă realizat nu ne spune nimeni în legea fiscală. Ca atare, multă lume a interpretat că realizarea câștigului are loc la momentul transformării în fiat. Da, de acord, dar tot așa cu disclaimer. Pot fi situații în care ar trebui să fracționez segmentele din cadrul unui ciclu și să stabilesc atunci când am ieșit dintr-o poziție și intru într-o altă poziție să îmi consider câștigul realizat. O astfel de abordare mi se pare una mai prudentă. Nu zic că este una corectă, este o abordare mai prudentă în cazul unor controale fiscale mai agresive.
Ca să nu se înțeleagă terminologia din trading, prin poziție ne referim și la fel vedem și din punct de vedere legal la ciclul economic, la tipul de activitate. Am venituri în Bitcoin obținute din staking, în momentul în care mă duc cu ele și încep să fac trading, sunt două activități cu totul diferite, da. Sunt cicluri diferite, a nu se confunda cu pozițiile de trading. Și atunci am făcut o activitate, am obținut un venit, mă apuc de altă activitate, acolo e cu totul altceva și, din păcate, ca persoană fizică, cheltuielile sau costurile de operaționale nu pot fi deduse.
Da, sunt de acord cu tine, Sergiu, în sensul că o astfel de activitate, deci fracționată, trebuie văzută individual. Altfel, dacă eu nu aș ieși din ciclul ăsta niciodată, nu aș avea niciun câștig, aparent. Da? Eu zic că este o abordare prudentă.
Corect.
Ce ar mai trebui aici să punctăm este și dacă eu ca persoană fizică încasez ocazional pentru, nu știu, o activitate, poate am făcut o reclamă la un proiect din zona aceasta de cripto și am acceptat ca acel proiect să mă plătească în cripto, eu chiar dacă am încasat cripto, n-are importanță că nu am ieșit în fiat, din punct de vedere fiscal, este exigibilă tranzacția în anul acela de referință în care eu am încasat cripto. Chiar dacă ulterior acel cripto eu m-am dus și, nu știu, mi-am cumpărat altă monedă sau alte NFT, exact cum a spus și Elena, este un alt ciclu de tranzacționare. Și atâta timp cât eu am primit ca o contrapartidă pentru ceea ce am realizat ca un serviciu cripto, dar am rămas acolo și n-am ieșit în fiat, va fi și acea tranzacție, din păcate, impozitată în acea perioadă fiscală de referință a anului. Da? Multă lume face confuzie că am primit niște bani în cripto pentru o reclamă, da? Și n-am schimbat-o în fiat și nu este impozabilă, nu mi-o declar.
Și aici avem chiar implicații și în zona TVA, pentru că deja am o
Dacă
livrare de bunuri, prestare
exact.
de servicii efectuată cu plată și deja...
Mama lui de TVA. Bun.
Nici în mormânt nu scăpăm de el.
Ne-am apropiat și de finalul celui mai hulit panel. Vă mulțumesc foarte mult că ați răspuns provocării noastre. Mulțumim și felicitări, Sergiu, pentru eveniment și mulțumim pentru faptul că ați fost curioși să ne certăm cu acest TVA. Cred că urmează o pauză.
O pauză. Mulțumim.
Se aude? Se aude? E ok. E ok. Bun. Okay. Let's wait 30 seconds for everybody to take their seats. English. I have some English. Okay. Thank you all for being here. My name is Adrian Paraschivescu. I am the first crypto journalist in Romania, and today I will be your humble host. First of all, I want to introduce the jury. First of all, we have Stoica Bondin, Business Development Director at Cluster Power. Andrei Brătucu, Manager and Crypto Expert at Crypto Vineri. Alexandru Stonescu, Partener at SLV Legal. Ionuț Vilceanu, Co-Founder at Consilieri. Perolo Laurent, Tron Advisor and Business Development. Elizaveta Palațnic, Markets and Crypto Asset Business Consultant. Artem Fedorov, Visa Consulting and Analytics. Andrei Burg-Spânzaru, Partener at Deloitte Legal Romania. And Cristiano Nețiu, Founder and CEO at Unicorp Ventures. First of all, I was watching a Bitcoin conference the other day, and I saw that there were only 15,000 people compared to 35,000 people a year before. And why is that? Because we're in a bear market, and people tend to lose their trust in the crypto market when things go down. But we need to see this as an opportunity, and this is what I want all of you to leave this place with at the end of the conference. I want you to have more trust in your actions and in your choices than you had when you came here. Right now, I want to introduce the first project of the day with $2.5 billion stolen in crypto from bridges in 2022, from a total of $3.3 billion from fraudulent transactions, that says FBI. We need to think about a solution. And the next startup plans to solve that problem. Bridget aggregates countless blockchains into a single platform. It allows you, the user, to bridge your assets, your digital assets, your NFTs and other crypto assets from anywhere through their platform, and wants to provide a seamless operation, because that's all about. The user doesn't care what's going on in the backstage. When you use your phone, you don't know what's happening in your phone, but you definitely know that you need it and that you use it every day. It's part of you. So, with that in mind, I want to invite on stage Robert Baltac, CEO and founder at Bridget. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Hello everyone, my name is Robert, and today I'm going to talk about Bridget. I'm the co-founder and CEO. Okay, so Bridget is an infrastructural project. That's the first and most important part. But let's start with a short introduction. What are bridges? Bridges, like in real life, create connections. They create bridges between entities, between societies, between economies, and that applies to the virtual world as well. So blockchain bridges encourage the transfer of digital assets and data between closed-loop ecosystems and enable countless opportunities. Our vision is to become a main pillar in this interoperability and open ecosystem. Now, the Bridget protocol. What is Bridget? Bridget is once a standalone bridge with its own liquidity and features, and the bridge aggregator, which combines your favorite standalone bridges and delivers a one-stop solution and the experience for our users. So instead of hopping in between different providers which only support specific features or specific token and chain pairs, We aggregate all those option pools under one intuitive UI, and we also use artificial intelligence to find the best available teleporting route for our users, and we can think about it in terms of liquidity available, of the best available prices, so lowest cost, and processing speed. Now, the problems, there are several problems with bridges. On a macro level, the lack of synergy and communication between ecosystems and blockchains is the main issue that locks the users into a single network and defies the actual and primordial, let's say, purpose of the technology: free access to innovation for users worldwide. So on a micro level, we can think about actually, our whole idea started from a frustration of being a day-to-day DeFi user, and also by using several fragmented protocols which only supported specific needs, let's say. So we have a fragmented, a vulnerable, and of course, not seamless and not user-friendly environment at the moment, which all goes to one conclusion: a lower user retention and adoption. Now, we have a complex solution to this, but put easy and presented in a very seamless and intuitive way to our users. So our Bridget protocol is built through our Bridget dApp, which is the actual interface, our cross-chain aggregation protocol, which is the technology behind Bridget, our AI-powered optimized teleports, the self-listing tool, and the plug-and-play widget, which are both channeled to a B2B approach. So we will talk about this further, but we also empower projects to actually list their tokens on our platform and enable their users to become cross-chain and actually benefit from an open and multi-chain ecosystem. NFT bridging, which is also a huge trend at the moment, monitoring bots for both users and platforms and projects, and our bridge token, which, by the way, is a utility token. Okay, so we talked about fragmentation. As we can see here, a list of stickers and the fragmented of tick boxes. If we aggregate all those tick boxes into one column, we can see a beautiful result, which is Bridget. Now, in terms of differentiators, I can talk about technical features and functionalities until midnight. But in terms of vision, we believe that it's equally important to have an inclusive and pragmatic vision. So to first deliver the product, to first gain and grow community, and afterwards start token listing and airdropping strategy, and so on and so forth. So from this perspective, we started Bridget with the end user in mind, and we developed our whole platform around the user needs, but we also take into consideration and empower the projects to empower their users to benefit from a multi-chain ecosystem. Now, in terms of market, there's huge growth potential, but if we only look at the current state of the market, we have solid volumes, we have very, very large new depositors, and in terms of monetization, we have huge and actually uncomparable to other type of blockchain platforms, average daily fees towards bridges. Now, in terms of monetization, Bridget has been built to have monetization, multiple revenue streams. First, it will be the direct fees from users. That's comparable to DEXs or any other trading platform. Volume fees for aggregated bridges, where we bring volume to individual bridges, and of course ask for a reward from those bridges. Growth revenue from bridge token, which is quite straightforward, and the preferred fees from listed projects, which encourages us and them, of course, to enable a multi-chain transaction for their users. A quick intro of our team. Myself, I'm a economics graduate and artificial intelligence graduate in both London and the US. I have a background in finance and marketing. Our CTO, Chris, is a crypto native and developer for more than 10 years. He's a specialist in over 8 programming languages. Alex and Anna are our marketing wizards. Kalin is a staking node and token specialist. And in terms of Răzvan, I don't think he needs any further introduction. We are Bridget. Thank you for our time, and see you on the other chain. I believe we also have some time for Q&A, so.
Now we have 3 minutes. If anybody has a question, now is the time. Okay, the question comes from the jury.
Is there any project that is onboarded?
Yes, we.
And how many? You need a microphone. Is there any project that is already onboarded, and how many do you forecast to have in the following?
In terms of aggregated bridges or project listed?
Project listed, yes.
Project listed, no, not yet, because the self-listing tool is not yet live. We will launch it next month. I mean, it's still in the testnet. But on the mainnet, we have the aggregation protocol already live, and there we have 3 of the biggest individual bridges already aggregated, which are multi-chain, hop, and the seller bridge. So that covers more than 80 to 90% of the whole bridging market.
Hi, I'd like to understand more about the use of artificial intelligence in your project. Like from my basic understanding of bridges and aggregation, how do you use artificial intelligence in aggregation?
It's not used in aggregation. It's used in finding the optimal teleporting route across. So we search in each bridge live the cheapest transaction cost in terms of gas fees and also fees from the bridge. In terms of liquidity pool, if it's a larger transaction, we look in each individual bridge where that specific token to chain liquidity pool is available. And in terms of processing speed, also the quickest way to finalize the transaction.
How easy would it be for a competitor to copycat what you guys are doing?
So the main point here is not necessarily the technology, but the user and the user focus and branding. Because as we know, there are several open source projects, like huge projects, and we can directly compare this protocol to a DEX, for instance, for decentralized exchange, where we have, let's say, Uniswap and 1inch, which are the 2 similar projects to our bridging protocol and aggregation protocol under just one interface. And in terms of copying it, we want to grow as fast and as efficient and as organic as possible, and also open source our technology, so we can also contribute to mass adoption as well. So in terms of proprietary technology, we will not open source it until we reach a point that it's not worth for any competitor to copy it anymore. And if they do, that's still a plus for us, because we will gain in terms of notoriety.
That's a good sign. It's like, yeah, you're the one. Okay, so if anybody has any more questions, now it's the time. Please.
Do I go or do I wait?
I
I didn't hear not so many things about the token, and some part of your revenue model was basing on the token. What are the incentives for the token, and why would some investor keep the token?
I had this, this slide prepared, but I thought it's much more important to discuss it in an open Q&A. So as I said, Bridge will be an utility token, and it will first be a governance token. And in terms of rewards for users and for projects, we have the liquidity mining and staking. And the receive protocol fees is the monetization part where we receive fees from projects listed on our platform. And the swap and teleport collateralization is actually, it transforms, let's say, the bridge token into a universal exchange, an exchange token where you don't have to pay any gas fees in the initial or destination chain token. And you can pay all the fees and transact everything through our token without having to have gas fee or any other token in your wallet, because that's also quite a UX unfriendly subject we are facing with bridges at the moment.
Let's give Robert a huge round of applause because
Thank
he's
you.
the icebreaker and
Thank
he
you.
deserves it. Okay. Now that's a sign that you can't get out of this room. You need to stay here until the end. Okay?
Stop using the doors, please.
Exactly. Stop using the doors. So, this event, it's about the speakers, definitely. It's about the experience, but also it's about you, the viewer, and about education, because you need to know how to find an opportunity and how to seize it. So, for the genius in you, the next startup plans to help you improve your passive income, to gain some more passive income, through staking, liquidity providing, farming, and by letting you discover one of their pools. Whether you're new in the crypto field or just looking for something new, Genius Assets implemented delegated locking for a more cost-effective solution. It was founded in 2022, and they shoot for the stars. Let's welcome to the stage Claudio Buda, founder of Genius Assets. Let's give him some applause.
The clicker? Sorry? Hello, everyone. So I'm pretty happy to be here. My name is Buda Claudio, and I'm the founder of Genius Assets. And short introduction about myself and about the project. Actually, the main idea I had in 2019, because this was the moment, I think, where a lot of people starting to think about tokenization and real estate. And this was in June 2019. And actually, the kickoff, the start to do something was 2020. And in the beginning, I don't have crypto experience before. I know only normal stuff about it. So, and I start to build a platform actually for tokenized real estates. And in the doing, I saw that there are a lot of issues, legal-wise, technical-wise, and also the main product have a little bit of problem because the real estate assets are good, they are amazing, but to have it in a small piece of them, and let's say some investors have 4% yield in a year of $1,000, I think is not the big business, and for the scalability for the business will be a little bit problem, say like this, because if you want to make real estate's tokenization on click worldwide, it will be a little bit hard. And that's why, in the doing, I discovered a lot of things in the crypto world, and in the meantime, we launched our own utility token. This is the IOX token. This a couple of weeks ago, we're starting our Genius pools, the liquidity mining. And in the second part of the year, we will launch our real life NFTs. So the idea is very simple. With the Genius pools, we are able to collect funds The people have amazing rewards in form of our own token, of course, and the people can use our own token in our own ecosystem. That is can be properties, can be we will be shareholding in other companies, and the people can use the token and the NFTs in that field. So actually, we have already one big partner. It's a company from Austria. They have, in that moment, more than 40,000 square feet in construction. It's a company that is listed on the stock market in Vienna, and we have an exclusive contract with them to be able to use the funds what we are collecting with our pools for the real estate. So, but this is only the beginning, because actually we started the pool size exactly 3 weeks ago. So, but what was not bad, because we are collecting with the pools around 300,000 in the last couple of weeks, and with the IOX, we raised over 4 million in the last 2 years, 2.5 years. So it's not so bad, I think. But the ecosystem is right now a little bit more better in place, and we are ready to scale it up. So our community, we are over 7,000 members in our own platform. We have around 4,000 holders, because this number is a little bit older. Our partners, like I said before, of course, the partners from the crypto area, and of course partners like real estates, it's Banca and Banca from Dubai. And of course we are listing on two exchanges, one DEX and one JAX. And next month will come another checks, and we also plan to integrate our pool system in that, to integrate them in their interface from the second part of the year. So actually that will be very interesting, because the people are able on the checks to use our own product and to have amazing rewards, and we can make together a lot of marketing tools on this. So I go forward. I think it's better to make the Q&A in the end. Can I show the video? Sorry. I have right now a video. But I need sound. Yeah. So I go one more time back. Let's see. No. Doesn't matter. We jump over. It's only a video. So also, last year in 18th of June, we have the token generation event. This had happened in Istanbul. And also we make some smaller events for our communities, for the best ambassadors like this. And we have 2 events actually, one in Dubai and one in Abu Dhabi last year. And we're looking forward to create another event this year in August in Belgrade. So we must think about countries where all the people can come to them, because our biggest community are in, let's say, in eastern part of the world. So this means Russia, Ukraine, and all the other countries, and we must choose the countries that people can enjoy also the events. So. We are in the total in the team, we are around 20 people, but I have here my key people with me. This is one time Madeline, Raluca, Alex, and me himself. And the other developers and marketing stuff, yeah, they are also in the back, but they don't want to be too much public. So I have here a small roadmap, what we already did and what it's coming up. And when we are looking here, in the 1st August on 2021, we're starting the private sale. It was an amazing experience. No, nothing works, but was funny. Last year, 2022, we started in March, I think, the pre-sale, and on 18th of June, we have the TGE, like I said. And after on, the classic stuff, listing in exchanges, starting the staking program, and in the last year, say like this, to find and define the best way for how the ecosystem can work for the people and also for us. Yeah, and in the next couple of 3 months, we must finish the technical flow to be so easy as possible for everybody to can enjoy it. It doesn't matter if they are all already holders in crypto or stable coins. So actually to make it so easy that like my father can jump in. So this is the idea behind. Another part is to be preparing a very hard campaign in the second part of the year with around 15 to 20 big influencers to create a little bit hype about it. The second, we want to have at least in September, October, at least 2 checks on board where we are listing our product. One is already done. We have the confirmation and we are working on the second one. And of course, the network, what we had in the background, because my story before I start the crypto business was a seller in classic way, in a way, and I have a big team there. So, and that team helps me a lot to bring up this project, and yeah. I think in the next couple of months, that will be very interesting. Thank you. That's okay.
And for the jury, don't forget to rate him in the app that you have. Real time. Yes, real time. Now, if you have any questions. Okay, we will have a short break, like 5 minutes, and then we will come back. After the break, we will have the Q&A as well.
Băi, ieșiți mă afară, că s-a pornit alarma, nu s-a terminat evenimentul. Haideți afară, noroc că v-am văzut cu coada ochii. Deci a pornit o alarmă de nebun și trebuie să iasă toată lumea afară, voi rămâneați înăuntru. Cum Bă, s-a terminat evenimentul.